Because it's doing it through Zoom, it should just stay on Zoom, and whoever's still hosting does say live on custom live streaming service.
Yeah, I see us on YouTube.
Yep, they also connected. Oh shit. Holy crap. We have one watcher. I presume that's you.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Right. Awesome. That was actually, as far as things go, fairly painless. Damn. Awesome. I hope it's not like too choppy or anything.
No, it seems pretty smooth. There's a couple seconds delay, but
I feel like it should be pretty decent simply because it's coming from Zoom and not directly from me. What I want to do is change those titles though, so it's not just streaming 5e Dungeons Dragons. Update titles, which I'm doing directly in Restream because Restream is awesome and super helpful. Honestly, I was just like, let's try the free version and see if it's actually any good. Oh, I can see it in the thumbnail. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there is a few seconds delay, but we look so much better than I thought. We could totally live stream, yo.
Yeah. I mean, that's the plan, isn't it?
Because I think it's not coming from my actual internet connection myself. I think it's coming through Restream and through Zoom. And I was always painfully aware that the bottleneck would most likely always be my internet.
If they're doing it right, they're probably kind of using both of us.
Probably, actually.
If that like, that's what would make sense to me anyway. They take the moon and you take the moon.
Update titles. Boom, that's so cool. Oh, I love Restream. So if I then refresh my YouTube subscriptions, it still says streaming 5e Dungeons and Dragons. It might take a while to update. We will see. That's crazy though. And we're live on Twitch and YouTube, which is pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
You can also just stream natively from Restream, which is pretty cool. Oh, the 24/7 live chat support has popped up because we're streaming. Nice.
Neat. I mean, handy.
So I'm monitoring the stream on Restream, which was unintentional. I didn't want to do that, but it's just automatically loaded me in. So I can see the delay. We're streaming at 720p at 30 FPS because we're professional.
Yeah.
Even still, though, and I mean, I don't really personally care about the Zoom logo in the bottom right now. It's not the end of the world. Let's have a look. Why is Discord just going crazy? Because of us.
About the state of the show.
It ain't much, but it's honest work. I mean, according to Restream, we have 0% frame drop, which is nice.
I wasn't seeing any lag, but again, I wasn't on there for too long because I find it weird to like actively watch the stream while I'm doing it.
Oh god, this is weird. No, I mean,
that fucks me up.
I ever live streamed in my life? I don't think I really have, mainly because I don't have the internet for it.
Oh, we have 3 viewers.
Nice. Hello, viewers. Please bring in any and all questions.
Tell your friends, tell your grandparents. I don't know.
Just tell everyone.
If I'm less than enthusiastic, it's because I might have COVID.
Nice. just tell everyone whilst we slowly descend into insanity talking to ourselves right now.
We have
Not that that's a huge problem. So if I type to restream, it should broadcast to everything. So if I go, we are now live. Please start sending questions. This has been a test message.
of the emergency notification system.
Yes.
Yeah,
Holy crap, it does. It posts to all three. I think it says, does it just say that it's come from Restream as opposed to me, though?
Yeah, it says restream.io.
You know what? I can live with that. I imagine probably using like the full version or getting the paid subscription would possibly let you change that, but not the end of the world. And that works really nicely. And it's even gone into Fireside questions. Oh,
Yeah, it has.
everything's set up so perfectly. Nice. Oh man. So I've got so many windows open that are showing what's the stream's looking like that I forgot which one I'm actually talking to you on in real time. And now so I guess while we wait for the viewers to ramp up and the questions to start popping on in, do you have any burning questions?
Jeez. Let me look at my notes. Where did I put my notes? There they are. I always have my notes at my desk. Hi, Mom.
Nice. Hey. That should come through in like 5-10 seconds or so. I think there's always like a slight delay though on streams and stuff. I always hear people saying like on live streams, oh, there's a delay. So sorry if I'm just seeing your message now.
Yeah, there's like a 30-second-ish delay.
It's not bad.
Based on her response.
To be honest, I imagine that's pretty normal.
Yeah. How did you go about creating your character? So I started out, I like playing with more unconventional combinations of things, and so I decided I wanted to tell the story of a companion or a honored sex worker, kind of based slightly off of the companions in Firefly. Instead, it'd be like Inara and the one house that I can't remember the name of, Golden something. And so typically you would probably use a bard for that, because bards they have a notorious thing in D&D of being horny. And I didn't want to be typical, so I chose a warlock instead, because warlocks have the ability to pick up a skill called Mask of Many Faces, which you have absolutely seen at least me and Gunark use a lot. And then I decided
definitely Gunark.
And I was like, what race would be like the most fit for being a sex worker? And I was like, and then I found the changeling, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like, they can be anything. So like whatever your perfect knight is, they can be that. And so I I became a changeling warlock, and of course I had to choose the Raven Queen because I am mildly obsessed with that pact as well as that character.
Love the Raven
Um,
Queen.
Mostly because the Raven Queen is a direct proxy of one of my patron goddesses. So I mean, it's cool. And then yeah, it went from there, and I started coming up with the deeper backstory um, with Mitch after the audition one shot. Like last night or night before last, time's weird. NyQuil messes with time. We came up with even more backstory and like world building based off of like offhanded comments and Seth's outfit. So
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of it came. I mean, to be fair, a lot of it came before the original one shot actually as well. I was quite surprised. A few people came with like, "This is my big old character," and I'm like, "Awesome." It's great having like that depth going into the one shot anyway, even if nothing ended up coming of it. Um, it would have still been nice having like it's nice to have those characters, and even if nothing came of it, you still have it as a backup character for your next what's it called, D&D game. That's what they're called. I'm a good D&D player. What was the hardest part of creating Eroth? That's from our own Jordan on Discord. I would have to say the hardest part of creating Eroth is probably creating Eroth. I I've never been a huge fan of geography in general. Map making in the past has always been a bit of a sticky one for me. My maps end up looking a bit weird, and that's why there's like random ice chunks on the edge of my map and desert right next to it. But then also like D&D is a world full of magic, so I figure in big fantasy worlds like this, not as much of an issue having desert next to glacier, and also lends itself to interesting and fun lore. So I just kind of let everything roll as I was doing it, and just whatever came rolling out of me got thrown in. Um, I think the hardest part has probably been linking a lot of my erratic thoughts together. I'm very much the kind of this and some of this, and we'll throw in some of this too. And now I'm creating plot holes and really screwing myself over every now and again by not linking certain things properly. So that's definitely my biggest tripping point in terms of creating Eroth. But I'm getting better at it, and I'm getting good at pretending things were intentional or explaining things away, because that's what DMs do. They either pretend it was intentional or make up an even more convoluted reason to explain it away. um, Gnome throwing. What made me decide to start with gnome throwing? Again, from Jordan on our Discord Fireside chat questions channel, whatever it's called, Fireside Questions. That's the name. um, I was trying to think of an interesting way to start a campaign, because so many of them start with, "You're in a tavern and you all bump into each other and have a drink." And I toyed around with that, and I toyed around with, "You all know each other somehow." And that's what kind of led into that one shot, which we used for the audition. I figured I might as well use that to tie it into my world and into the overall story. And as a result of that, it also meant there's also a reason if I do go with that tavern start, because that way you've just had the one shot and you're recovering from a big old fight with a bunch of merfolk by having a drink in a tavern, which is what people would probably do. The wishing pool got a bit horrifying every now and again. Uh, and I toyed around with a few ideas. There is one other that I have in my brain that I'm going to keep in my brain in case I run another campaign. and I don't want to spoil it for you guys, that I originally had as my idea. And then I saw someone had created a supplement for Pathfinder, which was rules for throwing gnomes. So I figured, why not get some gnome throwing in there somehow? And then I figured it was a great way to kind of subvert that original. You start in a tavern. Why are you in the tavern? For the gnome throwing competition. That's why. And everyone's like, what? And it was mostly just to try and subvert the standard you start in a tavern as much as possible. And I think it worked quite well. And everyone looked very pleasantly surprised when that was the intro I gave you, with this whole like intense world description of the war of the gods, and then, but all that matters is right here, right now, the annual gnome throwing competition. And it was just a light-hearted way to start off as well, because I knew that imminently, halfway through the gnome throwing competition, there was going to be a full-scale town invasion during which a lot of people would die. So you know.
Jordan coming in clutch again. What is your absolute must-have tabletop accessory? Well, lately it has become my Dead Myth notebook. I use this constantly. That or the pen that I also got from Dead Myth. I also use this constantly, like outside of tabletop as well. I use this everywhere.
I like how normally we have to do like preface or follow it with, we're totally not sponsored, but we're totally sponsored.
We are actually sponsored by these people. It's pretty great.
I'd personally say as well, I love my dungeon pack, and it's really good as a DM who does a lot of improvising, to be able to write down some of the stuff that I end up improvising, or when you guys do big, very annoying things that haven't been released on the podcast yet, I can make it so that in like 30 sessions time, when you eventually return to that location and it's a huge tourist attraction, you guys will be like, oh, he remembered. But I mean, it's also great for storing all my stuff, as you can see, but a dice tray for me, I find very useful. I think everyone needs a dice tray because it stops them rolling all over the table, and it's a lot quieter than rolling on the table. And if you can't afford like £200 for a wormwood dice tray, like I couldn't, you can go on down to Hobbycraft if you're in the UK, and buy yourself a deep picture frame for £2 and some felt for 50p, and make one for £2.50.
You can also get real weird, and if you had a package come in lately, you can just make one out of cardboard and washi tape.
Nice.
For I don't know how much this cost. I just had cardboard and washi tape one night while I was home alone.
And I think,
my real
to be fair, I think a lot of people have started doing that kind of stuff. A lot of people now have been like, oh, I had this jewelry box lying around and I've gutted it and lined it with some felt, and now I have a dice tray and all of that kind of stuff. And it's pretty cool to see. And I like it because I like dice trays.
Calm down, calm down.
Also, dice bag, very needed. I have 2 right now because I have too many dice. I need a bigger dice bag.
My other dice tray.
That's cool.
It's like a big book. My dad and I made it.
Nice. That's real cool.
Right now it's housing my the dice that I use specifically for Seth, because we were talking in the Discord not too long ago about our dice obsession. Everyone's dice obsession.
Yeah.
And it talked about, like, I'm the person who bought $80 dice because nothing I had fit Seth, and yeah, these are the $80 dice.
Nice. So just before we jump to the next question, my other last one, totally optional, but it's also one of my favorites. something badass to drink out of. Just really helps the immersion and just makes you feel cool.
Agreed.
As cool as you can playing D&D. D&D is cool, to be fair. I like it. I think.
I mean, cool people play D&D now, so
Exactly.
it's not just people who look like Gary Gygax.
So, Jordan, continuing on the intense line of questioning, has asked if you could cast any cantrip in real life, what would it be?
I think we all know my answer.
Shape water?
Yep.
I feel
so much use out of that one.
I feel like prestidigitation has so many good uses. Like you could just get out the shower and go, whoop, I'm dry.
You've got a point there because like you can just make food taste like whatever you want it to.
Yeah.
So like
and also you get to say prestidigitation a lot.
I mean, yeah, that's also true.
You can
like
flex
you
on
can
people who see it and have only ever seen it like twice ago. But what?
just like it doesn't matter what I'm eating now. Now I'm always eating whatever food I want to eat. That's now you've got a point though. How are you like your character and how are you different? Well, we're both non-binary, so there's that. Jordan's the only one watching now. I'm different in that I can't change my shape to match that non-binariness.
That'd be pretty cool if you could, though.
Oh yeah, it would.
I think in terms of some of my characters, a lot of them end up being very chaotic, like me, as I'm sure we've all seen from everyone's favorite Lipnip, who we all know and love, and is able to kill anything with knees. He's a short boy like me. I'm only 5'8". But yeah, that's a bit of a harder one for me. I don't have a character. I'm all the characters, and they are all an extension of my personality, especially Melando. He is the most flamboyant extension of my personality, and I love him. And I'm more than happy for repeated trips back to the Halidor Isles for new clothes, just so that we can keep interacting with Melando.
You're not gonna make his door a interdimensional door that always opens like.
I mean, I would, but them's the rules of Eroth.
Yeah. But you're not planarly traveling. It's just a door that always opens to that store.
It's true.
It could work.
We'll
I don't know.
We'll see. There is a lot of lore involved that I'm keeping very close to my chest at the moment, and I've got a few kind of trigger points, I guess, where I might be able to start releasing some of it. So like there's just every opportunity for you guys to just randomly start getting some of this lore coming in. It's just like a random point where it's totally irrelevant to what's going on. It's like, oh, by the way, you were this close to getting some from the one-page mage. Spoilers for like 20 episodes in the future. You were very close to getting some interesting lore from the one-page mage. Not that you didn't already. That was a good, fun interaction, the one-page mage.
Yeah, it was.
And a great way to reward him for giving us some nice stuff to work with.
I hope he hops on.
Helping Jordan out on the one-shots.
I hope he hops on at some point so we can thank him properly live.
That'd be really cool.
So that giveaway
though. Oh, we have one on Twitch, one on YouTube. Nice.
It's probably
this is blowing my mind that I can spy on all of these at the same time. I love it. Yeah,
So
that giveaway though. Holy
I'm
crap.
guessing it's my mom on YouTube and Jordan on Twitch.
It might be, but then Jordan's interacting on Discord. Maybe he's just sending the questions into Fireside chat to generate some conversation on Discord.
Probably.
um, yeah, no, that the giveaway. Oh boy, whew, it's pretty awesome.
That was way more than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, we were like, can we have some dice to fill up our mug? And they were like, sure. Here's a Tarask too.
Oh, it's Josh on YouTube. That's right. My mom's at the dentist.
Oh, nice.
Your audio quality suddenly switched.
My audio quality.
Yeah. You went from like my slightly muffled, like totally doable, but slightly muffled, and then just suddenly much, much better.
Oh, weird.
Like I'll take it. I don't mind. It's just one of those like I catch it.
Yeah, no, the giveaway though. Oh my god. So many minis that I want. Where did I get the camel? That is a very good question, Jorbansky on Twitch. Hello, new viewer. My female brought it back from Dubai when she went on holiday and gifted it to me. And her name is Kamala Anderson with a C because she's a camel. Interesting. So it's better on YouTube Live than it is on Twitch. Okay.
I mean, this is good information to be learning now, so that we know for Barovia Live.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm pretty sure we were planning to target YouTube Live a bit more just because we have
stuff on YouTube.
Stuff already on YouTube, but it was just because we have the ability to go on Twitch as well. I was like, we might as well.
I mean, yeah.
Because Restream is super awesome. We're not sponsored, but I will happily be sponsored now by Restream.
How's it looking over there on Twitch, Jordan?
Is it looking twitchy? I'll see myself out. Chortle.
There's a door. Throw yourself through it.
Oh man.
I don't have any more channels to put in saying I'm live, so. I
wonder if I can see how choppy it is on Twitch. I'm gonna mute it though, so we don't have weird echo going on. It's a buffering. It looks pretty smooth to me on Twitch. Oh, this is weird. There's like a few second delay and I'm watching myself like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, no, it looks pretty smooth to me on Twitch.
All right.
Maybe Twitch just doesn't like Joshua, which, you know, makes sense. I don't like him either. His character's just too edgy, you know.
Paper cut.
I'm joking, Jordan. I love Jordan. Not Jordan, Joshua. We have too many J's. We have Jared, Jordan, Jack, and Joshua.
And then Lindsay.
Yeah. And Mitch.
We're renaming both of you. Her name is Jennifer now, and your name is...
It should just be Jinsey and I'll be Jitch. Is that not easier?
I mean, I like the more complicated options personally, but if you've not recognized this by now. Ooh, we have a third viewer.
Nice. Where are you listening in from today?
Wonder if it's just Josh hopping over to Twitch. Or wait, is that just you on Twitch?
It might have been, yes. That is a very real possibility. Well, no, because I have closed the window now. but it might be taking a while to update. Oh, we have a third person. Who knows? Person number 3, identify yourself. It is
Oh, no.
number 3.
Oh.
Woo!
Hi, person. Hi, Mrs. Greg. Thank you for joining from the Animal Crossing group that I posted in.
So what's your favorite thing about our podcast, and what questions do you have about our story so far?
I have talked a lot about the podcast in that group, to be fair.
That's fair.
So it's actually a possibility that she has listened.
That's very fair. I was sat here wondering so hard what ACNH was, and then you said Animal Crossing, and I was like, that makes sense.
Do you play Animal Crossing, Mitch?
I don't, unfortunately. I don't have anything I can play it on.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sad times.
I was hoping you did. I was like, yeah, we could play.
Yeah, I know. I really want.
I can do while I'm sick. Play Animal Crossing.
Man, I've played so much of like the original Animal Crossing on my DS when I was younger.
That's not the original.
Oh my
buddy.
god. Oh my god.
That was Wild World, wasn't it?
No, there was one on. What was it?
Yeah, the one that was on the original DS was Wild World. The 3DS was New Leaf.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Ooh, Jordan
he's gonna be live.
Jump in and join us live from the beach. From the beach, bruh.
Sad we didn't get in from where the minis are printed. That would have been cool.
Like, I doubt it'll happen, and I'm not at all like
I'm not upset about it. It's just one of those, like, oh, that would have been cool.
It would have been so cool. Like, totally no pressure on them, but that would also be like, it'd just be hilarious. But like, it was worth a shot with the question, you know, how
absolutely.
often are we going to be nearby?
Exactly. I had a dream last night that we went to, we all came to visit you and we rented a castle. Nice. And did a live stream from a castle.
I mean, I would definitely be down for doing that.
Same.
It'd be awesome. Get like a production team.
Barovia Live from
man.
Castle Strahd or Castle Ravenloft.
Can you imagine doing like the final fight with Strahd inside an actual castle?
Oh, that'd be so cool.
With like proper mood lighting and everything set up.
Oh, that'd be so neat.
Oh my god. Like, you know how Matt Mercer has like his controllable lights and stuff obviously behind his screen or whatever. Just like the DM stuff changes everything to like red all around you. And you're like, oh crap, Strahd's coming.
So I was looking at TikToks the other day, and someone was talking about like they were playing the name game, the picnic name game, where you say like we're going on a picnic and I'm bringing, and I would say like jam, and you would say something like meat and stuff like that. Is the thing you say starts with the same letter as your name. And there's this NPC that's been following them, that's been like hanging out with them for a long time. They've gotten close. And then one of the players goes off into the distance with said NPC, but no one notices that the NPC followed, and that NPC is still there playing the picnic game with them. And it as the player who left with the NPC comes back with the NPC, they all look at the NPC that they with and went, and then they look at the NPC that's been sitting there playing with them, and he stands up and he goes, I'm going on a picnic and I will bring strawberries. They're playing Curse of Strahd.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's cool.
At some point. That's amazing. We had so we've had a bit of a character reset in our Strahd game because 3 out of the 4 of them died horribly and painfully because they decided to challenge Strahd early. I gave them the opportunity and I was like, because they were exploring the castle. They'd been invited for dinner. They were doing some exploring. And I was like, look, I rarely metagame like this, but I just want to let you know, if you head through this door, because they'd had the fortune reading, they knew like a rough location for the final battle. Like, if you head through this door, you are starting the boss fight. Do you want to take on Strahd right here, right now, and see what happens? Or do you want to take this opportunity I'm giving you and just turn around and carry on exploring? And they were like, yeah, no, we'll take him on. How hard can it be? And 3 sessions later, it was like a 3-session fight.
Oof.
3 out of the 4 of them died. One of them got brutalized. One had his head like curb stomped into the stones of the floor of the castle. And one just got like decapitated, all by Strahd. And the wizard got brought back by the dark powers, and Strahd was like, I'm gonna give you the same. Your audio may be switching between computer audio and your linked mic. That's weird. How strange. Is it better now?
Yeah, it sounds like your regular thing, but I'm getting an echo on my end now.
That's because I had the original sound thing on. That's the weirdness. How strange. Is the echo gone?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Cool. That's because I was broadcasting you to yourself.
Neat.
In my mixer. But yeah, no, so the wizard came back to lifeness in time to see their cleric. Oh no, he was their blood hunter. He's a cleric now. Their blood hunter being given the option by Strahd: leave now and heal with whatever's left of your friends, or die horribly and painfully. And he chose to carry on fighting and got brutally murdered. And then Strahd turned on the wizard and was like, hey, leave now and heal, and I'll bring some new people in to play around with you, or die. Which one? And the wizard went, I'm gonna leave. And so they brought in some new friends, and he's told them all about Strahd. And they met Strahd on the steps of the church in Vallaki, because they were doing some stuff for a quest that I will not divulge the nature of, because we're obviously currently playing through it right now, and I don't want to spoil it for Jordan and Joshua.
And I've never played Strahd, so I've read
and you
a good chunk of it, but
fair enough. And they met Strahd. This new party plus the wizard met Strahd on the steps of the church and were pretty intimidated. They all got charmed, apart from one of them. They all fell to the vampire charm.
It happens.
And they kind of have like that conflicting opinion of him, of like, they've heard that he brutally murdered the last people, but he seemed like a nice enough guy. And they were investigating the Wizard's Tower recently, which is just outside of Vallaki. And one of them, who's the guy who's now the rogue, was like, I'm going to check under the bed, see if there's anything under the bed. And he looked, and I was like, you see a face. Very familiar face. The guy that you saw outside the church, just smiling back at you from under the bed. And he just slowly like came out from under the bed and was like, guys. And the wizard went down to have a look, and there was nothing there. And he was like, I promise I'm not going mad. And Strahd's just under the bed, just like, boo. It's great fun. There's so much fun stuff you can do with Strahd, and I cannot wait to throw some real cartoon Strahd antics into Duke and Dude. Just go real cartoon vampire lord villain. I feel like at one point there's gonna have to be a moment where Strahd does the How many adventurers have come to challenge me? One adventurer.
Ooh.
It's gonna happen. Purely because it's Duke and Dude.
Huh.
It's definitely a good thing that they've got some new friends to help them out, because I don't know how well just Duke and Dude would have survived by themselves in Barovia.
Weird, it's not letting me log into TikTok.
With Practical Heroes.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's gonna log in and like make a real shitty "Hey, come join us" video.
Yeah. Oh man. It's so weird knowing that I have never done live stream. I'd always wanted to and always like record gameplay videos and stuff, but I just never had good enough equipment to do it. I think my next, after the PC, my next piece of equipment I might try getting. Hello TikTok.
That's for
My
Snapchat.
next, oh nice. My next equipment I might try getting is there's like a little £20 Camlink ripoff that should stop the weird cuttiness and frame drop from my DSLR, so I can get real nice picture for the videoings that only you guys see for the podcast. But it'll also look good for Duke and Dude.
Well, there you go.
But it's not really well, I was going to say it's not really a necessity, but I'm about to get a PC that doesn't have a webcam, so it might end up being a necessity.
This webcam for like since 2012, so almost 10 years.
Not bad.
The webcam I've had since I had my last PC, which is a gaming PC for that era. So like
Nice.
ran everything great, but over time, like the heaviest thing I could probably run was like Loadout. Remember that game?
Right. Can't say that I do.
It was a Team Fortress 2 ripoff.
Ah,
But it was like hyper violence. Everyone was built like
nice.
everyone was built like a brick shit house. Certain weapons you could just like blow people's entire torsos off their legs, and their legs would keep running for a few steps,
Nice.
spurting blood horrifically. Like, and all of the weapons were like insanely customizable. It was a lot of fun.
That's
It
cool.
lost support just like out of the blue too. That was the worst part.
Let's see. Who's online on Discord that I can bug into jumping in?
Come here.
The one-page mage is currently idle. We could try and bug him until he just appears.
Should I do the real bad thing and post about our live stream to hit?
Oh, we totally could. But the thing is, I don't know how active it is. The last post was mine.
There was some posts elsewhere,
Oh yeah, in the art commission. Nice.
and he was basically just told. He was basically just outright told, "Yeah, we're not active," which is funny.
Oh.
But there are
Nice.
people that are online, so I'm thinking like we could throw it in there and.
Yeah. Someone has like spam posted something very weird into one of their channels.
Oh.
such a weird interaction. It's just giving it a read. The one in the art commission's a very strange interaction. Good job.
I'm editing.
This post just pops up in Discord. We. Oh god, that's real Yuri and Mary sneaking into enemy territory vibes and just accidentally dropping something and them all turning and looking and them just hi.
Hello.
Run. I can't wait for some more stupid Mary and Yuri shenanigans.
Me either. Yes, hi, hello, I'm here to steal your viewers. I accidentally posted that in NSFW on my friend group Discord. Whoops!
Nice. Are we safe for work, though? That's the question.
Valid point.
So, what's been your favourite part of the story so far?
The implications that Yuri is worshipping a bad guy have been great.
Yeah, end of the episode releasing today, and coming into some of the later ones, just a real moment of Jordan turning around and, Hans, are we the baddies? Oh god, yeah, that's good stuff.
I've also liked the just the sheer we are not optimized.
Yeah,
I love that.
I mean,
we are
I
not
feel like
optimized,
Mary,
but we are fucking making it work.
Mary kind of accidentally is optimized. I think like the class mix isn't like it's particularly optimized at all.
Oh,
and
exactly.
then
Like,
Mary just as a character is like accidentally optimized with the Horde Breaker.
To me, it feels like we're pretty optimized for what each individual is. But
Yeah.
like Seth is absolutely optimized for who he is, but like within
the issue occurs when Seth is sweet talking someone and charming them, and Yuri punches the brains out of their skull.
Exactly. Like we are optimized individually, but not as a unit, and it's wonderful.
It's great.
It makes the story
then,
so more interesting.
There are those moments where suddenly everything is just perfect harmony, and it somehow works. Like that encounter on the way to the new city in chapter 2.
Yeah.
The one that you all got out of by being like, I'm going to create the sound of thunder whilst everyone does non-lethal scary attacks.
Or when we all just decide, nah, fuck that guy who's coming into the cave we're all in. And we just pulp the man's face. Like,
yeah. I was setting it up for some RP. You guys could have learned some very interesting stuff right at the start of the story, and instead you just went nuts.
yeah, we absolutely could have, but I don't think
There was
that
also-
was the mindset of anyone at that moment.
I think as well, what was really worrying me was at that point. I think what was really worrying me at that point was you were all dressed as Harbinger cultist people, and up until that moment, Jared had repeatedly floated the idea of just infiltrating the entire organization and throwing my entire story off the like tutorial rails. And I was so worried for a second that like this like mini boss leader was gonna come in. He was a mini boss, and you just ruined him. But like this mini boss was gonna walk in, and you were like, "Ah, yes, sorry, we did not hear the call. Let's go," and just leave with him. And it was gonna slowly turn into just like, okay, time to turn this into a cult campaign.
Didn't hear. Off we go then.
Yeah. It would have been interesting. I think there's definitely an alternate universe spin-off there. What if? What if the party had decided to become cultists?
The fun part of this whole of calling them cultists is that they're actively against the gods.
Yeah.
So,
But it's also the main reason I'm doing it is to show that there is a separation between these people that you keep encountering and the Harbingers as they exist as a group. As a whole, the Harbingers of Retribution aren't necessarily terrible people. There's just a war going on between three factions. One faction thinks the big problem is mortals. One faction thinks the big problem is the gods and how they influence mortals, and the fact that when they get into big fights, as is happening right now, the world pays for it. And one faction thinks, of course, the gods are never to blame. I think I've confused myself in three of them. Wait, one says it's mortals. Oh, one says it's mortals. That's the Heralds of Divinity. The gods aren't to blame, it's mortals. One says the gods are to blame and we should kill them all. And the Brotherhood of Justice, if I remember correctly, just because they've never come up so far, are the ones who are like, no, the gods are okay and the mortals are okay. It's chaos that's the problem. We need law and order. And they're just like the Brotherhood from Fallout. A new settlement has been marked on your map. Ooh, we have one from Foxy Rose. I'll throw this to you first. What's been your favourite time in the game so far? Even though it's kind of already been answered, but that was more like, what was your favourite bit of the story? What has been your favourite time in the game so far?
In game, I think the small yet very strong soft moments that we've had. Like, I can't remember what episode it's in, but when Yuri started asking Seth about like why he was so intent on getting to through pass. And like why that was important. I wanted Yuri to keep pushing. I was trying to like give him those little openings that he could wiggle his fingers into and tear into it, but like Yuri was polite, which Seth does appreciate. Jack.
Yuri just sees in like the top left of the screen, Seth liked that.
Exactly. Like, Jack wanted him to keep going, keep digging, but like he didn't, and Seth, the character, would appreciate that.
I feel like that's always a thing that happens, though. You're like, keep digging, but you know your character probably wouldn't like someone to keep probing.
Exactly. Like, Seth wouldn't want him to dig into it. He wouldn't care to open up. That's the thing. I think even at the point we are in session, I don't think Seth considers them his party. I don't think Seth really considers them a unit yet. He sees their use. He absolutely, and he does not mind traveling with them, but like he's got his own stuff going on right now.
Fair enough.
Which is why it was like, and we're gonna go shopping, and Seth's like, don't really care to do that.
I think what's been my favorite moment? Everyone's faces. So this is kind of out of game, so it kind of breaks the question, I guess. But everyone's faces at the end of the circle, when you reach the circle and Yuri got chokeslammed into the ground. And I was like, and we're going to end there. And everyone was like, no! Getting ready to, like, start a fight. And then also everyone's faces after the fight, which airs today. Everyone's faces after the fight, when the stuff that you know, like, I know you know what I'm talking about. The look on Jordan's face was priceless, but the look on everyone's faces, just the way certain things went down, has been amazing. In-game, I think, so far in terms of released podcast episodes, I've got too many, man. I mean, I think the, like, asking Dragon's End to hold a wake, especially even out of game as well, when it was like, we were still really getting comfortable with each other, and it was a bit like, how far are people going to push the RP? And then you guys were like, we're going to hold a wake, and some of us are going to say something, if that's cool with you, Lord Darkseeker. And I was like, I like where this is going. And it all ended up blossoming into this big thing. And even the characters who weren't directly involved in the wake, like Gunark and Ethan, still went off and had, like, their RP backstory developy stuff just by themselves. Gunark writing in his journal, and people are like, oh, okay, so Gunark has a journal that he keeps, and Ethan just kind of sat by himself watching the stars and stuff, and then Mary bringing the gang back together. And then in terms of episodes that haven't been released, I would definitely say the most recent Gunark escapade has been one of my favourite things ever. It was insane. Really good stuff.
He says as if he wasn't clearly mad while it was happening.
Oh, I was furious at the implications of it working, but then at the same time, it affects my world on such a large scale that I couldn't be mad. And it was so well done that I couldn't be mad.
Foxy, are you watching along with us? We can't actually tell.
I don't think so. I think she might just be in the Discord.
We do have 3 viewers right now.
Oh, nice. So it's possible then. Anything is possible if you believe hard enough.
Do I have a car now?
Yes.
Yes!
Hey, they're watching. Nice. More people.
Yay!
Does that show up on Restream? Yes, it does. Whoops.
So, should we start bringing up some of the more newsworthy things?
We can do.
Our what's to come.
Exclusive for Foxy. The only one who gets to hear about this.
I mean, they have their chance.
Yeah. It's alright. VODs are a thing. I'm pretty sure this gets saved to like YouTube archives, Twitch archives.
Were you
People
about to
will
say
see.
archives?
Yeah, I went a bit Sean Connery and was like Twitch archives. It'll be posted around tennis.
Alright, so
Oh, and Jordan. Jordan's here too. Hi, Jordan.
Okay, so we're waiting on newsworthy stuff until Jordan's here.
He says wait till I'm on. I thought I just read wait I'm on and was like, oh yes, we'll shout out him too.
Pleaser.
What's going down on Discord? I'm seeing notifications.
Nothing from Heroes and Theories.
Fitzberger, how dare you be active in the Discord channel and not on the live stream? I am furious. I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds.
As you do.
That was the quote I was looking for.
It's only maybe COVID.
Fireside questions. It's only the maybe COVID, not the definite COVID.
Ow, that one hurt.
Yeah, oh man, it was horrible. Like, recording the session in and of itself when I was coming down off COVID wasn't that bad. Sitting down the week after and being like, I don't remember anything about this session the next week was horrible. Because normally I can sit down and just be like, oh, I remember everything that happened and blag up an intro. It was I had no memory. I literally Gandalfed. I sat in there and went, I have no memory of this place. I was like, we're in this place, right?
My state is beginning to decline, so I'm going to go grab my comfort item. I will be right back. I can still hear everything.
Go for it. What have we got going on the other social medias? A meme of Shrek and Donkey laughing at Farquaad. Educational stuff with Mitch. Keep the questions coming, people.
This is
There's so many questions I want to answer. Amazing.
He is a comfort corgi. My wife bought him for me
I
yesterday
love that.
because I feel like crud.
Aww. It's a very cute corgi. I love corgis. I'm going to get a corgi and be a true Brit. It's actually a rule here in England. Everyone must own at least one corgi because the Queen does. So
Well, also,
every
however,
household must have a corgi or pay the corgi tax for not having a corgi.
Do you have a corgi license?
Well, that's the thing. So you don't need a license for a corgi, but if you don't have a corgi, you have to pay the corgi tax.
Okay. So the corgi
So-
itself is functionally the license.
Effectively, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't get government subsidized corgis. I would love that.
Government subsidized.
We just
Also,
have
like-
free healthcare.
Government health care, but no corgis. I mean, what's the point, really?
Yeah. we don't get government subsidized corgis, but we do have free healthcare, so that's still one up on America.
My favorite part about corgi mixes is the fact that if you mix a corgi with anything, it just looks like a corgi cosplaying that.
It's just a really compressed. Yeah. I just love that the Queen has or had, which is really sad because it died, but she had a corgi Dachshund mix. So it was like the most compressed dog you'll ever see. There's just like, it's like, you know, those major sports cars where they're just like super low riders. Just like the sports car of corgis.
Yeah. My thing. I love how
you have a corgi.
I love how you say Dachshund.
It's a Dachshund.
It's German. It's Dachshund.
It's a Dachshund. Oh man, there was a video I was watching this morning of this guy who just goes around like his hometown here in Englandness and just holds a microphone up to people and asks them general knowledge questions. And so he walks up to this girl and goes, "Who won World War II?" And she was like, America, no, England, Spain, Germany. Germany won World War II, and I was like, have I been speaking German this entire time? I'm fairly certain, and I might be wrong, but I'm fairly certain Germany didn't win the war. And I think there's a very good way I can tell they didn't, and it's the fact that I exist.
I mean, my favorite bit has always been the like people who were like, "Oh well, if Germany had won this place, they would have taken America." I'm like, I'm sorry, but America was so like across the board patriotic at this point. They would have taken dead Earth. Like we would have torn this country apart and burnt it to ashes before we let Germany have it. Like, well, we're gonna take. I
remember what
if Germany had like, even if they had come over and been like, well, we have a bigger force. It's like those 2 nukes that we would have dropped on Japan. We're dropping them on ourselves. You can't have it. Like, we would have.
If we can't have it, no one can.
Exactly what every terrible spoiled kid does when it's like you have to share, breaks the toy. Like, that's what we would have done. There's no way Germany would have taken America, and if they did, they would have taken a pile of ash. Like.
Oh, that's what it was that got me. So the first question he asks is, "Who's this?" And it's like to see what they do know and then what they don't. So it was Carly D'Amelio from TikTok, obviously a TikTok influencer. And then he holds up a picture of Abraham Lincoln and goes, "Who's that?" And she's like, I don't... Is it Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson, Abraham Lincoln.
Freed the slaves, popularized the moon.
There's another one later on where he held up a picture of Winston Churchill and went, "Oh my god, corgi."
That's Foxy Rose's
I love
corgi.
Corgis so much, man. I know. Oh, I love corgis so much. But yeah, later on, there's one where he holds up a picture of Winston Churchill and like, "Who is that?" And someone said it was, oh god, who did they say? Oh, they said Churchill was William Shakespeare.
Nailed it.
I mean, Churchill looks like a Shakespeare.
He
has that.
Should be that, but like
he has that Shakespearean look about him.
He's got a built-in ruffle. Churchill's name should be something that can only be repeated with like immense jowls.
Yeah. Churchill.
Like I can say Churchill without that. It should be something like, I don't know, Roxbury. Like I don't I'm just making up very British sounding words right now, so
yeah, that video made me lose faith in humanity. Someone said Spain is a continent.
You mean it's not?
Apparently.
Mitch, you said at the beginning of this stream that geography isn't your strong suit.
Don't do this to me. I never said it wasn't my strong. Well, it isn't my strong suit. I just don't like it. But yeah, they said in the video, he was like, "Name a continent," and she went, "Spain."
The other thing to note about those videos is like they're built to make people look dumb, A, and B, like it doesn't matter how smart you are if you just like walk up to someone and be like, "Hey, what is it?"
Oh, 100%. 100%.
You have that moment of like, ah.
I do empathize with some people where like he just whipped out a picture and went, "Who's this?" Because I wouldn't have been able to identify Rosa Parks from her picture. But when her friend went, she sat on the back of the bus, I would have been like, "Oh, right."
Yeah.
I couldn't have identified her by picture, personally.
So Foxy asks in the Discord, I don't know what's asked, so okay, how did you all come up with your voices for your characters and NPCs?
Would you like to start, as you only have one to account for?
That they know of.
12 p.m. Eastern Time.
In a couple hours here, they're gonna find out that that's not true.
Seth is a master of many voices.
I've also used more than one voice already.
Yeah.
But that's not like himself. They're just mimicking. So Seth came up. Since so much of their personality is like Gothic and Raven based, I was like, okay, so Southern Gothic is kind of the feel I'm getting from this, lush and dark. So I was playing with several different accents and voices, and finally this is the one that stuck. At one point he was going to be French, but when I learned that my DM was going to be English, I figured I should probably not be French. Because racism. And then he was going to be Spanish, but I can't do a great Spanish accent.
Oh man, Joshua can.
Oh,
Joshua, his Puss in Boots impression.
Yeah, his Puss in Boots is fantastic.
I'm pretty sure his backup character has a Puss in Boots voice, if I remember correctly. I guess my turn. So I think going in order of NPCs met. Who did we meet first? I'll say probably the announcer was just standard kind of British fantasy announcery voice. I can't remember Saran, that was his name. I'm a terrible person. Saran had just that like standard British announcery voice to cut through the loudener. Tank came from our one shot, but because he had such a small part right at the end, I was just like, I'm gonna go with my standard gnome voice, which for whatever reason everybody has decided that all gnomes are Irish, so just a nice soft accent for Tank. That's probably not the best Irish accent anyway, but I figured that was just the best for Tank, and if it's not the best, it just kind of helps push forward his personality a bit. And then of course, one of everyone's favourite NPCs, who's actually a halfling, but is nothing like the other halfling we know and love. I just wanted a voice that was monotone and boring and just abrasive as shit, so he could be a dick to people and it'd be funny. And that's where Booker came from. I kind of decided on the spot that he sounds like he smokes about 200 a day. And the kind of general accent is just kind of more whatever just came out of doing the voice when it happened at the time, and I ran with that. And everyone liked it. So I was quite pleased with that. you'll probably notice a theme that a lot of my higher up people all often tend to talk in fairly standard British fantasy important person voice. This is Jordan showing us the beach. And they all kind of follow a very similar thing, and I wanted Axial to kind of have aspects of that, but also at the same time give you the impression of someone who's probably not always doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing, and always definitely in a rush, and messing with his hair and his glasses and the journals strapped to his body, always looking for the next bit of research, and always running late because he's got so much to do.
And has popped 3
Milando.
Adderall in the last 3 hours.
Yeah. I think another favourite, in my opinion, I think he's just from the receptions I've seen. Milando, I just wanted to be such a subversion of like normal Goliath stuff. So I was like, he's a tailor, and he is super camp. And came out with Milando, which is great fun to do. And then that is my classic kobold voice, because everybody does a pretty similar kobold voice, and it always comes out like this. Lipnip's just kind of a normal one. The Lord of the Spheres is a bit lower because he's big and nice and important. And then Yak is just, he's a bit all over the place. He's just a cool dude. And doesn't really care about how he sounds or what's going on. So I just kind of let myself go a bit nuts with Yak's voice, if and when I ever do it. What other NPCs have we had that people have liked?
No, we haven't had him yet.
Yeah, but that's soon to come. But yeah, I suppose in general that's pretty much just my generic Scottish dwarven voice, which again I'll be the first to say my accents aren't particularly amazing. I wouldn't necessarily say they're anything particularly special, but this is how pretty much every single dwarf in any of my games will ever sound, because this is basically the extent of my Scottish accent.
In a way, it sounds a bit like Merlin from Kingsman.
Yeah.
Way to go, Eggsy!
And then, seeing as he's listening in now, I was saying earlier to Jack, at some point I want to throw in someone with a Liverpool accent, just because it'll completely blow Jordan's mind, hearing someone talk like this, because it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And I hate listening to it, but I know it'll be hilarious.
Jordan's fallen into the water.
Yeah.
You never heard from again.
I think the only other accents I do
So I'm on my
has
phone,
been
obviously.
I know.
So
Nice.
when it freezes, it's because I'm looking up a text message or whatever.
I just hear like rustling wind noises and it's like, well, Jordan fell into the
super
ocean.
overpowering.
No, you're okay. It's just when it's like
That's not
the
too
only
bad.
thing there. It's like, oh, and Jordan's gone. Jordan has been lost to the ocean, never to be seen or heard from again.
You know, those sea shanties, man, just made
Trying
me
to
want a
think.
life on the open sea.
Yeah, but you need a boat for that, bud.
What other accents?
Boat, smoke.
Have I done any other accents? I have a very limited repertoire. I'm not a voice actor. The only other one is one that kind of comes at the beginning of chapter 2, which is just bordering on not an okay accent to do,
Yeah.
but it's not like I'm doing it in a bad way, and it's also because it's mostly paying homage to a character I used and loved in a Descent into Avernus game on one of the very few times I've been able to be a player. And that was just in a little home game where whatever accent you do doesn't really matter as much as long as you're not being racist and being an arsehole, because no one likes that.
Oh, racists and assholes do.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a good one.
What's given you inspiration for character creation?
Side note before we answer that, you guys are also live streaming me with my first time ever being at the beach.
Ooh.
So
I've also never seen the ocean, so.
yeah. Well,
Foxy
here,
Rose,
here,
tell
here.
your
Ready?
friends.
Ready?
and-
Ready? Oh shit. Yep. There. There you go. There's the ocean.
Yay!
I feel like that's definitely more of a thing for America people than it is for like
Well, 'cause you
UK
live on
people,
a
because we
fucking
can just
island,
drive like
bitch.
2 hours and see the ocean.
Yeah. See, some of us.
Well, you're on an
think-
island too. It's just really big.
No, we're
We're
on a
all just
continent.
islands in the street.
That is
So,
what we
To
are.
answer Foxy's question we got on the Discord, character creation inspiration. Mine was basically, literally, I was like, one day I talking about the podcast with my wife about the audition and stuff. I'm like, I think it'd just be hilarious to have like a punk rock character, like a satyr or something. And then we talked more about it, and so my inspiration is kind of drawn from Steve-O from SLC Punk. Great movie. Steve-O is played by Matthew Lillard, hence why I always tag him in anything to do with Yuri. But it's
Day
like
47 of
Steve-O
asking
from
to be able
SLC
to use
Punk.
his speech.
That's Brennan Lee Mulligan. That's a totally different thing. So it's kind of like the style and stuff of Steve-O from SLC Punk with the kind of punk rock attitude of Billy Idol and the rock and roll chaoticness that is Motley Crue is basically kind of the three things I went going for.
Well, Yuri definitely
And
kickstarts
the
my
Motley
heart.
Crue aspect will possibly become, you guys will kind of see that lifestyle of Yuri now that we've met some people in his life in episodes not yet aired.
It's true. What about Seth?
So as I've said, it was a lot of Inara from Firefly, because I love that show. And I was like,
I really
okay,
can't
but
wait
like,
for season 2.
oh, shut up. It's actually probably happening because Disney owns it now, and they're looking at bringing it back for Disney Plus. So
They closed it so good with the movie, they don't need to.
they've continued it with the comics.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because the movie wasn't the finisher at all.
Well, yeah.
There was a lot of story left. But anyway. So yeah, it was a lot of Inara and that whole idea of there's not a lot of sex worker stories that aren't I'm in this role in life because of desperation, or I was kidnapped and forced to be, and I just decided it was okay, what if there was a person who had a thing that it was but I'm really good at this job, like a shapeshifter who realized yeah, I could be a spy or an assassin or something, but I could also just hang out in bars and make a ton of money being hot. And so Seth kind of...
And I don't have a
that.
character.
Seth came out
You're
of that
all
and
the
just that
characters, though, Mitch.
Exactly.
idea.
Mine, I just kind of look at where the story's going. The kobolds, I just always want kobolds in at some point. There has to be kobolds at some point in my stories. And I have my vague skeleton plot. And I know all the big players, like the major players for my plot. And I'm filling in some extras now. Most of them just turn up in the session. And that's where I get the inspiration from. They go, hey, is there an armor shop nearby? And I'm like, yes, there is. And it's big. And it's run by muscly human 42. And this is what he sounds like. But then in the city that you guys have just got to, some of them do have a bit more of a fleshed out backstory, which is quite nice to have every now and again, including the owner of a certain tavern.
Well, so like, what was your
And-
inspiration for like Tank though?
For Tank, I don't know. I was writing the one shot, and I was like, okay, I'll link it into the gnome throwing in the first episode. And what's a gnome name? Tank Bramble Drop. And then when I was writing up the first episode, I was like, why don't we keep it rolling over from the one shot? Why is he in the gnome throwing competition? Kinda like Seth. He's just good at it. He's just good at being thrown. And he knows it.
Super
And he's totally
aerodynamic.
digging the celebrity life. And that's Tank. He's just a bit of a strange one, and he's good fun. He gets very heavily into whatever he's doing, hence right at the end of the invasion opening the door of the Dragon's Blood Inn and him just flying out with like a brain covered flail. And a lot of people inside missing their kneecaps. I feel like that's become a bit of a theme in a lot of my NPCs, is kneecapping them so that you can kill them, because a lot of my NPCs have just ended up being small people. Which is why Yip Nip says if it has knees, he can kill it. I'm going to have to hop off myself, but I will continue to stick around in chat and listen in, so I will be here listening. But I'll see you
buddy.
guys.
All right.
And I'm hoping it doesn't all fall apart when I click leave meeting.
I've got-
Assign a new
Yeah.
host. I can. Assign Jack as new host.
I am now the host. So,
Supposed to talk about the new stuff now.
yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to talk about network and things like that?
Yeah. So let's talk about the new schedule going forward, if anything, first.
Yes.
So for those of you watching, so whopping, I think we're up to like 5 people, 2 on YouTube, and however many on Twitch. I don't know.
We've got
so
2 on YouTube
starting-
and 1 on Twitch.
Oh well. So going forward, probably starting towards the end of February, once Mitch is done with his practice exam, we will start streaming every other Saturday morning. We will be streaming our Curse of Strahd campaign on the regular. Still doing normal every week releases of Immortals. So that's the first big change going forward, which I'm super excited about.
Oh, absolutely.
I've been craving to play Duke a lot more to see what sort of campiness we can get into, especially with Jared and drums and whatnot.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to watch Duke and Dude yet.
How dare you? You are slacking as a member of this podcast.
I absolutely am. I admit it. Well, if my test comes back as COVID positive, I won't be leaving, so
Yeah.
I'll have time to do
Well,
stuff.
Fingers definitely crossed for you, man.
And then also, in the spirit of adding more content to ourselves, hello, Tractor.
It's the beach tractor.
We are looking at kind of building towards creating the practical podcasting network in way of we're adding a few more show concepts to our roster.
Yeah, because we have technically right now we have 2 campaigns, possibly a third. First session of that campaign will actually be next week. And like I said, I'm going to record like 3 of them, 4 sessions to have you guys watch, and we'll go from there. And whatnot. And then what are we thinking? 2 like talk showy discussion shows?
Yeah, we've got 2. I've been calling it D&D adjacent shows, where they're not going to be actual play. We're not going to be playing the game itself in the show. It's going to be topics based around D&D. So you have different ways of talking that way. I don't want to say too much about one of the others, but one of them I am show running. It's tentatively called Monster Mash right now, and it's going to be like Deadliest Warrior, but for Dungeons and Dragons monsters. I'm hopefully looking at getting me and Josh hosting it with one New Blood host. And then, but if that doesn't work out, maybe we might do something else. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
It's still in the works.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one too. Too bad there's not like a program like the Deadliest Warriors use that like can just run the simulation for your show like so many times.
I mean, technically there is. There's Cobalt Fight Club. That like that's what I wanted to call it, but like because that exists, I can't call it that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And I mean, technically, we also may have a 4th campaign if we ever do the Tomb of Annihilation.
True.
Like we were talking about, which I think that one will definitely be a more sporadic one. I like the idea that Mary is the DM for the cast, for the character. Yeah. So it's like whenever we have downtime, we'll release a little special episode. During the downtime, the cast played this game.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea of me role-playing as Yuri, role-playing as another character. Especially since that other character is like a fucking dread pirate.
We did something like that with the like character role-playing character. It hasn't aired yet because there hasn't been a good spot for it to air. But Mitch and Josh and I did a one-shot little thing of a system that I built. It's a single D6 system that's built for like murder mysteries. And so we did a little murder mystery there, and it is revealing of some backstory and is it's some pretty intense stuff. And when that backstory gets revealed in the proper story, that's when we'll probably air that.
Makes sense.
As kind of a like lead-in sort of thing.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So Mitch just posted a good question, which is what made me pick a quasi using the one of the optional background features in the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount book, and what the thing is it uses the Wildmount backstory table they have, like fate tables or whatever they have. I forgot the exact table. But the thing is, you had a vision or interaction with a deity that caused you to have, when you awoke, you basically had a familiar. But it's a quasi. No matter how many times you cast the Find Familiar spell, it's always a quasi. And so I kind of what made me choose it was just kind of talking to Mitch about what the deal with Yuri and the deal or connection to the deity that we learned more about the connection, literally at the end of this episode and so on. was it just kind of made sense that maybe
Oh, he fell into the ocean. Lost forever, never to be seen again.
Yuri's mind got kind of fucked earlier itself. That even just talked about. We haven't solidified anything yet, so it'll be really interesting to see where that goes. And I think it just fits Yuri to have like a demon on his shoulders.
I mean, yeah. That absolutely.
Granted,
or hanging from his horn.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to. I know part of it was I wanted to make Yuri as memorable as possible. So, shout out to Matt Mercer, who's not watching, for writing an awesome source book.
Turns out, of the 3 people watching,
how fucking trippy would that be? I would probably die. I would probably die.
My goal in all of this is to get to the point where Crap Guide to D&D got to, where he got to, in animation, slap the scrolls out of Matthew Mercer's hands and say, "Nobody cares, Matt Mercer!"
My goal is literally just to have like a one-shot session with Matthew Lillard. That's my goal. Success. I would be like, okay, I'm done. I win at D&D.
Cool, we're done. We can quit.
Yeah. But sorry, I'm looking at all the little shells on the beach, so if I'm distracted, that's why.
So my co-host here is a child. Yay, I'm on the beach.
Hey, first time for everything.
I mean, yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. Just facts.
I'm also just checking any other sort of questions that popped up or whatever.
None have yet. I'm curious to know what would be like end game conditions for Yuri. Like what would
like what do you mean?
What would have to happen for Yuri to happily just be like, okay, I'm done, and just settle in wherever?
Well, it kind of. I'm trying to figure out if I can give them away. Yeah, I can give away Yuri's goal. Well, I can give away one of them because we haven't really explored the second aspect of Yuri so much. Which I think if in the newer episodes we're about to meet that one Minotaur tribe clan, I think a lot of Yuri backstory is about to be out in the open, so that's going to be really interesting. But anyway, so like one of the goals I gave Mitch for my character is to honestly play a essentially sold out show in Prometheus with his band, not with Billion the Ghost who toured with. Basically, so part of Yuri's backstory that I'm kind of hinted on is that he followed around this band for a year before finally becoming part of the band. Very much like that movie with Mark Wahlberg, Rockstar, where he's a fan of the band and like he becomes the lead singer of the band. So Yuri's basically followed them around, played with them for years, and now he's wanting to strike on them out on his own, which is essentially how he makes this deal with the deity. That you guys will find out more in literally the next 3 episodes. So like that's his main goal, is to perform a sold out show with his band in Prometheus. Which because it also ties into what was happening to Yuri right before Dragon's End, because he was on an airship on his way to Prometheus to perform with Billion Ghosts.
Right. So
eventually, everybody in the adventuring party will be in the band, even if they don't know they're in the band. like Yuri legit has everyone's roles pretty much figured out at this point. Like Mary, she's the front man. She plays the drums, and she's the face of the band, honestly. Yuri, he's the lute player. Seth is definitely vocalist. not necessarily lead, but probably backup. Don't know yet. Gunark, he's combination like well, Ethan is definitely security,
Security.
and Gunark is probably either a roadie, just because he's 7 foot tall, or he's gonna be like the keyboard player, whatever that role is in Eros. With that instrument, that will be Gunark.
The manager. Like I can see Gunnar being the manager.
That yeah. Actually, it probably would be that. Now that you mention it, I can't wait to role play with Jared about Gunark in the band and stuff. Because Mary, Lizzie and Mary were like, oh yeah, totally, we're sold. So, and also, I cannot wait to try and pull off the prank Yuri has planned to get back at Gunark. They are going to be so good. Oh, I'm so excited. Now, if the Holy War gets prevented, that is possibly happening or not. Not to spoil anything. It'll be nice to have downtime so you can just fuck with Gunark and praise.
I gotta say, it's really interesting playing a character that like sees what's happening, and like obviously like this is big and has massive implications. But also the character, like Seth, doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like for Yuri, for me, I've had a real challenge with Yuri. As a player, obviously this is the main storyline. This is what kind of the story we need to sort of tell you. It's kind of what we have because I'm from the mindset like as a player wise, I know we need to work on this particular story. I want to explore it myself. I don't want to derail from my own personal stuff. So I've had a challenge with making Yuri, even though he has got we have gone with all this stuff, that Yuri, even though he's going along with it, he hasn't been super connected to it in a way to where, like, if the group honestly voted to say, you know what, let's not go down this path anymore, Yuri's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Nothing's happened enough to where this particular storyline we're going down is Yuri's catch-all, end-all storyline.
Like, so far, it's mostly been that, like, Mitch has done an amazing job of, like, tying in stuff that Seth does care about.
Yeah.
In order to, like, so, like, it's... He doesn't care about the wider implications of things that are happening, but like they had Tino, so I have to go get Tino.
Yeah.
Like if this prevents the world ending in the process, cool. But like
yeah.
That's not what I'm here for.
Exactly. And that's essentially kind of where it is. I can see with the session we just recorded, and the stuff, like I said, we learned about the armed forces that were hired to protect the city, which I feel like, sorry, Mitch, if that's a little spoilery, I don't think it really is. But that particular security force really ties heavily into Yuri's backstory and who Yuri is as a character. So I think this particular moment, like how you guys said with all of Gunark's shenanigans, it may not be explored. I mean, I think it will be still, but I think these next few sessions, which are going to be like episodes far ahead, will really give the cast as well as the characters a big insight to who Yuri is. Because even though Yuri's been pretty open about like, oh, this is me, this is where I'm from. There's still a lot, and I think with everyone, there's still a lot of stuff they're holding close to the chest.
Oh, absolutely. And with Seth, to me, it just feels like no one's asked the right question.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to answer the question, especially because certain things he doesn't understand as wrong.
Yeah.
But like no one's bothered to ask the right question, so he's just not given that answer.
Yeah.
And thank you, Foxy Rose. I much appreciate that. It is a voice I have worked very hard on. And I'm glad to have made you cry. It's always a goal to make someone cry in a performance. It literally is.
Was it? The crisis was so bad. Just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
But someone cried, and that's all that matters.
Right. Do you know how hard it is for my lizard brain not to pick up some of that seaweed and just munch on it?
I dare you. I dare you.
Yeah, no, I don't hate myself. So it happen. I tell you what, if we got like 10 viewers, that's how little, you know, that's the low end of the goal right now. If we get 10 viewers total, I will bite a piece of seaweed that's on the beach. Oh.
It's just like sushi, but without the sushi.
Yeah, and see, I like sushi.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
well, and what's so
that wasn't
totally
a thing to turn you off from it. That was just
right. Like, what's kind of been nice though.
We will bite them on the beaches.
So what's been so here's a question for you yourself. Since the campaigns began, have you done more exploration into who Seth is as a character, or from the beginning were you pretty set with what you come up with?
So Mitch can attest to this. Oh boy, I've done a lot of exploration. Back when I was still doing the bread run thing, I used to like monologue while I was doing it.
Yeah.
As a way of getting through that bread run, because it was awful and I hated it so much. But like, it also helped me shore up on the backstory and how Seth would react to things and all of that kind of thing. They became a lot more real over time, over the first few sessions of understanding things. Is like a reaction would happen in character. I'd be in character and someone would say something and Seth would just do something back. And it was like, okay, but why? I need a reason for that. And I would back up and start trying to understand more about like what happened and who they are as a person.
Yeah, for me, I basically had an idea of who Yuri was, or at least on the surface. You know, like he's a fucking rock and roll lifestyle. You know, he's here for a good time, not for a long time. You know, he's here to fuck, fight, and you know, make music. Basically, it was kind of like the three tenets of Yuri at the beginning. But especially honestly, last night while I was on night shift out here, I decided to do, I don't know if you brought up this writing prompt challenge that I'm doing for myself, the D&D world that I bought. And one of the first prompts was a random act of kindness saved your life for someone else. What was that act of kindness? And so any of those prompts that were asked, like my point of view, is all going to be from Yuri. And yeah, the prompt and what I've decided to go with it has definitely unknowingly gave me a pretty big insight into Yuri. I'm super excited to incorporate this billion goats and everything.
For sure. So we've got 2 viewers on both platforms. I think now would be good a time as any to announce.
Not biting seaweed till we get more.
No. I'm not saying you bite the seaweed yet. What I'm saying is we could post the real fun thing that viewers can do to help us build our show and make our content even better.
Are you talking about the practical friends thing?
Well, no. Well, yeah, I mean, always that. But the thing I've been working on putting together.
Yeah, totally. Well, so first of all, for those of you who are watching and don't know what Practical Friends is, if you leave us a review on iTunes and take a picture of it, tag us in it on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, and use the hashtag Practical Friends, we will see that, and you will become a NPC in the world of Aerox. Same with if you're on Twitter, you can just tweet us about the show, or if you like our social media feeds, and those I manage those, we'll see it and we'll make different things like that. But the other thing, totally. I think we can announce it now.
All right, so I'm about to drop it in our Discord here, but over the last, I think I've been working on it for about a month now. I've been putting together a Patreon for us. It is now in the Discord. Got some really cool stuff showing up that'll be showing up once a month there. And like the levels aren't really that big. Like at most you'd pay as much as you would for like a family level. Well, it's for a full year of family level Nintendo, but like for a month per month, like it's not. None of the levels are that much.
Well, and I think what's nice is we set the levels to where, like, everything one for one that goes directly back into the show.
Exactly.
Trying to get us all better recording equipment is the primary goal.
Yeah.
Then being able to afford the occasional outside help on like sound editing, things of that matter, to where Mitch doesn't have to do it all.
Exactly.
Is what's nice. But I like that the levels are honestly $3 is the lowest level, right?
Yep, $3 is your lowest level. Gets you our undying gratitude. Gets your name on a list that every month 10 people from that list are going to be thanked in the description of the episodes, and then the first 3 people to hit on that level get, well, really the first 3 patrons at all are going to be verbally thanked in the episodes, like from there on out, just because like it's a really big deal.
And truthfully, I think with Patreon, it should be the first 3 people for each level instantly become an NPC.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that'd be great, even if it's just in passing.
Honestly, I think we can probably just take the names from the. I think if you become a patron, we'll get your name on our I know a guy list, so that we can use so that you will show up somewhere probably. As NPCs come up that we need names for, we'll have names. There you go. That's a secret unlisted perk of becoming a patron, because I didn't put that in there. I just thought of it.
World exclusive.
Yeah, it's super. It'd be a super big help. Everything's going back to the show itself, at least for now. I mean, we're aware we're not to quit our jobs club yet.
Oh yeah, and truthfully, if that never happens, it never happens, and I'm okay with that. It'd be awesome, but it's okay.
Yeah, I would love to get there, but if I don't get there, hey, I get to create this no matter what. So
exactly, it doesn't cost me anything to help create this all.
Yeah.
And then so that's the basic one, and then the next, some of the stuff in it I think we can talk about is, so the level above villager is guard, right?
Yes, that's town
Yeah,
guard.
so town guard is the next level up, and beside our undying gratitude, you will also get the opportunity to have a voicemail recording, a text notification recording, or a ringtone recording of whatever cast member is on rotation that month. So 1 month it may be Yuri, 1 month it may be Mary, 1 month it may be Ethan, 1 month it may be Mitch himself. And yeah, so you could easily have, Yuri say something like, "Oh, I'm not here right now, so you know what to do after the beat. But don't make it too long. They're a busy person. That's why they did the thing through your call." I think would make a great voicemail message.
So you can get your new favorite character saying all kinds of weird stuff.
Right?
A new question came in from Dungeon Master Gaming on Discord.
Oh.
That's just Mitch. For everyone who doesn't know, it's just Mitch.
No, it's so many people on the Discord. They need to join our Discord, okay?
I think we can all tell who Yuri's is, but who's Seth's favorite member of the party? It's kind of a toss-up between Gunark and Ethan. Seth sees a lot of potential for being a very, very good companion in Gunark. When a chance arises, he's absolutely going to be presenting this business opportunity to Gunark. But Ethan, there's just a je ne sais quoi of edginess and quietness that Seth enjoys.
Yeah. So to answer the question, because you know what happens when you assume things, Mitch, since I know you're listening, is you make an ass out of yourself. So I would think Yuri's favorite character is probably exactly what he assumed.
I'd pay for a night with Elliot.
It's did someone just type that? I would pay for
Mitch
a night
did.
with Elliot. Yeah, no, I only if it's the creepy voice. That's it. Creepy voice alien, all my money.
The creepy voice of the ugly stay on.
I want creepy voice alien to Dom, because it can't be a sub. It can't be creepy alien sub. It has to be Dom creepy alien. Oh god, I really hope Jared's listening right now to this.
Oh yes, Daddy.
Oh god. So Yuri, I would think, obviously Mary for one, just because him and Mary just are like always in the hilarity together. But I think honestly, Yuri's favorite person in the group right now is honestly Gunnar, despite the little mishap we've had in the couple sessions after the in-character mishap, I should say. I think he sees not necessarily a lot of himself, but a lot of interesting ways him and Gunnar can help each other out, just how we're unintentionally nurturing. So I definitely think Yuri identifies with and is super close to
Gunnar. So our next, after the ringtones level, the town guard, we have captain of the guard. And that's going to get you some behind the scenes content. So we're going to be going back through our log of editing and everything, and taking the stuff that we pulled out that we found was just us goofing around and making stupid jokes, or and stuff like that. And you'll get some of those bloopers and the us messing around. Maybe a 10-minute supercut of us coughing. Because apparently that gets cut out a lot.
Oh, I believe that.
Stuff like that.
What? Oh, here's great. What so far has been your favorite thing to discover in the world? Not necessarily story-wise or anything like that. Could be a piece of lore or something.
Spoilers though.
Up to episode 25, which releases in half an hour, by the way.
Ow. I think I like the quasi harmonious relationship between the Kobold Cave and Through Pass has been pretty great. Like learning that it's just that they've always been like this is just wonderful to me. Jordan fell into the ocean again. What has been the funniest scene in your guys' opinion that has happened to the group or to an individual? Yep, we've lost Jordan. The ocean has swallowed him whole. Global warming has finally gotten the better of us and is taking over California. So, funniest scene, in my opinion, at the moment that's been released has to be the do you guys feel that? Oh, I think we're all growing closer as friends. That one was absolutely great. That hasn't quite been released. No context. Spoiler here is how friendship, motherfucker. That kills me every time. I listened to today's episode like 3 times now. So it's pretty great. Or you were swallowed by the ocean, Jordan. We all know it's okay. You can admit that you are coming to us live from under the sea. Under the sea. It is genuinely strange being alone here. Favorite item you guys have found or have been given in the game? That one's a hard one. I really like my Fey torch. I haven't gotten to use it all that much yet, but it's pretty cool. Also, of course, the Sovereign Glue, because it messes with Mitch so much. And I love watching his exasperated face as Yuri does exactly what you're going to do with Sovereign Glue. Mitch says, I think the funniest moment was watching the look on everyone's faces when a kobold snuck around the corner holding a strange, bizarre, creepily constructed blunderbuss and shouted, "Here comes the boom!" Yeah, that was... So we also have a level coming up, or a level on the Patreon that gets you full sessions and early access. So if you don't already have the early access, you can get it for $15 a month. Plus, you'll get the full session once the last episode airs. So you can listen to it all the way through. It's like usually like 3 episodes per session, somewhere in that range. But you'd get to listen all the way through to that, and you'd get a like a peek at what it's like to play this game with us, and what kind of ridiculousness we get up to that you don't get to see. And then $20 a month, you get the full sessions a week earlier. So you'd get access to an episode to the end of the session a week before that episode actually airs. And for $25 a month, you also get special character readings. So this is actually a really cool one. We're very excited about it. Each month, the same character that is getting the like the ringtone, for $25 a month, you get a reading of a book. Like we're still working out exactly what book each character is going to be reading. But for Seth, for instance, he's going to be reading the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. So in character voice, Seth will read you like The Raven for $25 a month. It's pretty cool. You should do it. You should check it out, and you should help the show. My favorite Seth moment so far has been probably either the wake or what happened during the end of the fight from today's episode.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sweet. Okay. So I'm back in the car. Yes, the beach is not a good cell phone service having area.
I mean, that makes sense.
So I will just be on audio as I head back to the hotel.
All right. I have a crown now.
I like it. To answer Foxy's question on the Discord, easily, hands down, in case no one noticed, the glue is my absolute favorite thing I've ever been given. And Mitch, you will rue the day you gave it to me. You just don't know it yet.
I think he already does.
Oh, just wait. The things I have brewing in my head for how to just fucking ruin his day are compiling by the thousands.
Foxy Rose asks, what is your favorite NPC?
Oh, man. There's been so many good ones.
It really has.
I mean, obviously, Tank is up there in the top 5.
Oh, of course. If he wasn't, I'd be worried.
Oh, there's an Ed in the road, aka a crow or a raven.
Oh. If it's absolutely freaking massive, it's a raven. Ravens are huge, and you
got about taken out by a fucking truck.
Ravens are huge, and you don't expect them to be. Like you drive by one, you're like, oh, a crow. Oh God! As you realize it's a raven because it's like, they're massive.
Oh yeah, I believe it. I honestly want a raven so bad.
Same. I'm gonna name it Quoth.
So favorite NPC, definitely Tank is up there. Honestly, I think Booker's my favorite.
Yeah.
Speaking of Booker, don't forget, just send us a direct message on any of our social medias with how many times our group interacts with Booker, and the awesome prize package from deadmyth.com can be yours.
Also, it's not just Dead Myth. We've been kind of falling behind on that. It's also Uncle Kurt's shop. The shot glass and the mug are from my dad, who does fantastic woodworking. Like, this is a smaller example of the mug you'll be getting. Like, it is perfectly drinkable. They're wonderful. You can find him on Facebook, Uncle Kurt's Shop, for all your fun woodworking needs.
Oh, sorry for the yawn. What about your favorite NPC wise?
Favorite NPC? It's hard because it's one that doesn't exist yet. I think the Tortle brothers have been pretty great.
I'm
They're
really
pretty high up
upset
there.
that Mitch didn't tell us that he didn't really go into too much detail what they look like, but I feel that each one of them has either like one's orange colored clothes, one's purple colored clothes, and their first brother died when they were younger. Yeah, no, the turtles were pretty cool to interact with, though, for sure.
Terry Tolentino. And Jordan, what's your favorite Yuri moment so far?
Oh shit. Fuck. Honestly, my favorite moment I can't talk about yet because it just happened. I would say though, up to the point. Actually, you know what? I take that back. My favorite Yuri moment is literally this episode that's about to release.
Yeah, the finale is pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, just the entire fight scene and Yuri and being quintessential Yuri with everything is definitely my favorite.
I can dig it.
What is Seth's favorite moment?
My Seth moment was I'd said either the wake or moments in what is to come here in 20 minutes.
Fair. See, I wasn't, when it comes to the wake, like speaking on obviously behalf of Yuri, I was not super impressed with myself and the wake. Like, I don't know, just the monologue that I did, obviously I didn't write any of it down because notes, writing, preparing, what's that shit? It's all improv off the hip. So
I have the speech that I gave written down on some note cards. I don't know where I put it though. I think it's in the bedroom.
Yeah. So for me, that's kind of where I feel the wake was lower end on my favorite moments. Like, I still liked going back and listening, hearing what Yuri said. I still definitely enjoyed it. But I know if I would have planned it, I could have made it a little bit better and a little bit more punchier. But I kind of like that Yuri also didn't have anything really prepared. Because that's also when I was trying to figure out this biker ahead of me is so pissed off right now. Like, bicyclist, I should say. But anyway, not the point. Because definitely with the wake episode, I was still trying to figure out how far into the cleric thing Yuri is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is he actually gonna kind of have some cleric-y duties, or is it all just a masquerade? Because, you know, I think by now everyone's kind of put it together that Yuri, audience-wise too, and if not, you should have figured it out by now, because I gave it like basically away in the Tent Trouble episode that Yuri's also a warlock. So
I don't know. I think you gave it away by saying I am a was it Death Domain cleric on the surface?
Yeah. Well, maybe he was a barbarian too. You know, who knows?
Oh yes, the barbarian that learned Eldritch Blast.
Maybe.
Several times.
Actually, he doesn't have that anymore. But anyway, so yeah, I was trying to figure out, how much of a cleric role to actually do. So I think it works really well with the Wake looking back at it now. And I think moving forward, I'm definitely going to have Yuri play into that more of a mysterious, not mysterious, but like masquerading vibe. And as we get to more populated areas of Eroth where like the elves are more in control, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the gigantic emblem on Yuri's chest goes over,
Right. I'm very curious to see, like, because we started out in a very sort of cut off area.
Yeah.
So I'm very intrigued to see how it's going to play out, getting into more places where like certain things that just get kind of passed off on the Isles
Yeah.
will
Well,
get
like the
taken.
yeah, like the permits and licenses for magic themselves.
Exactly, like that, and how Seth talks about his past and stuff like that. Like, I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. So, and definitely going forward, and I think I've told Mitch this, Yuri will never purposely get a license for magic. He has no intention of it. So that.
What? It's not like it's natural.
Yeah, but like in the world of Eros, it doesn't matter if it's natural or not.
What do you find most intriguing about Eroth?
Oh, let's drop some link streams. Oh, never mind. He already got it. Good job, Mitch. Favorite thing about Eros? Truthfully, for me, it's stuff we haven't got to even in the campaign yet. For me, it's just with how much I dove in with Mitch to create Wildthorn and all this culture and history about Wildthorn and the Minotaurs or Minotaurs, however you want to say it. I know you're listening, Mitch.
Minotaur.
Just all that lore and backstory and world building Mitch and I did about Faltise and Wildthorn is, to me, my favorite part. And, hopefully at some point the party goes there.
For sure.
Because, like, I have this whole envision thing of what any city in Faltise looks like. Which is, like, some of it where the jungle is really thick. And it may not at all look like this, by the way. I'm putting that out there now. It could possibly not look like this. There's parts where it's super thick, heavy jungle. It's actually all the village lives up in the trees. I just kind of like that idea of, like, it's such a thick, dense jungle on Faltise that they just made the town into the trees.
Yep. I hear Mitch scribbling things down.
For sure.
I am personally intrigued by the whole like political structure of everything.
Oh yeah.
Like there's clear colonial imperialism going on.
Well, of course, it was written by an imperialist. What do you expect?
I mean, yeah, but like it's clearly there, and it's clearly not like the kind of imperialism in a lot of fantasy where it's like, well, this is the empire and everyone loves the empire, kind of thing. Like we've met people who are clearly not okay with it.
Yeah,
and
well,
so
I mean, like, Yuri himself.
Exactly, Yuri and Gunnar both are just like they're clearly not okay with this, and I am very interested to get to those areas and see like what it's actually like.
Oh yeah.
Like, because Mitch is a good writer. I want to know like what makes things good that that the Empire holds up. Like it's one of those that like I don't like, as much as I love Star Wars, I don't think Star Wars explained it well enough.
Yeah.
That like if the Empire is as bad as the Rebel Alliance says, why isn't everyone in the Rebel Alliance? Like, there has to be something that the Empire is providing that make people want to stay with them. And I'm sorry, fear of the Empire is not a good enough reason, because eventually people will be like, well, I'm going to die either way, and they'll go for it. Like, I might as well try to be free.
Yeah, well, my counterpoint, at least on the Star Wars front, I'll go down a small tangent here, is I agree with you. Like, they didn't really show a good point of, like, why isn't everybody in the Empire? But it's, at least on the Star Wars front, it was written from the perspective of, because, I mean, and George Lucas even openly admits it was his version and his way of commenting on the whole Vietnam thing.
Yeah. And, like, I get that. It's just one of those where it's like, there's not, but even then, like, America is providing some amount of security and the good life that keeps people rooting for it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So it's just one of those, like, in writing, you have to show why there isn't just an outright and open constant rebellion.
Yeah.
Like, because it can be bad for some people. Of course.
Well, and who knows, there might be, and we just haven't discovered it yet. Because, like, I'm super intrigued.
That's because there probably is, as far as I can imagine.
There's no war in Thistlewood.
But I want to know, like, what's being provided that it's not just every citizen is now against this Empire concept. Like, that's really intriguing to me.
Yeah, no, I'm not, even because it ties into Yuri's own development from a young age or backstory at all. I am so intrigued to eventually make it to Thistlewood, literally just for Gunark's story.
Yes.
Truthfully, Gunark's story to me, and just how phenomenal of an actor and voice actor Jared is, and how well he's developed the character already. From day one, when he first dropped the creepy Alien Carror voice, I was hooked. I'm like, I want to know every possible layer that this fucking character has. And then we had the episode, where Gunark goes into detail about, like, look, when I am that elf, Gunark does not exist, cannot exist for the sake of my own family, and all this other stuff. Like, truthfully, he is probably the one I am most excited learning about.
Oh, yeah.
At least right now, because for all I know, Mary, we haven't learned anything up to this point about Mary.
Yeah, we really haven't.
Even in the future sessions that haven't aired yet, we haven't yet, and that's kind of what my focus as a player, but also Yuri in general, has been lately. Is like, I know all this shit about Gunark, I know all this shit about Ethan, and I'm slowly getting to know stuff about Seth. Mary, time to spill the beans. And I really want to talk about that conversation we had last session, because it was just so funny. And I know it's not actually true, but the fact that it happened in character was amazing. But I digress. I can't. And that's okay.
So Foxy Rose wants to know, what has been the most difficult part with the podcast, like technical, scheduling, and so on? Also, on the other side of the question, what has been the best parts with the podcast? Mitch's response was, God damn all the editing. And my favorite part, whilst not technical, is honestly getting to know these awesome people.
Agreed. I wholeheartedly agree there. For me, the most difficult thing is not being able to help out Mitch more with the editing, which, I mean, part of that's I need to set, it takes setting down and practicing and learning. But I mean, all of this, like, we got full-time jobs right now. So, like, that's unfortunately, Mitch, it's on the lower end of my totem pole, or I should say higher on the totem pole, since the lower part of the totem pole is the most important. But it is eventually, I do want to be able to help with editing and whatnot, just to share the workload. And hopefully in the near future, that'll happen once I'm back on a more set schedule and whatnot. So, but best part has definitely been getting to know you guys and having this essentially world. I say worldwide, even though we're only in one other country as a cast. So, but it qualifies. We are an international cast. It only takes one. Thank you, Mitch. Just getting to know these people that, I never in my life would have ever met before, I think
I'd
it's
say
been awesome.
the difficulty has been scheduling for me, just
Yeah.
trying to ensure that I am and can be working, but also making this content. The best part has been, getting to know everybody and like meeting friends that I otherwise wouldn't have, even though somehow I knew Jordan already.
Well, it's not that we really knew each other. We were like connected by one degree of separation.
But I had met you prior, so there's that.
Did we?
We had a real like in passing conversation at Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Okay. I talk to everyone in lobbies. It's kind of a thing.
Well, did you also? I feel like did you audition for? Oh, fuck! What was the name of the show? It was a community theater show.
At Dakota Stage.
Yeah. The one about the dude who teaches tango to the old lady.
Who was the director?
I could not remember for the life of me.
Was it a woman? Short?
Yeah, probably.
If it was her, no, I did not. Because the one I'm thinking of, that's my ex, and she was abusive and bad. So
she was an older woman, so I don't think it was her.
So then okay. I probably didn't. I don't think I auditioned for any Dakota Stage shows after coming back from Moorhead.
Okay.
That Rosencrantz and Guildenstern was the first show I did after dropping out of college.
Gotcha.
And then after that one, the only other show I did was No Backseat Drivers, but that was at the Heritage Center, which I'm not a fan of that work, and I hear that they play it on a loop at the Heritage Center, and I hate that. I don't want my name for that. I don't want people to know me for that.
Right.
But I had almost definitely talked to you because I talk to everyone in lobbies because connections.
Right.
That, and usually when I come out into a lobby, I'm on that like, I just performed kind of high. Right. So
oh yeah, no, I agree.
I just need to talk to people in order to get off of that. But so obviously like getting to know people that I otherwise wouldn't have ever met really is great. And then on top of it, like I've always wanted to do something like this. So now I get to.
Yeah.
That's
real
awesome.
Facts. This has never, up to like until we started it, has never been on my radar, ever. Like I mean, voice act, because I acted in high school and a little bit after in college and whatnot. So like, voice acting always did intrigue me because I'm like, oh, it'd be cool to be a cartoon character, but I never took steps to like get a reel going or made plans for it or anything like that, because acting has been and still is very much a hobby and a passion I have. And it just so happens I'm having a blast doing this, and it doesn't feel like work yet. I think whenever this begins to feel like work, I will have like a moment of like, okay, I need to step back, relax, share the burden with some people here. But no, so
see, the difference there is like I was always taught in order to enjoy it, you have to enjoy the work.
Yeah.
And really I was taught that because like I went to school for this before I dropped out. And so it was this is the career you're going to be making. So you can't look at it as like, and this is how I escape from my long day at work, is like, this is going to be your work. So you have to enjoy the work.
Oh, and yeah.
Like I have that mindset coming into it, and it's like it does feel like work, but it's work that I love doing.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Which, and I definitely think those are sides of the same coin, you know. Like one is, you know, where you, like you said, you have the work mentality of it, but you love what you do for work, so you know you never work a day in your life if you love what you do. You know, and the other aspect is, you know, it's something fun, it's something we are passionate about, and yeah, we are working at it, but we're
Right.
not. I can't figure out how to finish the correlation, but I definitely think both points of view are the same side of the same, different sides of
same
the
thing,
same
but
coin.
worded differently.
Yeah, same, but different.
Mitch wants to know which NPC intrigues you the most that you'd want to learn more about them. Is there something specific you'd like to try and find out about them? That was terrible phrasing on my part there. Is there something specific you'd like to try and find out about them?
Yuri wants to know more about Fiona. Only
That was
because she had a mohawk.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the Mohawk halfling, wasn't it?
I thought she
or was she a gnome?
I think she was a gnome. Yeah, she was a gnome because she got thrown fucking into the wall.
Right, but they also offered to throw Mary, so that's why I was like,
well, that's only because she was small in stature. But no, all three that got thrown were Wrecking Ball, Tank, and Fiona. So they were all gnomes.
Gotcha.
So Yuri definitely, as we learned in a future session, Yuri is not discriminate when it comes to attractiveness and races, probably. Which I can't wait until that airs. That's just, and thank you, Mitch, for totally not talking to me about that lovely little bit of canon for Yuri now. I love it. That was great. But yeah, definitely I think Yuri's most intrigued by Fiona, as well as the big duder we meet at the end of this episode, which is officially gone live, episode 25. I don't know what the name of it is, but I keep calling it Fight Night. So
it is called. Or wait, it's going to be a little bit before it shows up on Spotify. That's right.
Oh yeah, it's a couple minutes late.
I can look on Anchor. I've got it.
Yeah.
Episode 25 is live, and it is called Special. The
Night in Black. Get original, Mitch.
Yeah.
I'm joking, Mitch. We love you.
Mitch here, when we decide we're done for this one, you got to hop in and put up the Spotify here so that it plays on the live feed in the in between time.
That'd be dope.
If you know how to do that. I don't know if you do.
It'd be cool if like he had edited our recording of it with music to where he could post the actual video onto the live stream instead of just the audio. That'd be really cool. Obviously, I don't know if that's a thing, Mitch, so don't like kill yourself trying to figure that out. But
well, putting the audio on would work best because I'm guessing we could probably just put an account and tell it to stream the show like through the account, and
maybe.
then we get a play out of it. So
yeah, right. Ways to beat the algorithm. But alrighty, man. I myself do have to hop off. It is late for me, so I need to go to bed. Yay, night shift. So if I happen to like randomly wake up at the next, because the next one's what, at 3 o'clock ish Central Time?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3, so that'd be 1 o'clock. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be passed the fuck out. So
we gotta remind Lindsay and Josh to get it done.
And Jared, right?
Yeah, Jared's not gonna be around till about 5 Central.
Oh, right on. So, alrighty, for those of you still watching, thanks for watching. Tune in. Also, don't forget, we still have that huge giveaway going on. All you got to do is tell us how many times we interact with our group interacts with Booker. Send us a message on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. You can send us a message on all 3, and that's 3 entries to win. And if you win, you get that awesome prize package we have for you that's valued easily at like $200. Minis, dice, a Dungeoneering pack from Dead Myth, a cup, a 32-ounce wooden mug, a shot glass from Uncle Kurt's Woodworking or Uncle Kurt's Shop.
Uncle Kurt's Shop.
Uncle Kurt's Shop. Awesome stuff. Plus, obviously, probably some other, Immortal stickers, some Practical Hero stickers, all sorts of goodies to be had. So I'm signing off.
Just to let them know, has anyone entered yet?
Thousands of people. No, actually, right now we don't have any entries into the giveaway. So
you gotta enter.
So if one person enters, you win basically by default, which is the case for which happened with our last giveaway on the Facebook side. We only had one person enter through Facebook, so they won every single prize level. So
you got to enter. Your chances are amazing right now.
Yeah, no kidding. And only one person will win the prize. It's one person takes it all.
Winner takes it all.
So, alrighty, guys. I am signing off. We will catch you later.
All right. So, Mitch, if you wouldn't mind hopping back in just to play the episode, because I should probably take a nap. I can't hold my breath for 5 seconds, so. On intriguing NPCs. All of them, though. I want to know the lore. Lord Darkseeker. He's very intriguing to me, and I'd be willing to infiltrate his higher echelons to find out more. That name, though, sounds so villainy. It probably isn't. It's probably like seeking out the darkness to be destroyed because they're good guys, but it sounds very villainy to me, so I want to know more. He's also mildly militaristic in his looks, and so that's interesting as well. So, it's the last name. Like, your name could be Stephen Puppy Kicker. I care more about the last name than Stephen. Even though Stephen is a pretty evil last name, let's be honest. Terrence Child Mergulator. I'm probably going to worry about Child Mergulator than I am going to worry about Terrence. Did you hear me talking to Mitch, mister? So everyone, this is my cat. This is my cat, mister. He loves Mitch. He thinks Mitch is his best friend. And anytime I talk to or about Mitch, Mister shows up like, Mitch, can I say hi? Can I say hi? He was very asleep, so that's the only reason he didn't show up earlier. Barbarian levels up. Bonks. Sounds good, Mitch. That was weird. Whole screen went green. Yes, the cult joke is wonderful. And sometimes I forget that people don't get it. So... It already took the host privilege.
Fellow adventurers, everyone's favorite intro line. Welcome back to Practical Heroes with our not so new campaign anymore. Hello, I just hit my light. Hello. It's a sign of things to come.
We're gonna punch the
Hello.
sun.
Yes. Family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers, everyone's favorite intro line. Welcome back to Practical Heroes with our not so new campaign anymore, Immortals. Potentially, probably intended to be the last session of Chapter 1, Dark Tidings. So, last time, you guys received your treasures from the Kobold Horde and struck out on an epic journey, guided by the newly renamed Yip Nip to find the circle, an interesting location where this crater seems to have formed from nowhere on the Halidor Isles, and it's full of strange crystals and strange happenings, and is right in the middle of about as dense a forest as a forest can be in the ridiculously cold and icy Halidor Isles. You did it. You made your way there, and on the last day of travel, you woke up to see the skies turning purple, flickers of red lightning through the air, and blood-red snow falling all around you. Children playing, having fun. Yeah. You made your way to the circle very quickly, and you found, stood there, deep in ritual, the Knight in Black and many of his followers. You decided to watch for a little bit and saw him, or you saw. Hello, I just hit my light. Hello. It's a sign of things to come.
Are we gonna punch the
Hello.
sun?
Yes. Family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers, everyone's favorite intro line. Welcome back to Practical Heroes with our not so new campaign anymore, Immortals. Potentially, probably intended to be the last session of Chapter 1, Dark Tidings. So, last time, you guys received your treasures from the Kobold Horde and struck out on an epic journey, guided by the newly renamed Yip Nip to find the circle, an interesting location where this crater seems to have formed from nowhere on the Halidor Isles, and it's full of strange crystals and strange happenings, and is right in the middle of about as dense a forest as a forest can be in the ridiculously cold and icy Halidor Isles. You did it. You made your way there, and on the last day of travel, you woke up to see the skies turning purple, flickers of red lightning through the air, and blood-red snow falling all around you. Children playing, having fun. Yeah. You made your way to the circle very quickly, and you found, stood there, deep in ritual, the Knight in Black and many of his followers. You decided to watch for a little bit and saw him, or you saw the followers bring out this large machine that looks like a spike with a spinning chamber in the middle. And they planted it into the ground and placed a corrupted aero crystal from the mines of Dragon's End into the center. And it was at that point you decided that was the best point to possibly try and interrupt the ritual. So you all launched an attack at the same time. Seth managed to suggest that one of the cultists attempt to stop the ritual. Merry and Gunark hit with some long-ranged attacks. I think Ethan was just kind of getting ready on the side with Yip Nip. And Yuri went charging in for a Superman punch and got snatched out of the air and choke slammed into the ground. And if I remember correctly, we left off with the Knight in Black looking up at all of you and saying, "It looks like we have company." And so, can everyone roll initiative, please?
Question just for the sake of
Answer.
my own my own imaginings. This is mostly for Jordan, actually. Would you say that Yuri is roughly Tom Holland shaped?
Sure, why not?
Probably.
Just because I imagine this very much like, Spider-Man comes swinging in, grab.
Yeah. Basically that. So, Mary, your initiative?
Is just a second.
Because the D&D Beyond combat tracker has you in a
7.
very weird order. 7.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nice and low.
Jurkovic.
Let me roll initiative actually. That is a 17.
17. Not bad. Seth.
20.
20. Ethan Thorne.
5.
5. Nice. And Gunark Glory Speaker.
I also got a 20.
Ooh. Okay. Sweet. I have debated shaking things up a little bit for this boss fight, and had toyed around with the thought in my head of if two people had the same initiative, they can work together in a way. So both of you are happening at the exact same time. I will allow tiniest little bit of speech, like no more than 3 action worth of speaking, but you can essentially take your turns together and have a little alley-oop, and we'll see how well this plays out. This will be my first test of trying this, so if you screw it up, we'll never use it again.
Fair.
Right.
Yes.
So-
I think I got it.
At the top of initiative, Gunark and Seth, what would you like to do?
Oh boy.
I'm
As you watch Yuri just get plucked out the air and then get slammed into the ground.
Oh no!
I am mostly hanging on to that suggestion. That's concentration, so I have limits to what I'm able to do.
I'm picturing it like anime style, you know, when they smack into the ground back first and they do the and there's like the little spray
Yeah.
of blood.
Floor cracks.
Yeah, the same noise every time.
Is really
The
the
ice
only thing I
underneath him
can
is
do.
cracking.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the Black Knight's arm. Try to make it so it's harder to choke slam Yuri again.
You can.
I'll
you can
look
try
over
Eldritch Blast
at
him.
the same time and release my own Eldritch Blast, like converging
We're gonna cross the
on this
streets.
figure. Yeah, we gotta cross the streams.
Roll to cross streams then.
Oof.
Fuck. So that's a 9.
Nice. And Gunark?
Mine significantly better than a 9 is a 9. I got a 9 as well.
Amazing.
Oh,
So,
oh no.
you guys both, like, you look at each other, you nod, and you both hold up a hand and fire off the Eldritch Blast. And you watch this helmed head slowly turn to look in the direction. It's almost like you're watching this in slow motion. He's holding Yuri against the ground with one hand. He's kind of on one knee. And as the two beams intersect, grow into one large bolt of Eldritch energy flying towards him, he just holds up a hand. And it just into his hand. And you hear,
Well, that's not
You guys
gonna
doing
come up
anything
later.
else?
I start walking,
just
Away.
walk away.
still held
Gunark's
out,
like, I'm out.
but I'm gonna start walking into the fight.
Okay.
I'll
So you'll be
position-
coming down the edge of the crater, basically.
We coming around the mountain.
I gave Yuri a bit of benefit of the doubt last time, as he's essentially managed to somehow superhuman jump like 20 foot
Oh, he's a-
down and about 30 foot across in
I do
flying
have
He's a
the
satyr.
ability as a
Yeah.
satyr.
This is
Yeah.
true.
He's,
This is true.
He's got that festival jump.
I'd like
This is
to
true. He's a
end up-
stage dive.
Yeah.
to end my turn. I want to like kind of give nod to Mary and start like triangle positioning.
Mhm.
It'd be like just to give that like gotta keep angles. And
Fill out my resume. I got it. Okay.
Sweet.
if that's the code word we're using.
In that case, everyone's favorite, Yip Nip, pulls his spear from his back and looks up at Ethan and is just like, do I stab?
Gotta give it a try. I don't know.
And he's going to make an athletics check to try and jump down into the crater and run at the knight in black. Okay, that's good enough. I was thinking it was going to be a 1. It was a 17. So he just like straight down the wall of the crater towards the knight. How far can he get? He might have to dash. Speed of 20 feet. Yeah, he's gonna have to dash. So he spends his whole time just, I'm gonna kill you! Just shouting,
You die!
basically.
That's adorable.
That'll end Yip Nip's turn. That's his action and his movement. Yuri.
So I'm
What would you
prone,
like to
and
do?
I'm prone, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And am I grappled technically?
I'll say No, technically not grappled, because it is a bit harsh if I just like, hey, for story reasons, you're grappled at the start of this fight because I wanted to be cool
I
last
would
time.
totally accept that judgment call.
No, I'll say you're not grappled, but it might require a strength check to force yourself back up when there's a hand around your throat.
Okay.
You're not suffering any penalties for being grappled.
Okay. When you're prone, you have disadvantage on attacking, though, right?
I do believe so. Dips teabag. So yeah, what would you like to do?
Well, I think I'm just gonna swing at his elbow twice. Just try to get his hand off my throat first.
Sure. Roll to hit. It's like MMA now. He's got you pinned and you're like...
Okay. So I got...
You've got to wrap your legs and arms around him and roll. That's how you escape the floor pin.
Right.
I got a... So with prayers, I got a 22 to hit.
Nice.
And then with thoughts,
thoughts?
I got a 23 to hit.
Nice. So the first time you went to swing at him last session, you felt it stop against this invisible force field, and this time you swing with prayers and you hit right on the inside of his elbow, which buckles suddenly, and you swing around with thoughts and hit the other side, trying to like dislocate the elbow and push it through. Roll damage on both of them.
Thank goodness.
As they both hit.
At least one of us does.
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice. 13. Dachmage. Sweet.
And
I
I'll
will
use...
say the hand releases as the elbow buckles, and you, as this like full plate gauntlet unlocks from your throat.
I'll as I'm coughing, I'll stand up, look at him, and be like, "They're fights with me. Don't worry about them."
Them's fighting
And I'm
words.
just gonna-
Is that
And
gonna?
I'm just gonna put up my dukes.
The
Okay.
fight's with me. Don't worry about them. We're gonna continue.
Right.
See, you want to know what the real funny part is? Guess whose turn it is.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh no.
He stands up and you hear as he pops the elbow back into place and he's,
Oh,
"Is that so? Well, I can deal with the others." And you see his head turn over his shoulder and he just, "Throw in the dragons." And you watch as his hands reach up to his back and he pulls a pair of long swords. Very, very
God.
sharp, like serrated edges. And he just starts spinning them towards you and you're like, "Oh no."
See, I think you made a mistake speaking there. You said dragons. You meant to say no,
No,
dragon, right?
I
Right,
meant
like
dragons.
none at all. Is I think what you meant to say.
No,
So,
he means
Jordan.
bearded dragons.
Oh,
Good.
Yeah.
they're giving us gifts.
Does a 26
I
hit?
super believe in you.
of course not, Mitch. My armor class is a 20. Yes, it hits.
So, just for clarification for people, he doesn't actually have multi-attack. This is more for flavor that he's swinging with both of the long swords. Because when I gave him multi-attack, he would have killed all of you in, like, a round each.
The ones he could get to.
This is true.
That's why we stay back.
You take, for a start, just this time, 8 points of piercing damage as he swings with both swords, slashing damage even. He swings with
And
both
I'm
swords
gonna-
as you're like, your fights with me, the first one just cuts across both your forearms and you're like, "Oh, this was a mistake." And then he slashes across like the front of your shins with the second one.
And I instantly react with Hellish Rebuke at second
course you
level.
What save is it?
13 dexterity.
That is a pass.
He takes 8 points of damage, fire damage. It was 16 total.
Nice. So he slashes across your forearms and your shins, and you watch the blade as like the blood is like dribbling down the blades, and as it does, your arms and your shins start to glow, and the swords ignite, and the fire just starts running down the blade. He's like, as the fire starts like eating up away at his arms, and then it just slowly fades away. You'll pay for that.
From the distance, you hear Seth. Burn, baby, burn!
Sweet. He is going to end his turn, and as he does, you see behind him this group of harbingers, and two of them kind of step forward, reach into their robes, and pull out these metal boxes, and one of them just throws it in it and starts unraveling into a giant clockwork dragon.
Oh god.
And Yipnip is charging, so here's the one that has to be dealt with first.
He's a tank. He's a champ.
I
He can
believe in
take it.
Yip-Nip.
Holy crap. Yeah, that just hits. Just. So this clockwork dragon unfurls, and it's huge. You can hear the whirring and clicking of the gears, and it lunges forwards to bite him. And for a second, he's like dodged out the way, and he's like, "Aha, you suck!" And then it just turns and grabs hold of his ankle. And he takes. Oh no. He takes 8 piercing damage. Poor Yipnip.
My most loyal follower.
And of course, the combat tracker is not tracking that right. So, Yipnip has that much health, and he's taken that much damage. Cool. That will end the Clockwork Dragon's turn. Merida Thistlewhip. No relation
Ori?
to Thistlewood.
No,
It is
not
your
it.
turn.
It's a completely separate entity we've established. First off, a bonus action Shield of Faith on Yuri. So if you
Is
could,
he within range?
60 feet. Is he 60 feet away?
Fair play. I thought it was
Question though.
30.
I already activated my own Shield of Faith on me. Would hers still stack on it?
Oh, would it stack?
Because it's a different person.
I don't know.
Mm.
It just, what is
'Cause it's
the actual spell description
Two
just
different
says it adds.
casters.
Yeah,
The actual spell description just says it adds armor, doesn't it?
yeah.
Yep.
I'm totally okay getting more
I'm
AC.
gonna say it stacks
Oh, thank God.
because normally it's temporary doesn't, but Shield of Faith doesn't say like temporary AC, does it? It just says
Granting
plus
a plus
whatever
2
AC.
bonus.
Yuri
Yeah.
just glows.
Yeah, I'll say it stacks.
All right. All right.
So he already had this like faint blood red glow around him, and now it's just tinged with green. Around the outsides. And you see another outline.
Now he really
Yeah.
is Krampus.
Yeah.
It's like a vaguely merry-shaped outline stretched
Oh, I need
to
a-
Yuri's Seta proportions.
I need a roll to make sure I held concentration, huh?
You do.
So it was a DC 10 because I only took 8 damage, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do that real quick.
Side note for Yuri, what's your AC normally?
60 normally, and I lost my Shield of Faith.
Lost your Shield of Faith.
So I'm at 18 now. Still.
So the red one just, and he's like, and then a green one appears. What?
I got you. And
From
then
the
she
distance,
fires.
just drifting down into the crater.
And the I got you is coupled with a an arrow that hopefully hits this guy at a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Jada.
All right. It is only it's 6 points of damage, and then is the clockwork anything within 5 feet I don't care if it's a harbinger, a clockwork dragon, his best friend Ted.
I'd say
Yuri's
there'd be
within 5 feet.
harbinger
No.
within 5 feet.
All right. If a 14 will hit that harbinger, then it also takes 6 points of damage.
They're just wearing cult robes.
Yeah.
How much damage?
6.
6. He just just collapses on the ground. As an arrow just
And
Is that all of
actually,
them's turn?
Seth, are you still over there with Miri?
I'm close
moved.
by. I'm just trying to like get a triangle on him. I can like still more than likely within like 10 feet ish.
All right. Then she's gonna be like, "Hey, you remember that little arrowhead that we made that one time?
Yes.
You think that's worth using if we get Yuri out?"
I think hitting that guy in the head with it would be a great idea.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. You see the second box that got thrown now rolls to a stop and expands out into another clockwork dragon, which and Yip Nip's like just forced the other one off of his ankle with the spear, and he's like, "I'm immortal!" And the shadow of the second dragon falls over him.
I am
Oh, Yip Nip.
Might not have been such a good thing.
That's like a 23 to hit Yip.
Oh, yeah,
buddy.
yeah.
Poor guy. Why didn't anyone run in with him?
I'm not worried. He's a tank. He's gonna slay 2 dragons. He's gonna go home a hero.
8 more points.
Or would he go back home as a blasphemer since he killed dragons?
These don't count, they're mechanic.
Ah,
Yeah, they're false dragons.
false idols.
All the power of
Exactly.
dragons with none of the like significance to the culture. It's a good combination.
And with the second clockwork dragon done, it is the turn of Ethan Thorne,
So Ethan
who's
basically
just currently watching from the sidelines like, holy fuck. You just see 2 dragons.
Yip
Yip
Nip,
Nip's like, I could use some help.
I'm coming. And then Ethan basically uses his movement to catch up to Yip Nip.
So if you want to do that, he got 40 feet, so you might have to
Use
dash,
dash.
if you want to catch up with him.
All right.
Oh wait, you're a rogue. You can bonus action dash.
Yeah. So bonus
Ignore
action
me.
dash.
Get behind the
Who
knight
cares?
of
He's a rogue.
seven.
So bonus action to dash, heading over towards Yip Nip, and then,
And then I'll slit Yip Nip's throat.
Oh
use him
god.
as a meat shield. No, I'm joking. No, I got Ethan runs up to him and I got your back, buddy. And then grabbing out his sword. Wow, I don't know if I said that right. Short sword to slash at the dragon.
Cool. Roll to hit. Feels weird having a boss fight with no music.
What are you talking about? I got music.
Would you roll?
There we go. 14.
14 does not hit. So you swing and it just off the side of the like metal plating of this dragon, which just turns and looks at you.
Well, at least I got its attention.
Yeah. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, it's basically everything I can do.
Okie dokie. Back to the top of the round. Warlock Wonder Twins.
Oh boy.
What is? Can I tell what Yip Nip's armor is?
A
You've been
bunch of
traveling.
pieces.
Like, I mean, what
Just
his AC is.
all mashed together. You wouldn't really be able to tell like his AC because that's more of like a mechanical thing. But you see, like it's effectively like leathers, plural, all mashed together, and a shield.
Would his? Do I think that his that 13 plus his dexterity would be better than whatever it is?
Make an Arcana check, because I guess you're trying to figure out if mage armor would help.
I'm trying to protect people, but I also want it to be an ooh. That's a 20.
Looks like even the magical bonus would probably be about the same.
Okay, then I won't do that.
You're like, oh, surely it'll help. It's just a bunch of scraps of leather, and then you look a bit closer, and you're like, he's actually
well
quite
put together.
protected.
Okay.
Like the shield is like a frying pan, and you're like, you know what? That's not bad.
It's unconventional, but effective.
Effective. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
I
Even though it was stolen from the town.
Repurposed from the town.
Purpose, yes. Let's be honest, it was probably Akiak who turned it into a shield.
He's clever like that.
What are you guys doing?
Fuck.
I mean, I know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna be. So, are the clockwork dragons now in between me and the Black Knight?
Pretty much.
You know what? I'm burning this now. I'm gonna use the wand.
Seth just self-destructs.
I'm gonna use the wand and all 5 charges
Okay.
in one go. This is what Saran. This is what I have it for.
When you use all of the charges, don't you need to roll a d20 and see if the one
Yes,
breaks?
I do.
I've never had this happen before. Everyone's always so careful with their charges.
I normally am, but like in Seth's mind, this is exactly what Saran would have asked for, or for me to use it for. So, here goes to 6, 9, 12, 14 damage.
Nice. What are you attacking?
The Black Knight.
Okay. How much damage, sorry?
12.
14. 12. 12 points of damage. So Gunnar, because you're trying to figure out if the dragons are totally blocking your view of the Black Knight, you just see as these magic missiles just whistle around the dragons and hit the Black Knight, because you can like just see the top of his head, which is enough for
So
targeting.
as soon as I see them like start to come around, I've been just like actually legitimately walking towards the Black Knight,
Nice.
but I start into a sprint, and right when I get close to the clockwork dragons, I cast Misty Step and end up behind the Black Knight, and I'll swing my rapier at the same time as the magic missiles all collide with him.
Okay.
I want the
okay.
flavor of my magic missiles
Roll to
to
hit.
be that they're starlings, because that'd be badass.
Nice. They all...
Would
Right. That
the
Tiny horrifying
Would Gunnar
swarm
have
of birds.
advantage since he's behind the Black Knight?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Even though there's some flanking, it's because he's kind of swinging as he's coming out of the Misty Step.
Totally fair.
I got a 22 to hit.
But he should absolutely get sneak attack,
That
right?
hits.
I do absolutely get sneak attack. Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
sure. I'll give you sneak attack.
He's engaged with Yuri. I mean, the wedding's in May.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a total of 15 damage
Oh,
Nice.
with the Rapier of Life Stealing.
So, you don't get any health back because it wasn't a crit, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
But, as these luminescent birds start flying around the dragons to make their way to the Black Knight, you start running. One of the dragons turns its attention to you, opens its mouth, and to everyone else, it looks like Gunark just steps into the dragon's mouth and vanishes as the jaws close. So Gunark's dead. Yuri, as you're like, come on, you just see a behind the knight, and Gunark just stop. And the knight is pissed. There's just like, he looks up, he sees the birds incoming, holds up a hand to like try and fight them back, and you just pierce up like through the exposed bit of wrist, pinning his arms in place so he can't stop them, and everything hits.
Okay.
Bananas! Bananas, guys! Bananas!
I got a 2 to make sure the 1 didn't crumble, so... Oh,
So
shaky.
it crumbles. Or is it a 1?
It's on a 1.
It's a 1. Nice. It's like you feel it shaking and cracking. You're like, no, I'm gonna put it back.
Slip it back into my sleeve.
Cool.
This is where you always sort your
Yipnip,
dice with the highest number facing up.
who is also going on the same initiative count as Fleeg, who we totally forgot about earlier. So Yipnip can act simultaneously with Fleeg if you would like.
I'm just gonna have telepathically in my mind tell Fleeg to stay invisible and just fly over by Yipnip and be like flanking to give him help if that's a thing that can happen.
Just help action.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was in Quasit form up until now, was he not?
He's usually
Does it
always
not take his action to change?
he's-
Oh, he's usually as a bat.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can he go invisible in bat form?
It says he can turn invisible in any shape, I believe. Invisibility. The quasi magically turns invisible until it attacks or uses scare, or until its concentration ends. It doesn't say anything about being in a different form. You can't do it. So
So he just
yeah.
as he flies over to Yipnip. No one knows he's circling overhead, and Yipnip just, I'm gonna kill her, and starts stabbing at the clockwork dragons. Let's see.
Yipnip single-handedly taking on 2 dragons while 3 of us are
Oh,
fighting
he has
this one
advantage because
night.
of Fleeg. The first one was a 4. The second one is an 18 to hit, which hits. Yes. So like it opens its mouth to bite again, and he just jabs up into the palate, or where it would be, I guess, at this dragon. And does 5 points of piercing damage. What a good little buddy he is. He's trying his best. 5 points of damage. Done. Sweet. And that means it is Yuri's go.
All right. Watching
As
all
he's
this,
just like,
all this damage,
the
okay.
rapier withdraws
Yuri's-
from his wrists. And he,
Yuri's gonna look at him as he just took all this damage. Funny, you were all so cocky in the beginning. And I'll use bonus action to cast Hexblade's Curse on him.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna go with Booming Blade. And I'm gonna swing at him with the good old Thoughts.
Julio.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Sweet. So that is with Hexblade Curse, I get a +2 to damage rolls. And then it's double the dice, right? And twice the modifier.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, we do twice the modifier on crits?
No, sorry, not the modifier. Apologies.
Oh, just one modifier? Okay. So
Just
that's
twice the
total of
damage.
14 points
I
of
was
bludgeoning
reading
damage.
the DMG at the same time. I didn't hear everything he said. 14.
And then for bludgeoning damage, and then a d8 for thunder damage is gonna be 3 points of thunder damage.
Sweet. As he gets thunderstruck. with you. Actually, I'm gonna roll to see if he sustains a lingering injury from that crit. He does. He rolled a natural 1. So, would you like to
Breaking
roll a
his arm.
d20 for me?
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't get to name it? Dang it.
Unfortunately not. Otherwise, I'll just cut off every single one of your limbs.
Just a straight roll, don't add anything to it?
Straight roll.
Okay, 11.
11. You... Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You give him a horrible scar. He is now disfigured to the extent that the wound can't be easily concealed.
So right in the face.
Yeah. The first
Like I
one you
crushed the
you
helmet
crack
in
him in
his-
the arm. The second one you just right up into like the nose and just completely break his nose.
You know, I think it made an improvement on your face. And
you can
I'll
see
end my
much of
turn.
it. That end your turn?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. The Knightin Balak. Just onto the floor. He is going to swing at Yuri. Takes a step forwards and just. That is a constructed 20.
Oh, God. It hits.
You take. Oof. Oof. 14 points of slashing damage.
And Yuri falls unconscious.
Oh no.
Okay.
This ain't
That
Oh,
happened.
Mara,
Okay.
now's the time.
Can you
To perma
Thing
kill our
is,
friend?
I wonder. I was like, can Mary and Seth really even see with the two big ass fucking dragons?
I figured since we were elevated.
So good arc. Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
That might.
none of us.
You might be able to see him like fall under their legs, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
Jordan,
Gunnar
can you roll
definitely
me a
sees me
D20?
fall at least. Roll me a d20? Or roll you? Oh man. Oh god. 17.
17, another minor scar for you.
Okay, that's okay.
So you see like these glowing eyes drift down to the holes in your coat that the wolf had left. And he slices with one long sword and just stabs up into the scar that was already there and twists the blade, and you just drop. And Gunnock, you watch he like slowly lowers Yuri to the ground, puts a foot on his chest, and slides the blade out and turns on you and goes, "And you're next." I could have him next turn just finishing blow insta crit Yuri, but he's pissed at Gunnock. He's
I did
really
stab
pissed.
him
He didn't know
pretty
Gunnock
hard.
was there. So, seeing as there's now two of you in front of it, Ethan, you watch this clockwork dragon kind of reels back, and you hear it opens its mouth, and you see this spark just and a cone of fire
Oh my god.
Oh!
blasts out of the dragon's mouth.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
You and Yipnip both need to make a dexterity saving
And
throw.
mine's with a disadvantage, ain't it? No?
No, you're not at that level of exhaustion yet. That's like level 3.
Alright, got a 20.
Okay, so you take half damage. Yipnip, you see him just like cower behind this frying pan, and you can see there's some sort of like material on the back of it. The pan heats up like red hot, and the material just stays pretty fine as he also passes. So you take half of.
That's a lot of dice.
That's a lot of damage. You take
all ones.
only 9 points of damage. That's already halved.
Alright.
It would have been 18.
Oof.
Yipnip also takes 9.
What the hell? Even when they're mechanical, they can blow fire.
And still breathe fire. And he's just like, oh! Hiding behind the frying pan. Mary.
All right, so Mary can see 2 mechanical dragons. The top of the dark bad guy's head, right?
So there's Knight in Black, and then about 10 feet from him, the 2 mechanical dragons fighting Ethan and Yip Nip. And I guess actually you are elevated on the side of the crater, so you would actually just about catch Yuri drop.
Okay. Cool. I don't think... Well, you know what? It's always fun to shoot 2 arrows, even if one of them is for no reason. It's just a thing. And it's fun.
Just shoot the exploding arrow. It's okay. Yuri will only take 2 failures.
That's fine. But at 12 and a 13, both those arrows go super not where I want them
Are
to.
you firing at him or the dragons?
That was one at him and then one at whatever's close to him that's not an ally.
So the one whistling to him, he just brings up the longsword without even looking and just knocks it out the air. And the other one along the hide of this dragon. Or I should say, like, metal of the dragon. It's quite cool, to be fair. It's got like a metal wire frame and like
Miri,
some glass parts where you can see the gears inside.
Miri absolutely wants it. But now isn't the time for
And,
that.
like, Ethan, now that you've seen it in action as well, as the dragon like lowers itself back down, you can see like the pipelines running through its throat that blast the fire, but it is all surrounded by glass and metal.
But she will also bonus action.
It's not exposed.
Sorry, she'll bonus action. You get your butt up. Healing word for 6 points.
I will
Nice.
take it.
That was max healing.
Okay. Clockwork Dragon numero B.
You wake up to
If
a
that ends your
whisper
turn.
of Miri in your ear. Get your butt up. And then that's my turn.
Nice. Nice. Clockwork Dragon 2 tries to bite at Yip Nip, who just like and jams the spear into like its lower jaw, so as the top comes down it just sticks, and he's like as the dragon's like trying to bite down and the spear's stuck in place, and he just pulls another one from his back.
Right?
He's a
I love
legend.
that his base animation seems to be the Gungan Raider.
Yeah. Ethan, it is your turn.
And as Ethan witnesses that with Yip Nip.
As one of them is struggling with a spear and the other one's recharging from the fire breath and standing back up.
At this moment, Ethan...
Yeah, next to you, Yip Nip's just going,
Good job, Yip Nip. And then Ethan will run over and basically try to, like... Well,
he stabs you.
well, alright, so he's not, I mean, obviously not running over, but seeing that the dragon's pinned down to the spear, Ethan will attempt to basically kind of like uppercut, slice up towards the throat of the one that's stuck. What the hell? Alright, so... What the hell just happened? Oh, okay. So I got a 13. Man.
13 does not hit. So as you run and swing towards it, the spear snaps, the jaw snaps shut, and you just miss your swing on the lower jaw.
Just a little bit more time would have been good. And then Ethan will use bonus action dodge.
Gunnar and Seth.
Before I go, have I seen the person suggested stop the ceremony?
You can see he's like running at this mechanical device, and there's like 3 of them trying to hold him back, and he's like, "No, I must stop it."
Okay, cool. So he's still working.
He's slowly gaining ground towards it, but there's like more of them piling on to hold him back.
That influences my thing. I see that and I shout, "Go knock now!" and I fire off an Eldritch Blast at the knight.
Nice.
And I'll make a simultaneous jab at him.
Natural 20.
Dookie dookie.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I would like to put in a request for some kind of special sound effect when there is a natural 20. Just a quick, like,
Sure.
anything. Something
Visually,
very tiny.
visually, I've got this fiddle. Come on, do it. There it goes.
We'll just.
Oh, it
we'll
does
do
the
a
thing.
little,
Yeah, I've got one that does that.
we'll do a slide whistle.
Yes, do that. I would
Nat
like that.
20.
Please.
So
And I rolled a 21.
that
Non-natural.
hits. So as you swing at him, he locks his blade with your rapier, and for a second you're like, "Come on, surely I've got a hit." And this Eldritch Blast just flies in, hits him in the back, the sword slips, and you use that opening to stab him.
For 20 damage.
20, nice. And Gunark?
And I did 17 damage.
17. Nice.
I am rolling sneak attack and hex damage.
Seth, would you like to roll me a d20 for your crit?
Absolutely. It's a 15.
Arm goes flying off.
Oh, I'm aiming for the neck.
And you hit him, and it goes straight through the neck, and he receives a festering wound. And for the next 24 hours, his hit point maximum. I was just reading it. Here we go. His hit point max is reduced by 1 every 24 hours that the wound persists. So his hit point max has been reduced by 1.
Take that,
Aha!
fool.
As you just blow a chunk out of his neck.
Oh goodness, oh no.
Hard to heal that, motherfucker.
Does that end your turns?
That's that. Yeah, I think so. Let me see what. Actually, you know what? I will use my bonus action to do hammering horns. And attempt to make a shove on this friend. I'm trying to tabletop him because he's turned around and Yuri is still prone, so I'm fully trying to make him eat shit over Yuri's prone body.
Go for it. So what does Hammering Horns do?
Okay, so
don't
after you
play
hit a
with many
creature with a
minotaurs.
melee attack, you can use a bonus action to attempt to shove them with your horns. So he makes a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
Like his best
Right,
stat,
probably.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
Oh my god!
I might as well try.
What's a 12?
Oh, it beats it.
Dang it.
Oh, it does. He
Yeah.
rolled 6 plus 6.
Oh.
Damn. Yeah, no, so he saves, so nothing happens. But
So you're like,
you know.
you lower your head and start charging, and he just puts a hand on it. And at like 7-8 foot, this isn't a situation that happens to you often. But he's holding you back with one arm.
So, since for my action I used a cantrip, can I do a bonus action spell? Yeah?
Yeah.
Um,
Up to 3rd level, if I remember correctly.
cool, I get 2nd level, and it's not a concentration, so I can actually do this. Who's within 30 feet of me?
Mary,
That's probably it.
Gunark.
Gunnar?
I thought Gunark's down in the crater.
Oh no, I thought he was still next to you. Yeah, so Mary.
Mary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, little legs.
Ethan's just
Just,
outside of the range. He's like 40 feet.
Would I be able to go onto the crater wall without, like, sliding down? Or if I go onto the crater, will I have to go all the way to the bottom?
I'll say you can make either an acrobatics or athletics check, because you can walk down an incline without just eating shit and sliding, and you can stop yourself, so I will say make a check.
I want to edge down the crater just enough to get Ethan in range.
Okay.
Everyone's shocked.
I was going to say I'll use the rules for climbing as well, so it would only be 15 foot of movement, but you'd only need to move 10 to get Ethan on the edge of the range.
Yeah, it's a 5.
And no one is
17
shocked that Seth is edging.
acrobatics.
So, yeah.
Very heal me.
So you just slowly maneuver down. You find there's a rock jutting out, and you just wrap one arm around
And I
it,
cast,
hold out the other one
and I
towards
cast
Ethan.
Sanctuary onto Ethan.
Ooh, remind me what that does.
So that, let me pull it back up here. They're gonna have to make a Wisdom save in order to attack
him, right?
Ethan at all.
And if not, they have to choose a different
Yes.
target.
Cool beans.
Cool. Bye bye. Speaking of, if that ends your turn, it is Fleagnip.
Continue to help Yip Nip.
Everyone's favorite familiar duo, Fleagnip.
He'll just continue to help.
Okie dokie.
Well, I've heard that's how you get by. This was a little help from your friends.
Specifically from your friends.
He swings with the spear, and it just this horrible as it screams down the side of the chin of this dragon as he misses, even with advantage. That's not good. Yuri.
He'll cough as the healing happens.
You hear a very
And I'll
long, very loud sigh from the knight in front of you with his back to you as Yuri coughs.
I'll use half my movement to get up. Well, I have a saying, friend. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. And I'm gonna straight go for his lower back with thoughts and prayers.
Kidney punches.
And do I have advantage on those?
Marcus flanking.
Sweet. I'll just roll 4d20s to make
And
it
I use
easier.
the
and
optional
faster.
flanking rules because I hate myself.
I'm gonna wink at as the knight sighs, I'll just wink and give him a wry grin as I'm standing there
Back
with my
up.
rapier.
Hold on.
Yuku stance.
Okay. So, I have a 15 and a 12. I'm assuming both of those miss.
Yeah, you just against this barrier that stops you even getting close to him. And he just chuckles.
And, well, that ends my turn.
Okay.
Mhm.
He is facing Gunnar currently, and he just... You have annoyed me one too many times. Oh, apparently it is one too many times. That is a 27.
Ooh.
Yeah,
So you're
that'll
ha! And he just X cut. X gonna give it to you. And 12 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
As he just X cuts into Gunark. And that shall end his turn. Clockwork Dragon is going to carry on attacking Ethan, unaware of... Oh, actually, he needs to roll to see if his fire comes back. Yeah, that's a 1, so it doesn't. He's going to carry on attacking Ethan, none the wiser, so he needs to make
And
a wisdom saving throw.
And it has a disadvantage because of dodge, doesn't it?
To hit you, yeah.
From previous, yeah.
But first, the wisdom saving throw, what does he have to beat?
He has to beat a 14.
You have a wisdom of 0, so it's a 12.
Nice.
He opens his mouth to bite down on Ethan, and the last second just turns on Yip Nip.
Sorry, little buddy.
Now, is that something that Ethan would have recognized with Seth casting that on him, or is that something that's just like...
Make an Arcana check. I'll let you do it. I will turn, because I'm nice. So as you're like, sorry, little buddy, you just, that's okay, I got it! And he's like holding it back with the shield. Like the fangs have gone through the shield, and he's just like, no! No!
You brave little buddy.
He is. The dragon shields are the bravest of the kobolds.
Also,
So,
I genuinely figured
Otherwise, by now, he definitely would have used the grovel, cower, and beg ability that they have.
Ethan got a
I
15 on
genuinely
Arcana.
figured.
15. You do see, like, it's weird. It's almost at the corner of your eye as this dragon is bearing down on you. It's like the shadow that was being cast on you for a second. You see, like, the image of a raven just dart across its face, and it seems like the head was following that, and then it bit down on
Okay.
you.
So I wouldn't necessarily know that it was Seth that did it, or
That you know
something
there's some
protecting
sort of
me, right?
magic possibly
Okay.
involved. Merida,
Yeah.
you're just watching all of this unfold.
Yeah, it's you know, sometimes it's hard to be a tidy woman, but also sometimes it's safer. How far apart are the clockwork dragons?
They are about 5
That
feet
is
from each other.
great. I love to hear that.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering why every time I just assumed you were attacking the dragons, and every time you were attacking the knight
Well,
instead.
because I had a friend that was getting ready to you know,
That's
perma
true.
die.
Yuri was in the danger zone. Kenny Loggins said so.
So in switching gears, we'll
It's not my fault you're all glass cannons, okay?
21 to hit the first one for 8 points,
Yep.
It's really my fault, to be
and
fair.
only a 12 to hit the second.
So the second one just like bounces off again. But the first one, you've noticed some of the weak spots now, and you just straight into its eye.
Zit, zit, zit. And I guess we'll just flavor it as she starts like scooching around the edge of the yeah, just to get a different angle. Yeah, she's just up on her elbows, scooches her hips over, flops down, up on her elbows, scooches her hips over, flops down. And that's the end of her turn.
Not even like Dark Souls roll and fire, it's
Yeah, it's very awkward.
fire. Cool, so how much damage was it to the first one? 8. Nice. Toit. Second one.
Nothing.
Seeing the first one move away from Ethan, is going to try and bite at Ethan. That's an 18 to overcome.
Is that with the
Sanctuary.
disadvantage?
So that's not to hit you yet. That was just to overcome the Sanctuary, which was stopping it hitting you. Now we roll at disadvantage. Wow, a 5 and a 4. What's your armor class? Wait, I have it here.
13.
13. So. No. Even the 5 is only a 12 to hit. So it just like. It swings towards you with the mouth, and time just slows down around you, and you just step back. Everything speeds back to normal, and it like inches from your face.
Wow.
I
And it's your turn.
Didn't realize this was a minute-long spell. I thought it was a round.
And then
Like 10 whole rounds, as long as you're concentrating.
No.
as soon as that
Concentration.
happens and that time slows
Wait.
down.
No.
Oh, it's not
the only
concentration. I
reason
was going to
I
say,
used
because you
it.
would have lost.
Gotcha. As soon as Ethan sees that, time slowing down, he kind of steps back a little bit. Boom, right in front of him. Feeling kind of lucky, and then he pulls out his other sword. Since he already has the other sword from the first attacks, now he has 2 swords, and does an attack plus a bonus attack with 2 weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ethan's getting serious now.
Get it, get
oh
it.
yeah. Let's see. Why does it say that every single time? I think I'm doing something wrong every time I do it.
I can just hear Discord furiously beeping in the background.
Yeah.
All right, so the first one, I swing with a 22 to hit,
Nice.
and with that, that's a 5 damage on that. And do I get sneak attack as well, being next to Yip Nip?
I hold up, because let me see if pack tactics affects it as well. So pack tactics is only for him. I can't remember if is it all rogues get
Yeah,
it with
so
an ally
sneak
in 5 feet, or is it
Mhm.
just swashbucklers? It is all of them.
Yeah.
Nope, it's all of
So
them.
Swashbucklers
sneak
don't
attack.
need an ally within
All right,
5 feet.
and then
Right.
so that would be what was that? Kind of forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, there's a
It's worth
2d6.
noting that the whole time Yip Nip's been stood next to you, you have had advantage because of. Oh no, it's sneak attack,
Sneak
not
attack,
advantage,
yeah.
isn't it? Or is it both?
It's just sneak attack.
Just
yeah.
sneak
attack.
And since I didn't hit any of the
Ignore
other
me.
times, it doesn't work. But
It's worth noting that this whole time, I suck.
now if I'm not mistaken, that's 2d6, correct?
Your sneak attack, yes.
What level are Yeah.
On the first attack.
Really? It did nothing.
Yeah, because you put the space in the wrong place.
Gotcha. There it is, and that's an 8 on top of that, and because it landed a sneak attack, so that's 8, and then so 13 damage, which is with the necrotic damage, and then on top of that, it activates temporal well, which allows me to store a time fragment, and then
It does indeed.
and with that, you have to make a Constitution saving throw.
That is a fail.
All right, so then it receives a, I believe, a 1d6 necrotic damage on top of that.
Heck yeah.
So,
And that is
you guys watch as he
a
swings with the
5.
first short sword and just cuts across like the snout of this mechanical dragon. And you're like, that's not gonna do anything. And you watch Ethan, you see this tiny little speckle of rust appear on its nose. And then it just starts rapidly spreading. And Mary and Seth and Gunnar, because you're kind of facing them, you just see one dragon just rust in like the blink of an eye and just starts falling apart.
Well, that's a neat
Is that one
trick.
dead? Or it's just
One clockwork dragon is
Oh,
down,
wow.
and you still have your second
All right.
attack, which would hit the second dragon.
So-
But you don't have 2 weapon fighting, do you? So it doesn't get the
it
modifier. it
doesn't
just
get the
gets
modifier
data.
right. So the modifier to the damage would be just the 2.
So it only takes 3 damage. However, Yip Nip is within 5 feet of you.
Yep. So then
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
You only get
Or is it on the first
you only
one?
get
Yeah.
sneak attack once
Yeah.
per round though.
Ignore me.
Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Otherwise I would be
Decimated.
absolutely destroying.
all right, so then it's just the 3 hit for damage then with the second dragon.
So Yip Nip watches this dragon just rushes. How do you do that? And just starts jabbing at the other one, trying to make the same thing happen.
I'll explain it later.
Gunnar and Seth. as Seth is now like hanging onto the wall of the crater.
I mean, I'm just going for another stab. Like, I kind of like grimace from the X cut and then like kind of feign like something with my hand, like a spell, and then like come up and under it and stab up.
As he's doing the feign,
With the rapier.
shout to Mary, Mary, if you're looking for a target for the exploding arrowhead, possibly the thing at the center of the ritual.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
It's just like, if you didn't have that idea. And I time my Eldritch Blast again with the stab.
Both of you roll to hit.
Yeah, so I rolled a natural 20. So,
Natural 20.
And, Seth, nice.
Alright, so let me see. I actually...
What's the
alright.
total number of damage
So
dice
that's-
coming in now from both of you? That's
Oh, yeah.
1d10 from
I'm
the,
rolling 2d8 and 4d6.
2d8 and 46. Good lord.
because of that rapier of life stealing.
And
I
then
hate
1d10,
myself.
and then 1d10, and I got a 9. So,
Wow.
So is this guy undead or a construct or no? Okay, so then with just the dice, that's 25 damage. Plus my modifier, which is 2, so that's 27. Plus the additional 10 damage that someone takes if I get a nat 20 with the
Oh
Rapier
my
of Life Stealing, so that's an additional 10 necrotic damage, which would make it 37. And I get 10 temporary hit points.
If I don't hear how do you want to do this, I will be surprised.
a
How
little
would
bit.
the two of you like to attempt to kill him?
Wow.
Attempt to kill him.
I was about
ain't
to
done
ask
yet.
a little bit of a metagaming question. Is he feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
You could see like blood trickling from the armor. So how do the pair of you want to do this? And
So I guess, like,
can you, Gunark, roll a d20, please?
I want the
This is him
Eldritch
dropping
Blast.
to 0, so it is an automatic lingering injury.
I want the Eldritch Blast to come in and like hit in such a way, like, because it's force damage, so I'm assuming that like it can pass through, and it does his damage and opens up the armor enough to give Gunark a really good shot.
Nice. So through the back, the chest armor explodes.
and I rolled a 2 for the
Okay, so he
lingering
loses
injury.
an arm or a hand.
Ooh, can I choose?
You may.
Okay, so the blast comes through and like opens up this hole, and he like basically does the thing where you like, whoa, and I just like stab through his hand into the like open wound
And that's where the necrotic
chest
damage-
cavity. And then the necrotic damage like kicks in, and his hand like withers away.
Nice.
You watch as he drops to his knees, face plants into the ground.
Is he dead?
It looks that way.
Snap.
Somebody.
Do we all
Sure
see this?
that-
Do we all see this or no? Who's seen this?
Most of you would see that, apart from Yipnit, whose turn it is. Stabbing at the dragon's nose, trying to rust it out like Ethan did. Oh! That went straight out of my dice tray. Let's roll that again.
Reroll.
And he has advantage because of pack tactics. That's a 4 and a 5. He misses. Is Fleeg doing anything other than helping? Okie dokie. Yuri, you watch the knight sink to his knees in front of you as Gunark like pulls the rapier back. There's a hand stuck on the end of it, just slowly sliding down and withering.
Watching that, you go, Gunlark, I wanted to be the finishing blow. Can I free action spit on his dead body?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I do that, and then I'm gonna. Oh boy. So how far away is the one dragon that's left?
It'd be like 10 feet away from you. They
And
literally
what about
moved
the
10
device
feet
that's
past the
spinning?
knight and started attacking Ethan and Yipnip.
Okay. And what about the device that's spinning? About how
That
far
is
away is that?
also 10 feet away. He was literally like using it and then turned and ran to intercept you as you were like, ah!
Okay. Gunlark, I'm gonna go towards the device.
Which way?
You might help out with the dragon.
No.
And I'm gonna run towards
Alright, I'll do my best.
the spinning device.
Okay.
Which is probably still spinning. And
Is.
I will just go ahead and do Sacred Flame on it.
Okay.
Just to see.
So Sacred Flame needs a saving throw?
Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
I guess it automatically fails as it's an object
Yep.
that can't really make a dex save.
And that's 6 points of radiant damage.
Okay. These like, as you see these flickers of red lightning overhead, two of them just come down towards the centrifuge, and like you see the end of the lightning just erupt into flames and just start raining down on it as your sacred flame hits and does
And
some damage to it.
I will do a bonus action of healing word on myself.
You can
and
see
I'll
as
just
well
be like-
in the middle of it, in this spinning section, is that aero crystal from the mines, and it's like shaking and starting to glow as you
I'll
start
say
hitting it with
Revelry.
fire.
Mighty bright Lord, grant me the strength to party hard, and I get 8 points of healing.
You gotta fight for your right to party. Mary,
Yeah.
there is one clockwork dragon left. You see the knight drop, and fire rain from the sky.
Okay. She will take a shot at the clockwork dragon, but she's also
Okay.
going to, after she takes the shot, shout down to the rest of her effing party. Yeah, if you guys could get out of there, I could maybe blow the thing. I just don't want to blow it up while you're down there. It seems like a bad idea. You'll die. And yeah, I'm gonna pew. Well, I'm just gonna pew because there's not anything else to pew at. So just the one pew. 19 for 8 points.
Hits for 8 points of damage.
And that is
Nice.
what I'm doing. I'm done. Oh, scooch.
Cool,
But
cool.
yeah.
So, Clockwork Dragon number 2. You see Ethan as it moves similarly to the first one. The front legs lock as it lifts up, and you see the lines start to glow inside its neck. And it exhales a blast of fire towards you and Yipnip. I would like a dexterity saving throw, please. Because the second one hadn't used his fire breath yet. And Sanctuary wouldn't affect this, would it? Because it's area of effect.
Yeah, if it's an area effect, Sanctuary doesn't affect it. For those listening at home, the DM just flipped me off.
I got a 16.
16. You pass. Yipnip, however, does not. You little bastard. So, he takes the full 12, you only take 6.
I take 6, you said?
Mhm.
Okay.
As he just like staggers out of this blast of fire. I can do this all day! Yes, he is the Captain America of kobolds.
For it.
Kobold America. It's America's tale.
Ethan Thorne. It is your turn.
Um,
As it starts lowering itself back, you hear like the engines powering down from the fire blast.
and as he does that, Ethan takes his time as an advantage to
Get it?
still two swords in
Takes
his
his
hands.
time.
Basically a
Because he
slash.
steals time.
Go ahead and he attacks the clockwork dragon. Let's see if this works. I don't even know if this. Yeah, it's not working. That didn't work. All right, so I hit with a 17.
Yep, that hits.
All right, cool. And then that's a 6 damage along with my stealth attack. Or sneak attack, sorry. For 7. Yeah. And plus
How would
my
you like to kill the
necrotic.
clockwork dragon?
Before I do that, can I also add my my time? All right, cool. Temporal well. You got to do another Constitution saving.
So you're spending time fragments to get the extra damage, right?
I actually no. Temporal well automatically activates to store time fragments
Right.
when he's attacking with the stealth.
That on the dexterity save is a 12.
All right, so it didn't pass, or it did pass. It didn't pass, so it actually gets it.
So I guess again the whole thing just starts rusting.
Yep. So Ethan basically, with that moment, basically just runs up and takes his sword and stabs it right underneath the throat while it was coming down. And with that, you see that greenish color start coming out of the sword and starts disintegrating the neck of the dragon.
Nice. You see like the pipes where the fire was coming through rupture and and the whole thing just erupts into flames and rust and crumples to the ground.
Nice.
We are. Oh no! Don't do that. Bad D&D Beyond. We are going to stay in initiative for the purposes of the ritual which is occurring. Gunark and Seth.
I'm starting immediately to run away from the
Everything. Just.
yeah, from everything. But before I do, I'm gonna send out an Eldritch Blast at the device and then run.
Roll to hit.
Let's see. That is 12 to hit.
You fire, and you can see this crystal is starting to glow, and as it does, this spark of energy just literally intercepts this Eldritch Blast midair, which is
All right. I'm getting the heck
I'm
out
outta
of
here.
there.
Seth, you doing anything or just climbing out the crater?
I'm going to climb back up to the edge and turn and think about it and then decide, yeah, I don't trust it, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast the Dark Knight's corpse. Or what I assume to be a corpse. I don't trust that shit.
Roll to hit.
24.
That hits.
Cool. That is 10 damage.
Nice. You see the blast just into his body, which bounces along the ground a little bit, rolls over.
He deserved it.
It's satisfying.
Yip Nip, seeing Gunark sprint past, just, we are victorious! run away! Just start sprinting
I'll
out of the crater
I'll
because Mary
telepathically
told him to
tell
run.
Fleeg to stick to Yip Nip.
Last time he did something against Mary, she shot his friend through the throat, so he's not going to argue with her. Yuri.
Before Yuri decides to flee or not, can he look around the
To
crater?
flee or not to flee, that is the question.
Is there anyone besides Harbingers and Yuri by the machine now?
Yes. Not, well, kind of by the machine.
Like, how can Yuri judge how far away they are?
They are 10 foot basically on the other side of the machine. And it's not separate, they are like mixed in with the cultists. You can see there is a turtle on his knees, looking very, very similar to the other two triplets that you saw. Let me just grab some notes for the other people you see. You can see a halfling. You can see there's an elf, and then there's just a couple of kobolds as well.
Do I recognize the halfling?
You do not.
Okay. Fuck.
And you can see. Actually, make me a perception check.
Uh, 11.
Alright. Cool.
I'll yell as loud as I can. We have prisoners down here. You should probably hold off, Mary.
You doing anything else?
And I'm gonna start running. I'm gonna go ahead and use my motion to get to where the prisoners are, and use my action and bonus action to just swing at the closest cultist to the turtle.
Okay. Roll to hit. And Seth, I
So-
had not forgotten about your charmed one. I've been rolling for him behind the scenes the whole time to see if he could break free of the guys holding him back.
Okay, so for thoughts, I got a 19,
Cool.
and for prayers, I got a 15.
Cool. What was the damage on each of them?
Thoughts was 8, and prayers was 2.
2. So there's like 2 guys basically on either side of him because he's quite big as turtles go, and they're like, you know, one hand on each shoulder basically, and you just run up to the first one, straight up crack him in the head, and he drops like a brick, and the other one you just hit him in the chest and he and there's blood like pouring out of the slits of the mouth, and the turtle just looks up at you. Thank you, but I think he's still alive, and points at the, like, motions with his head to the one holding his other shoulder. Does that end your turn?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So I'm at least 10 feet away from the machine. I don't know what the blast radius is on that lovely arrow tip.
Bigger.
So, as you
Guaranteed.
as you end your turn, you hear a very familiar chuckle from the ground, and that was quite impressive.
Well, fuck you.
And you watch, all of you who are on the other side, Yuri, you have your back to him, as he just slowly sits up, and you can see the hole in his chest just slowly heal.
Oh my god.
He gets to his feet, drops... Oh, he dropped the swords before. He gets to his feet, and just like, you watch as he reaches out with this other hand, the one that hasn't disappeared. The other one's like slowly reforming. But he reaches, and you watch as his hand like just disappears into thin air up to like halfway down the forearm. And as he retracts, he pulls out this long scythe, and he just I suppose it's time to get serious now. Phase 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Wow.
My music switched very perfectly for this.
And he, as he does this, he says, "It seems we have to advance the ritual. Execute the first prisoner." And you watch as one of the harbingers pulls a long knife from their, like, under their robe and just slits the throat of one of the kobolds, who drops to the ground. And you see this now, Yuri. You notice, Jared, did you just? It's the kobold.
How dare, Jared? How dare?
Eye.
Yeah, he sacrificed himself for his god king, so like, yeah.
You watch as the body hits the ground, Yuri. You notice now, embedded where the heart is an aero crystal which flares with light, and you just see this like almost tendril of light emerge from the crystal and just into this device which starts spinning faster. And you hear him say, "From below, the 7 darkest rise."
Oh, that's probably fine.
Yuri, can you make a perception check, please?
Oh God.
Miri does a quick count. Oh, there's only 5 of us.
There's a 12.
12. You notice you kind of had it in one of the coat pockets this whole time. This very faint glow in one of your coat pockets. And so you see as this tendril of light hits this aero crystal in the middle of the mechanical device, the minute the knight finishes speaking it, and 5 beams of light emerge from the centrifuge and start like reflecting off the crystals around it, and it creates almost like a pentagram of light just hovering about a foot off the ground. And for the knight's turn, he is going to point the scythe at Yuri, and he says, "I suggest you drop to your knees and grovel," and cast suggestion on you.
I have advantage on all spells.
So
What's
you
do I
need
to make?
to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sweet. And I have advantage on it. Thank God. Thank goodness for satyrs. Does a 19 single beat it?
Yes.
Okay.
So
then I
you
don't
like
need to roll
you
a second
start
time.
sinking, and you're like, "I don't want to do this," and then
Just kidding.
and you hear in your head, "You don't have to listen to them," and you're like, "Oh yeah, gotcha." Cool. That will end the Knight in Black's turn. Clockwork Dragon is dead. Marriott Whip.
Alrighty, radio. Let's
This is like the one disadvantage you guys had on your initiative rolls was that by the time his next turn came around, you've now all left this crater, with the exception of Yuri.
Well, I only got 30
It's
feet
true.
away.
So you're like
Well,
starting
Ethan's still
up
in the crater
wall.
too, right? Or no?
all right.
Huh?
Was Ethan in the crater from defeating the time?
Yeah.
The time? Yeah. Okay.
So Mirida's gonna try to take out a couple of harbingers that are holding hostages, because that seems important. And Gunark was close by. Who's close by?
Yeah, Yuri mostly. Yuri's
No, to
like
me.
stood in front of the host. Oh, to you.
Yeah.
Seth has climbed back up next to you now, and Yip Nip's like, right from mill, slowly climbing up.
All right. Well, Mary will very carefully set the crazy arrow to the side and just
drops it, bang. Mary loses a leg.
And as she takes aim at some harbingers, look at whichever magic user is close by and go, mage hand maybe, and let's see if we could take out some harbingers. A 22 and a 26 to hit some. Yeah, so 7 and 6 points.
Nice. So 2 of them just.
Yeah, so
Lose their
hopefully.
grip on the
What do
one
you
that
mean
they're
by
holding.
mage hand?
Well, you just saw that she's got some hella good accuracy with her regular arrows, so perhaps putting something that isn't a friend holding the explodey one somewhere where she could hit it with something else is a better idea.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
Does that end your turn, Mary?
It does. That is all my things I
Ethan.
care to do.
Then, how far is Ethan from the Black Knight and Yuri?
You're like. You would be 10 feet from the knight, and Yuri's about 10 feet on the other side. As he
Okay.
ran past and
So-
spat as he went.
So Ethan seeing this and I'm guessing hearing the Black Knight say that
you're
portion of
kind
the
of facing
seventh
that
darkest, or
direction because the clockwork dragons were in between you and the knight, and you were facing them. So you could have seen him
Right.
sit up and get back up.
and did I hear him at all
Yeah.
say that the seven darkest right? Okay, so
Everybody
remembering the
heard
fact
that.
that that's in remembering that's engraved in the mask. Ethan kind
Throws
of
the
like
mask at
quickly
him.
reacts to it. Here, no. So he ends up running, basically using his movement to get up to the knight, but in a fast pace, and attempts to just is his back towards me. So attempts to take his longsword and pierce it through his back, hopefully trying to aim at his heart if I can.
You fool! I have no heart.
He's an edgelord.
Right.
Exactly.
We should ask him to join our group.
All right. That's 16.
16.
Do I get advantage on that as like
Unfortunately,
kind of like a flank or no?
because 10 feet
Okay.
away. So you come running up behind and swing with the long sword, and it just crumples about half an inch from his armor. And you see now, like, hey, that's what happened to that kid's dagger. Oh no.
And I guess with that, shit, Ethan backs up and goes into like a dodge
Drops the...
as a bonus action. Moves into dodge.
And... top of the round, Gunnock and Seth. Gunnock and Seth. Ba-da-da-ba-ba.
I
Coming
sigh,
again, I say the
heavily.
motherfucking day, yeah.
turn around, and sprint back at this fucking thing. I got 30 feet away, so I am 30 feet away again, and I'll run up next to Ethan and go for a big ol' swang.
Swing.
That is that's a natural 1, is what that was.
You just like, you swing and you're like, you see the longsword crumpling. You're like, you know what? I don't want to do that to my new rapier. No. No, no. Seth?
We're gonna mage hand, grab the arrow,
The arrow.
the arrow
crystal
arrow, and I'm going to start moving.
I would just like to
two-handed.
mention that I have in this precise moment decided that people who are known for working with arrow crystal are now aerosmiths.
Yes.
I hate it and I love it.
No, I only
Just
love it.
popped into my head. I was like, yes,
Only love.
from now They are arrows.
I love it because I hate it.
I had to say because, I don't want to miss a thing.
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And I'm going to...
You're making us quite jaded with these puns, Mitch.
I'm going to move down towards my my suggested buddy.
Mm-hmm. Is that you or the arrow?
Both of us?
Okay. So you'd have to climb down the crater again.
Right.
And then he's
'cause
basically
I only
on the
have
other
about 30
side.
feet distance. Well, it depends on which is going to be a quicker route. Which would, I should be able to see this. Would skirting the edge and then going down be quicker to get to him than going down and running through it?
Not necessarily, but if you skirt around the edge, you skirt around the threat range of the giant scythe.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do then.
But he's now just like... Come on, anyone? Yeah?
Me and all 27 of my hit points are going to avoid that as much as possible. I skirt around the edge, and if I have anything left, I start heading down the side of the crater.
So you could get to like... Because it's like the edge, I'm gonna, like I was saying before, use the climb rules. So 15 feet of movement, which would be all of your movement, would get you to the middle of this crater. But you could... Oh, you used your action to mage hand. I was going to say you could action dash, but...
I was saying, I was kind of reneging on my...
Oh, right, so you're on the top.
On my movement, yeah.
Right.
I just, mage hand grab it and just book it.
Then you'd be able to kind of circle about 3/4 of the way around. It's not like it's a perfect circle, it's just called the circle. But you'd be able to get, most of the way around. You're about... If it was flat, you'd be 20 feet from the suggested guy, but then it's also 20 foot down.
Right. Cool. I will hover the arrow out so it's parallel with him, just above me.
Okie dokie. Yip Nip and Fleeg. Yip Nip's just gonna look up at Mary and be like, "What do I do?" Big
Maybe
old puppy dog eyes.
Get back here with me, I think, is your best bet, buddy. I need your help.
Cool.
Oh,
And he just he stands
How far
behind
away
you and
would,
lowers the spear over your shoulder, ready to stab anything that comes at you.
There we go. Teamwork.
how far away would Fleeg be away from one of the harbingers?
Fleeg, you had told to get out of the crater, so Fleeg is on the other side of the crater entirely.
Which is about how many feet, though?
Again, if it was just flat, would be 60-ish.
Since could he make it flying at a diagonal 40 to one of them?
D&D
Probably
Beyond
not.
D&D is just not designed to work with
For
diagonal
3D
stuff.
movement?
It's fine. I'll just telepathically tell Fleeg to fly back towards where Yuri's at. His full movement's 40 as a bat. And that will end his turn. Still invisible.
Your head is just filled with coming. That's your turn.
And then Yuri's going to swing at the other harbinger holding the turtle. First.
All right.
So that's going to be thoughts is going to be what I swing with. That's a 19-24 to hit.
Yeah.
And that's 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage. He'd already taken 2. Cool.
And I'm assuming he's still standing.
As you crush his windpipe, he's still standing.
Okay.
But
Has
slowly
that hit made him
sinking to
kind
his
of
knees.
release the turtle?
Almost. He's still got his hand on the turtle, and that's the only thing stopping him from dropping to the ground.
Okay.
And you just hear
I'll
a
go ahead
slight
and swing.
"Ow" from the turtle as the hand tightens on his shoulder.
And prayers misses because I rolled an 8.
Nice. I appreciate the help, but this hurts. As the hand's like
I
digging
look at the
into his
cultist.
shoulder.
Look, I'm just trying to help you get free because I think people are about to die at faster rates. And I'll end my turn.
No, little satyr. Not this time. And he just starts walking
God.
up behind you.
Fuck.
It's almost romantic.
He paid no mind to Ethan or Gunnar.
He's so focused.
Keeps walking.
Yeah, do we get attack of opportunities?
Because he is 10 feet away.
He's
So he has to leave their threat range.
Yeah.
Heh, all right.
I mean, his commitment to you, Yuri, is
I know. Dedication like this, I never would have left Valtese.
I rolled a natural 20
Yes!
on that opportunity attack.
What's the total?
All right, well, let's see. Do I get
Well,
sneak attack on
what's the total
opportunity
to
attacks
hit?
or no? Oh, the total to hit is...
I don't like that. You got a nat 20. You said, what's the total to hit? That's not okay, Mitch.
It's 24.
Okay, you hit.
I mean, Ethan's
Wonderful.
technically within 5 feet of him.
He is.
So sneak attack?
Yeah, so do I get the
Yeah.
sneak attack damage?
Thank
That-
God.
hey, look at this bear. Poke.
Good
Poke.
stuff. Good stuff.
Do we know there's a phase 3 if we kill him here?
Don't give him ideas.
This only has like 10 phases, don't worry. But you never played
Oh,
Dark
that's
Souls
a great
before?
game. Phase 10.
He has 5, right? 5 life points. Life bars.
That's
Jesus.
33
Holy
points of damage
shit.
from me.
Yeah.
That's including the
You just
plus 10 necrotic if
Straight
he is
through,
not
like the
a...
back of
undead.
his calf, and you hear him like cry out in pain, and he just carries on. You hear like a as the leg rips free from your rapier, and he carries on walking towards Yuri. Because unfortunately,
Does he need
you don't
another-
have Sentinel.
Does he get another...
Alright, so then my attack of opportunity, correct?
Yes.
Now is this advantage
Uh,
or no advantage?
no, because he's not close enough to Yuri for the flanking.
Question with the with that nat 20, doesn't he get a
Yes.
Another
Sustained
lingering injury.
lingering.
Roll to see if he gets
So
a
I
lingering
have-
injury.
Like, please
Oh, yeah.
cut
He
off
does
his
not
leg.
get a lingering injury.
A 3.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
When you drop to 0, it's like 100%, but I roll to see on a crit if you do. Just because otherwise it would be like we'd be cutting people to pieces left, right, and center.
So on my opportunity of attack, I got a 23 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
And a 3 for piercing, and plus my stealth, which is 3 damage for the stealth, which activates Temper Well. Can I activate that? Which I can. And then 1d6 added to that.
Gunnar just like
Which is a
blasts
6
through the
damage.
30,
Stomach.
and then here's
Nice.
Ethan just
So that's 12 damage altogether.
You hear another like
Plus-
grunt of pain as you slash across his back, and he just carries on.
Walking away from 2 rogues.
And as he gets within
Literally
range of
took
you,
like 45 damage.
Yuri, you watch as he spins the scythe around and starts creating this trail.
question, Mitch.
Yes.
Oh wait, you said he healed, huh? So does that mean he got his hand back from the lingering injury? Fuck. Okay, never mind. My question's null and void.
You watch as he's spinning this scythe round and it leaves like a spectral trail as he casts Booming Blade.
Fuck.
What fun
Hey,
to have.
that's my trick.
This is
Ethan looks at Gunnar. This is not good.
bad.
23 to hit.
Bad day.
What is it?
23 to hit.
God, yeah.
Oh my gosh. He is after you, man.
No, it's not. It's probably not very good.
So-
I don't
And
think
my
this is
AC is
good.
back down to 16 since does
Mary's
Mary's
still
shield of
concentrating.
protection?
Haven't been hit.
Okay, so 8. Okay. Well, I didn't know if I got
Nope.
Well,
incapacitated.
she
if
was
that
planning to get you back up, so she probably wouldn't have dropped concentration.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so AC's 18.
Otherwise, I would have
Here we
asked, like, hey, Mary, would you have been? But I know her plan was to bring you straight back up, so Mary being Mary wouldn't have dropped concentration. So you take 14 points of slashing damage.
And I'm fucking unconscious.
From his
That was exactly what I got
bonded
healed back up to
weapon.
after I.
Cool.
Damn.
That. So he's just like, not this time, and you watch as he just with the scythe straight through Yuri's back.
That doesn't look too
You
good from
take
this
an
angle.
internal injury,
Oh,
Yuri.
jeez.
Oh, what the?
Oh no.
So,
Hey, Mitch. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me make sure I have a slot. Can I do a reaction hellish rebuke again as
Do
I
you have
fall
any slots
unconscious?
left?
Because I did it with. I have one left.
all right.
He needs to make a dex saving throw.
Nice.
Isn't this the attack that killed the wolf?
Yes, it is.
It's a natural 20.
Motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. No more spell slots.
Doesn't he take? Does he take
Oh yeah, he
half
still
damage
takes
or
half
no?
damage.
so with the internal injury,
He takes 8 points of damage, fire damage. Fuck
Every
yeah, it
little bit
does.
counts.
with the internal injury, Yuri, if you attempt an action in combat, you will need to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a fail,
Holy fuck.
you lose your action and can't use reactions until the start of your next turn. However, the injury will heal if you receive magical healing or if you spend 10 days doing nothing but rest.
So, if I make an action in combat or an attack
Action.
in combat.
So you
Action.
guys watch as he
Jesus
just lifts Yuri up on the scythe and just yeet over his shoulder.
Can we say
The
something?
body like lands and rolls to your feet in front of you two. You can say something
Oh damn.
if you would like.
Come on, Gunnar, we can take him. Then I look at the
Gunnar's just gone.
the Black Knight.
I'm out. Bye.
I look at the Black Knight. Come on, you want to take on 2 rogues? Let's go.
I'll deal with you in a second.
We do a cool back-to-back like rapier, your
Yes,
short sword.
constant stealth attack.
Next, the halfling.
Dang, yo, she's
And
not
they
far.
pull out a knife and just slit the throat of the halfling. You watch as they drop
Oh,
Different one.
No, that
tendril of light
another half.
Yeah,
hits
there
this
are others.
device in the center, which starts spinning even faster. At this point, can both of you make me a perception check?
No, it's gotta be done. Maybe that-
So, Mitch,
Yes.
12.
diverting back to my true neutral form, is that going to be considered an action, or
I'll say
can
you
that
could do
just
that as a
with?
free action.
Okay, because I'm just saying, like, this is probably like I'm stressed as fuck. I am not holding on to my.
I got a 13.
13. Gunnock?
12.
12. You can both see, luckily Yuri rolled onto his back. In his pocket, there is a glow, just very faint. And as this tendril... my green screen just completely vanished for a second. As this tendril of light hits this device in the middle, the glow gets slightly brighter. And the ground underneath your feet starts rumbling.
I was totally gonna see what that was my next turn, not even gonna lie.
Mary,
He is still cute. All right. How many harbingers with hostages are left? Harbingers and hostages.
there's
It's my favorite new
3
game.
hostages. There's like half a harbinger holding on to Tino,
Cool.
and then 2 holding on to each of the other 2.
Well, let's.
So 5. But one's like clutching his throat. And it's like slowly sinking to his knees because Yuri crushed his windpipe. But it wasn't enough damage to kill him.
All right.
And Tino's like struggling, trying to let go, but he's in so much pain the grips got really tight.
Goodbye, last spell slot. I only have 3, so let's not get too.
I know the feeling.
It's more than I've got.
Yeah, exactly. This entire party is like spell
So
slots.
intense.
Only
2?
one that can
I
heal.
can cast 2 spells.
Hey Yuri, hey buddy, get your ass up. 5 points.
Take it.
Lingering injury, which is the internal injury, fades. So you
Thank
feel as
God.
you're getting back up, you can see this hole from the scythe, and
My
like,
spleen!
your spleen knits back together, and the wound closes.
My leg!
And
I'm glad you're safe, Yuri.
a 17 and a 23 to hit with arrows for 9 and
Yes.
7 points.
Which ones are you targeting?
2 harbingers that are 5 feet apart from each other that have victims.
Cool.
That's so there
Dead.
should only be like 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay.
Seth, at this point, you watch as the one that you had suggested breaks free from these others who were holding him back. I need to stop this! Runs and grabs hold of this device.
Can I, as he did, like, seeing this, can I use my reaction to let go of the arrow and drop it for him?
Sure.
It's dark.
I do.
How high off the ground is your mage hand?
Maybe like 10 feet.
Okay.
And it is, I want to
Explode.
note it's holding it like this, not
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, even still, it's
Right,
a
but
pretty
you know,
heavy tip.
I was hoping
Yeah.
maybe
It drops to the
would, you know,
ground, but unfortunately he hadn't been told to do anything with the arrow, so it just kind of drops next to him as he reaches for
maybe
this
he just think of
device.
it.
So he needs to make this check. This is my only page of notes for this entire session is how to stop the ritual in various ways, because I was like, I imagine at some point they're gonna try it. And then I was going to put that on our group, but then I didn't want to be like, I'm not going to give them ideas if they hadn't thought of stopping the ritual because they were planning to just kill the knight first. So
No, this is why I used that
God.
suggestion first.
So he fails his check. Oh no, and he fails the. Oh. So you watch as he reaches in, and it's like, it's the slot where the arrow crystal was visible. It's basically covered every now and again by this piece of spinning machinery, and he's like, as his hand just gets completely cut off by this rapidly spinning piece of metal. And I believe if he takes, he's done the action anyway, so the suggestion ends. As he's now just like
Well-
sinking to his knees, clutching a stump that's
Wait,
No, he wouldn't do something to hurt himself.
the other thing.
I know he wouldn't do something that directly hurts himself. This just carries a slight risk of it. So he was like,
Okay.
because it's not like he was like, hey, go crack your head open.
I specifically told him to stop the ritual.
Yeah,
The ritual has not been stopped, therefore.
he attempted to, and he's now taken damage.
Yeah. Target must make a wisdom saving throw. The suggested course of action can continue for the entire duration. If the suggested activity can be completed in a shorter time, the spell ends when the subject finishes what it was asked to do.
Okay.
If I or a companion damage the target,
Right.
not if it takes damage.
Okay. So he's clutching his bleeding stump.
But he still really wants to
Just
stop this.
keep sticking the stump in the hole.
It is your turn. As you watch, like, Yuri's just poking his hole as it's healing. He's poking himself in the hole.
You alright, Yuri?
I felt better.
Hey, I saw something shining in your pocket. Mind if I take a look at it?
You'd have to come over here. You're
He's
a little
literally,
far
like,
away.
a foot
He's right
in front of you.
Isn't he right in front?
He
Yeah,
got
yeah. He's like
thrown
right
by
in
the
front.
knight and rolled to a stop at their feet.
Alright.
I like to imagine Yuri hasn't opened his eyes yet.
Yes. If I don't open my eyes, there's no knight. If I can't see him, he can't see me.
You
I'll,
have to come over here.
Yeah, I'll reach in and into the pocket and pull out whatever's in that pocket, which is the.
Yeah, so it would
I'm
be
assuming
Ethan's
hand
action
medallion.
to take it, but I'll allow you to like help
Yeah.
him by pulling
Hand
it
it to
out
me.
your pocket.
Okay.
Whip it out
Did you
for
show
him.
it? Oh, you did show it to everyone when you were
Yeah, they all saw that it
seeing
was a
Max.
round piece of metal with a palm.
So you can see it is that piece of metal that you don't know exactly where he got it from. He just mentioned that he'd got it in the mines, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But you see him like he's holding it and it's starting to glow with like this faint purplish red light.
All right. So then, can I inspect it, or
What are
would
you
that's
trying to
already an
inspect?
action? I
Like,
mean,
what are you trying to
why
find
it's
out?
glowing?
Okay, make an Arcana check. Also, Yuri, by the way, last time
Uh-huh.
when you were awake, everything was cool. Now the ground's shaking.
It's check.
I don't like this. I'm not a fan.
There we go. I got a 9.
9. You're not sure.
All right, so then
In the words
not
of
exactly sure why
Gunnar,
it's glowing.
there's definitely magic involved.
My expert
So then,
opinion.
Ethan just basically just palms it into the one hand
Mm-hmm.
for now, and
Hey, I didn't say you could keep it.
My toy.
then right. Not that I'm gonna keep it, but I'm gonna hold on to it because now the Black Knight's looking at us, right?
No,
Oh, he's probably
He's still
hasn't
got his back.
stopped.
No, he's ignoring us, Gunnar.
Good. No, that's good. He's
Oh,
ignoring.
true, yeah.
so that was your action.
And then that was my action. Then bonus action, I'll just dodge. Get ready to
Okey-dokey.
dodge whatever.
Gunnar and Seth.
Booker?
Hi.
Okay,
I've been
what
placing
are our
bets on
odds
the
right here?
side.
Yeah.
No, he's definitely not here this time. Please, I can't
I
manage
mean-
Booker as well as the fight and the ritual.
I need Booker here now.
Taking bets on if we live.
I use Mage Hand.
Yuri's
to
at
pick the-
1,000 to 1.
Yeah. Right,
At this
right.
point, I pick the arrow back up and bring it back over to bring it close to the machine
Okay,
while I
we're in front of the machine.
start. I start heading towards Tino. I slide down the side of the thing. I'm gonna go save my friend.
Nice. You'd be at like
boy.
10 feet from him.
Okay.
Does that end your turn?
I want to ensure that the arrow is hovering
was me.
just slightly out of reach. I want to make it just out of reach of the Black Knight above the machine.
Okay, so that would be like about 7-ish foot off the ground. He's like 6.5 foot.
Yeah, I want
So
it
it's,
so
like,
that if you were
just
to
out of
try to
reach.
grab it from my mage hand.
Yeah. So like this
miss.
whole time Yuri's been super cocky, but he was like coming up to the knight's like chest, if that,
Well, that's just how BA
And,
Yuri is.
bouncing around and punching him in the face.
Yeah. Yuri's only like 5'2",
Yeah.
so
It's like an angry chihuahua.
Right.
without mohawk.
I show,
The only reason I was letting you
Showed,
punch him in the face is because he can jump real high. He's-
That Mithril elite, man.
and it's also just like total
showed.
satyr fighting.
Mary, the boom is in position. Tino, roll.
I'm a bit preoccupied. He's
Just
like
roll backwards towards me.
just like headbutting the hand on his shoulder. Gunnock.
That's what I'm saying. Just roll backwards.
I mean,
The shell
the
gets
knight's
in the way.
gotta go down sometime. So
my point is that the shell's gonna go over the bad guy.
He's next to him, not behind him.
So I what am I gonna do?
you gonna do when they come for you?
I think I'll try to Eldritch Blast the guy holding Tino.
Okay, roll to hit.
And then, yeah, I'll see what. Yeah, that probably hits. It is a 14.
Hits.
Awesome. And then, that is just a nice 3 points of damage.
He's blasted off of his feet into the distance. he was pretty
Alright.
dead from Yuri beating him up. And the second like this grip leaves Tino's shoulder, you watch, and there is like a bit of a struggle for a second because his hands and feet are bound, but he just into the shell. There's like a struggle as he's trying to like break the ropes on the edges of the shell, but he just totally just
He's
retreats into
Houdini.
his shell. I
And
don't
then
care if
I'm
that's
gonna
not a thing Tortles can do. He's doing it.
I'm gonna do the big brain play, and I'm gonna sprint directly at the Black Knight,
Okay,
Is Jared coming?
right up behind him.
roll to hit.
Oh, I can't hit him with anything. I'm just.
Oh yeah, you're just sprinting at him.
Intimidation sprinting.
Intimidatingly. Yip Nip, standing over Mary's shoulder. What do I do now?
You wouldn't happen to have any like healing potions or yeah, magic. Yeah, you're good.
Like,
You're
as you
good,
kind of
buddy.
look up from the arrow, you're looking down the shaft of. There's just like a little glass bottle next to your head. Ah!
Is that a healing one or is that an explodey one?
I think it's healing.
Okay, maybe try to get that to one of the boys down there.
Okay. And he just jumps off the top of this wall of the crater.
That boy.
Oh no, that's an 8. He just like twists both ankles on landing. Ow! He was just too excited to be helping. The potion
Fleeg
bottle doesn't
is gonna-
smash. He manages to, it's like, you know when you see those videos of someone holding a beer and they fall over, but it just stays perfect. I got it! Still got it! Oh,
You're doing
my ankles.
great. Real proud of you. You're my
He
hero.
just like slides on his face.
Fleeg is gonna move to the cultist he can get as close to that he's since he went 40 and try to scare them to run
Okay.
away from the prisoner, whichever prisoner is closest. They need to make a Constitution save of 10. Wisdom saving throw of 10.
That is a natural 18.
There we go.
Okay,
As he just,
that's fine.
and the cultist just bats him out the way.
He batted the
Yeah.
bat. I like it.
No coronavirus here. Yuri, it's your turn as you
you're-
sit up for the 3rd time.
Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'll
third
take
time.
a quick surveillance.
Choke slammed,
Yeah, third
killed.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a quick surveillance of everything going on. Remember the glowing of the medallion.
Which Ethan is now holding.
Ethan. Yeah, Ethan, that hand at the back, please.
And Ethan, here, hands it right back.
And I will use
It is your
half
action
of what so
to interact with an object.
okay. That's
So you
fine.
will have to use your action to take
I
it
will-
back from Ethan. So I'll allow him to get involved because it's an action, basically. Otherwise, it'd be like, hey, give it back to me, and then on Ethan's turn, he can let go of it.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. And
Because ain't
then I
nobody got time for
will
that.
run up to the device. So get up and run to the device. I'm sure that eats all of my movement.
Mhm.
And then I don't think I have any bonus actions that I can do. Yeah, because I don't have any spell slots. Yeah, that ends my turn.
Okay.
Bonus action to brace yourself.
So, Gunnock,
Bonus
you
action
skip to a halt
pee
behind
yourself.
Oh. Where's your audio?
I
There you
was
go.
muted. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha.
While the very exciting episode was going.
Oh man, I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. You?
What happens? Right now we're trying to figure out how to log in and do stuff. What?
Oh, for the questioning stuff.
I guess. For the investigation, the interrogation, the interview.
Any news from Jared?
I think he had school or work or something.
Gotcha.
Life, you know.
Yeah, no, catches up to us. So my wife suggested that I wear the contacts.
Yeah, that's super cool.
It's been a while since I worn it. Make sure I cleaned it though, because last time I wore it, I think I had a cold, which was I think for that episode. For this specific episode, I was like, "Oh man, you can hear me just going."
It was so chilling. It was so bone chilling. You got sick.
Well, I mean, it made sense. Ethan did have 1 point of exhaustion. Suits it perfectly.
All right. It is no, I'm going to end up locking you guys out of this account that you've made because it's none of the passwords you're giving me. I just can't answer questions.
Let's see, I wonder
So
if
much
able to pull up
sick
the
noise.
actual... Yep.
I mean, I'm copying and pasting what you guys are typing in.
Trying to figure out.
Did you sign it up with the right email address? This is exciting stuff for if we have viewers.
Questions and viewers. I think we can pull up the, let's see, go on YouTube and actually pull it up.
Yeah, I had it on until the audio here started, and then I had to stop because it was like just slightly off. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, I could pull it up and just like watch myself even more, I guess. I like that there's not like a reset password option for this program we are choosing.
Yeah, I was watching the first portion of the live streaming, and it looked like Twitch would actually buffer a little more than YouTube. YouTube was a little more clear and smooth, but I think the quality was just slightly off. Let's see.
right. So I'm on YouTube. I'm not seeing any current questions or anything like that. Lighting is terrible.
Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to try this restream again. Maybe. I'll type it. Aha.
Got it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Must have copy pasted wrong. Now, what do I do with it? Yep. Stuff is happening. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
It's Jack.
Hello.
Welcome.
Long time no see.
I know. How you feeling, bud?
Yeah. It is working, Mitch. Per your test. I jumped in because I realized I hadn't logged out of Restream, so it was still up. So if you guys were having trouble, I could at least pull it up.
Gotcha.
I'm waiting on my test results to come back. They should be here tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, you look good.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was watching from my phone from YouTube because, like someone said before, you can like minimize it on the phone with YouTube. And I was like, wait, is Josh wearing his Ethan contacts?
Yeah, I am.
I could not tell from my phone.
Yeah. My wife told me to wear it. I was like, she goes, you got to wear something, Ethan. I'm like, all right. I was like, I don't have a cloak. I don't have leather armor. I don't have anything but these contacts. So,
I mean, if you get me the tools, I can make you leather armor. I just am short on certain tools.
Gotcha. I'll have to take a look at them.
It's the issue of moving out from like up north where all my family is, because my family has done leatherworking since before I was born.
Oh wow.
So like there's all sorts of tools and stuff at like really I could just like walk over to my uncle's place, like drive over to my uncle's place and be like, hey, I'm gonna use the leatherworking table. Bye. You
go.
Probably wouldn't stop me, but he's in Minnesota and I'm in Texas, so
Gotcha. Well, that's nice that that you have all that craftiness going on in your family.
for sure. I was very tempted to send, I don't know where it's at right now. It's somewhere on my disaster zone at the desk. Yay, ADHD and depression that I don't clean. But it's like a belt loop thing. So it loops onto the like handle of the mug and then onto your belt. So you can just carry the mug around like that.
Nice. Is it held on through like a belt, like kind of like a belt buckle?
So you would loop your belt through the actual strap itself, and then there's a loop that goes on and it buttons onto a
nice
antler piece.
Very nice.
I just don't know where I put it. Yeah, so far, no questions, but we can, for the few that are listening or watching.
I think it's just us.
Yeah, probably.
I do have the YouTube one pulled up.
Talking to ourselves.
I'll exit out.
So this person in my area on Facebook found a drone in their backyard.
Oh, nice.
And they posted about it, like trying to do the right thing and everything. And they just took a picture of, there's a Vietnam museum nearby, and they took a picture of the helicopter from there and like posted, it's like, hey, tell us what it looks like and we'll get it back to you. And someone was like, that looks like a helicopter. Like joking.
Yeah.
About their picture, like, oh, looks like a helicopter. And this person lost it. They're like, I am trying to do the right thing here. Of course it looks like a helicopter. I'm not going to put a picture of the drone because then you would know. It was like, yo.
Jeez. It's like, relax.
Just being mildly sarcastic.
Jeez. Still cool, though, to find a drone in the backyard.
I mean, yeah.
Top secret information recorded onto it.
So far, there's only been a picture of someone's living room.
Like, hopefully theirs. I mean, then they're using it for wrong purposes.
Well, it looks like they had like just taken it out of the box kind of thing.
Gotcha.
It's like not a very good picture, but it's clearly inside.
Yeah. All right. I've always wanted to own one.
Same. I want one of the cool ones that you can hook up to like a VR headset.
Mm-hmm.
Fly around and look around like that. That'd be cool.
A lot of that is restricted use, though.
Yeah. Some friends and I we were gonna go together on like a nice drone that had like Wi-Fi connectivity or like 4G connectivity. We hadn't really decided, and it was when we all lived in Fargo, North Dakota, like within a mile of each other. We were gonna set it up, and that's how we were gonna send messages.
Nice.
Tie it to the drone and send it out.
You can always do the old-fashioned pigeon training.
See, none of us had apartments that we could have pigeons, so we're like, next best thing, a drone.
Yep.
It can live on somebody's porch, and then we just send it a signal to come to us when we want to send a message to somebody else.
That's funny. Yeah, I actually looked into the process of actually what it takes to train the pigeon. It's pretty extensive.
Yeah, especially because like the majority of it, if I remember right, you're not like you can't really train it to go many other places. It's just like it has a home and it will always go home, and you just take it where it isn't home and then tie a message to it and let it go, and it goes home.
Right. There was when I was looking it up, they said something about they would take however many pigeons they're trying to train, feed them at one location, raise them up in one location, and then they would ship them to another location and feed them there. So therefore they can associate the two locations where they get food. So then when you put the message on it, then they transfer, the next thing they do is they leave, because you don't feed them I think you don't feed them for a day or something at your house. So then they're hungry. So they end up heading to the next location. They know where to get food, which is where you're sending a message.
Okay. I mean,
But
that makes sense.
Something like that. I mean, I probably got it wrong halfway through, but something very similar to what I just said.
No, I want to join the Falcon team at the castle because it'd be cool. But like, it takes like you're on a waiting list for years until someone decides you're trustworthy enough to be on that team.
Jeez.
That's fair.
But exactly. Like, I totally get it, but I really wanna.
Yeah.
And like, I already actively work for the guy who's going to decide whether or not I get on that team. So, because he's the head of the sound and light department as well.
That is pretty neat. You're gonna when you do get accepted, just take a picture with the bird on your arm. Send it our way.
There's like, that's going to be like the only pictures I take from
Just the one time.
There's like pictures of me with the bird. Like,
right.
I got a bird.
Probably the first time would be like this in a distance, like,
I've
backed up a little bit.
I've gotten fairly comfortable being around the birds lately. Mostly because they're hooded, but All right. So it's been requested I go back through some of the old questions. So,
A needle pulling thread.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what I'm here for.
Mary Hanneman asked, how did you go about creating your character?
Well, halflings are dope, and rangers are dope, and I thought the accent was funny. Pretty much.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to, Mitch said we would be exploring and doing stuff, and you need a ranger for that kind of stuff, so you don't freeze and die.
Very true.
Well, for me, it was just a little bit more complicated. This was my first time actually getting into Dungeons and Dragons. Although I've done multiple tabletop gaming and all this other stuff with the family and friends, but D&D, like a legit campaign, this is the first time. So I had to like learn a little bit of the races and the different types of classes. So it really is just, I kind of picked the heck out of Mitch's brain on like characters and background. Like, so what's your world about? What's this? And like, oh, what's that? As soon as he sent us a little bit of that information, I was just like dissecting his information, just looking through it, and stumbled upon a few things. And I was like, ooh, what's the chances of my character getting involved in this? And then that, Ethan Thorne started becoming born.
This will be a good one for Lindsay, the hoarding of all things D&D. What is your absolute must-have tabletop accessory? Dice don't count.
Absolute must-have are your friggin' books. Players. There's this one book. It's great. It's called The Player's Handbook. It's fantastic. Highly recommend. Outside of that, must have.
See, the reason I say like
wet erase markers.
Wet erase. Ooh.
Must have those, because then it doesn't matter if you've got the fancy maps or just a glass table or a piece of plexi. You have a way to make a grid and mark on stuff without it rubbing right out.
Yeah. I mean,
not dry erase. Must be wet erase.
Josh, what's your answer?
What's a must-have besides dice?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think for me, obviously, because I would say drink, just a drink. I always have a nice cup of coffee while I'm doing the podcast, but and then water on the side. Always got to wet the palate a little bit.
I mean, yeah, with your raspy, edgy boy voice,
Yeah.
I can imagine that it gets a bit much on the vocal cords.
Very true. Very true.
Gotta hydrate.
So yeah, drink would be mine.
How are you like your character, and how are you different?
I would say we're both eager to learn about stuff and generally friendly. I'm not quite as rush headlong into things as Mary is, but I also can't heal overnight with magical sleeping. So there is that. I also can't cast spells, which is a shame.
What?
Yeah.
Can't?
No, I probably would be more like Mary. I think she's a lot more patient than I am. That's a thing.
I could definitely see that. I say as I look back at our past Discord conversations where Lindsay gets snippy.
I do get snippy.
Sometimes I can't tell if it's Lindsay needs a sandwich snippy or Lindsay's like actually annoyed at me snippy. Mostly because it's in text, so I don't know.
Oh, well, I do in text come across a lot more abrasively than I mean to, because I do short, choppy sentences because I have ADHD and I have to get the words out before they're gone, which makes teeny tiny little sentences that look aggressive when they're not.
And I know that feeling. It's one of those, like, we share that quality of ADHD. So I do the same thing, but at the same time, like, I can't read that from other people.
Yeah.
It's a really weird thing.
On my Discord channel that I'm an admin for, I have to make a conscientious effort to put in emoji so that everyone knows that I'm not like, rah, 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 rah. It has to be like, quick thought, smiley face, quick thought, thinking face, quick thought, lightning bolt. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. As long as there's an emoji somewhere in there, people are like, okay, she's not mad. Like, I'm never really mad.
A lot of that does get lost in text message, though. The translation of just emotion and everything behind it. It's like, I didn't mean it in that way. I meant it in the nice way, but it completely came off rude. Or no, that's just how they are.
What was your
text
answer?
messages?
How are you like your character, and how are you different, Josh?
I think I am completely opposite of Ethan. I'm like not edgy. What? No way. I'm actually a huge people person. I love having conversations and getting involved with other people. And I guess Ethan right now, because of his backstory, he's just a little on the protective, keep close kind of deal. But I mean, I have long hair. I have in common with him. Right now it's braided and ponytail. So yeah, I think that's like the only thing I have in common with Ethan is that and I love wolves. I love wolves. So Ethan did fall in love with a wolf.
Real quick.
So
just
real
right
quick.
off the bat.
It was just, no second guessing that. It was just instantly, I'm going to put my life on the line for that wolf.
So Deceptor asked a question to all cast. Your favorite recording session so far? I'm going to say we should limit that up to chapter 1 finale.
Right.
Okay.
Well, Well, see, now I have to like, where is that cutoff? Because we are several episodes ahead. IRL.
Well, current released episode is an entire session. That was the Black Knight fight.
Yeah, I mean, but just as like, I usually, the stuff that I enjoy the most isn't, or not the most, but is the most memorable, isn't necessarily like the big story stuff. So like,
Right.
the coin is after, I think. So
I think it's like next week, or not next week, the week after.
Right.
Mitch chimes in. Yeah, coin is after.
I mean, probably the easiest answer is the Cobalt Caves, just because how is that not going to be one of your favorites? I mean, I got I know a guy who has blossomed into far more than I could have ever hoped for.
There is a lot of tough episodes to pinpoint down into one. Oh man, it's just, I feel like all of them are good, but like what really makes it memorable are I don't know, those like moments when two characters like click and it just flows perfectly. Like an incident where Ethan felt the rumble in the floor and he was like, "Did you feel that?" And then Merida Lindsay just quickly picked up on that. It was like, "Yeah, I feel our friendship growing." Like that was perfect. That was amazing role playing right there. So moments like that really make it memorable, I think, for an episode. Hard to pinpoint an actual one.
I think honestly, our early sessions were really, really great for me. Just in that, like, you can hear in the first 3 episodes us like growing closer and getting comfortable with each other. And people were like, "Wow, you're really growing." We're like, "That was one session."
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I also like
an hour.
Right. But I also like how like everyone has a moment, I think, too. And we're starting to see that like each and every person's just shining into certain things. Like the speeches that Seth was making, for the what was it, for the memorial, the wake. So for the wake, it was just like perfect. And so, and then there's things to come, so can't really talk much about those. And
I had said in the earlier session, talking about like, we are not an optimized group. And I think that makes us all the better, because we are an optimized group for something completely different than what we're actively doing. Like, we're a wonderful theater troupe of some sort, like that kind of thing. Like, so there are these optimizations that you don't typically think of when you're building a party, because we looked at it from a story perspective. We all have a story to tell with each of these characters, rather than going like, okay, and I'm min-maxing so that I can be on the front of the thing. And like, yeah, over time, we're all kind of picking up different skills and realizing like, okay, Yuri and Gunark need to be on the front.
Right.
Oh, someone wants us to buy followers.
Oh, no thanks.
Buy followers.
Yeah, so a random message comes in on Twitch. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on HTT blah, 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 blah. And it's like random off characters too.
Yeah, I think that's so like filters don't catch it quite as easily.
It absolutely is.
But nah, we're good.
I don't have any control over the Twitch or anything, so
fakey person thing.
Gotta love trolls.
I mean, thanks for the interaction, but no, mister, don't go back there.
He's a bot.
I legit thought you were talking to the viewers.
Yeah.
No, mister.
No, not you, mister.
I will strangle you.
Not today. No.
Yeah. Hey, mister. Peter.
Yeah, as far as Miri's build going forward, it really all just depends on where we are and what we're doing. She'll keep doing ranger things if we are out and about and traveling, but if we're in like cities and stuff a lot, she's going to lean more into her cleric-y side, because the hell is she going to need a ranger level for? In an urban setting, she's going to need to be healing y'all's asses. Is what's going to be happening.
And we thank you for it.
And it makes sense to do that to me more than coming in with like this optimized for something thing, because, you know, what if Mitch decides like, oh, you're not in the wilderness anymore? Like, cool, yeah. I'm optimized to be on the frozen tundras and we have now gone to a desert city.
Yeah.
Neat.
I never think too far ahead in my character builds, just because, you know, you should be as flexible as your world is, and if you've got a specific build in mind, it might not work so good down the road. So you just gotta loosey goosey.
Like,
I think that's another thing. Yeah, when we were talking about coming up with our characters, I've played D&D for a while, and I've always read fantasy books, and that's just sort of like my home. So I usually just have like maybe 3 or 4 like key ideas about the character that I'm building. I don't do big elaborate super detailed backstories, because I like to be able to pick up little things as we go, which has been super fun with Miri. Periodically ping Mitch and I'm like, and now this, and he's like, yes.
See, I am somewhat the opposite. I like coming up with like the big backstory and everything, because that informs how, for me, it informs how like the character would interact going forward. Like, I have no idea the future, but I have a very good idea of what has already happened.
Yeah. I mean, if we were running like pure Forgotten Realms and I knew all of the lore, I had it all at my fingertips all the time, and like it was consistently this, then yeah, I could, you know, I do make more elaborate backstories for characters that are living in a world that is rich and easily available lore. Not that Mitch doesn't have that, but he doesn't have 20 years of it that I can just go tick tick tick, and and well, maybe he doesn't.
I like your not that Mitch doesn't have that, as if you could hear Mitch rolling dice in the background for the damage to give to Mary at the start of next session.
Yeah. But you know, we are still kind of learning about this world that we're in as we're going, so I didn't want to like pigeonhole myself into a background that like, well, maybe there's some more detail about this thing that I'll find out later that I can do it.
Yeah. So Deceptor asks, how often did you close your eyes and point at random minis to use during a session? I don't think that's as much of a thing for us, being as we're all in different places. And I don't know what Mitch's mini collection looks like.
Yeah. But when I DM, I will either buy a mini that I need for a particular session, or if I'm on crunch time, I will just walk around to my various displays and go, I haven't used you in a while. Build an encounter around that.
Nice.
When I'm writing like the campaign as a whole, because like, you know, you always focus on some sort of creature which has too many.
Oh.
Like, you always focus in on some kind of creature or some like one culture to focus on the campaign, usually anyway. I've so far written my campaigns by flipping through the monster manual and going, ooh, these guys are interesting. And just writing an entire campaign off of that.
You can write a great session off of just lore of a cool monster.
Like the modern campaign I'm running right now, hopefully none of my players are listening, is based almost entirely, well, I know they're probably not, but is based almost entirely off of the lore surrounding the Illithid and the Gith. Because I think those are neat.
Yeah.
And
you know what you should do? You should start putting test words in each episode. And if one of your players actually listens to the episodes, you can be like, what was what was the test word? You're like, it was butterscotch. I heard you say it. And then you're like, you have inspiration for this session.
See, I run the modern campaign gets run so often that it would like they'd probably forget about the inspiration by the next time it rolls around.
Since they're asking about these. This
Yeah,
is just
check that.
some of them, a very small portion of them.
Wow.
Dang.
Okay.
Mine aren't on
Half
display.
of it are painted.
Most of them, yeah, I've painted.
Nice.
Mine aren't on display because, well, that moment of no, mister, that explains why I don't have a place that I can cut him off from all of them.
Yeah, my game room is pet free. Well, except for Ampersand, my snake. But like, what's he gonna do?
But
Look at me from his glass castle.
These are my minis. In a Tupperware or a glass measuring bowl. Some of them are in fact Legos.
Mm-hmm. I thought I saw the telltale angle of a Lego in there.
I've always thought it would be really, really cool to run an entire campaign using Legos instead of minis.
Mm-hmm. That would be fun.
You could
Very
just, like,
customizable.
Exactly, because you could just like build your landscape very easily because I
Yeah.
have a duffel bag full of Legos in the other room right now. So
You can make it dramatic too. So like this building just blew up and then you can just smash it.
exactly.
Everybody at the table's like, dude.
Yeah. Lego in the eye. Lego in the eye.
And then for a little bit, I was subscribed to RPG Crate.
Mm.
And so like I've got some of these like really fancy minis.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Good size too.
Yeah, it's like he's a giant. Mister, you're not supposed to be back there, bud.
Yeah, I've got minis that you paint. I've got the pre-painted minis. I've got the pawns from the Pathfinder sets. I have flat plastic minis from either Arknight or from various Kickstarters. I'm a Kickstarter fiend. I have made myself not go on there in a couple of months because I love the things. But I mean, I probably have, if you included all the flat minis, 1,000-ish minis.
Wow.
My friend.
I has problem.
Yeah, the only minis I have are from Mansions of Madness, and I'm still in between painting them. Like
There's a little plastic
little
spiders.
zombie guy.
Oh,
They're monkeys.
oh, monkeys.
Little guys.
Yeah, I think she said 1K-ish. But there's this snow cone company place around here called Funky Monkey, and they give these are on every snow cone they sell.
Nice.
Oh.
And so I have just like a handful of them. I have absolutely used these as player indicators because I have at the moment 3 different colors and several blue. And then I have some of these ones, these other little metal ones that are older, that a guy in the campaign that I tried to turn into a podcast and failed. The players in that had brought over his collection of minis that he had.
Oh, cat
that was,
butthole.
Yep.
Just shining bright behind you.
Like he had brought over his collection of minis that he had because someone left him at his house.
Mm.
And then he just kind of accidentally left them there at my place. So I was like, okay, cool. If you're going to bail on the campaign, the tax for that is your minis.
Heck yeah, it is.
They're mine now. And eventually he asked for them back and everything, but I was not before I had a chance to take some of them and slip them into my collection. Because again, it's a tax. And then, of course, the random toys and things you get from Kinder Surprise eggs.
Mm.
Nice.
Oh
yeah.
And these were a cool little invention that I had come up with. little. You take the like aquarium rocks
Oh yeah.
and you glue paper on the back.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not the only person who came up with that, but like
Still handy.
they're cool.
They're nice. Yeah. They'll be sweet for like rune stones that you find in a cave somewhere.
See, I was just using them as like, this is goblin number 3 because I don't have like 8 goblins. So
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
they just say like a number. It just has a number in it, so it's like, yeah, here, this is goblin number 3, and that way it's clear on the board like which one is which.
Mm.
Yeah, one thing I do, let's see, do I have an example? Or I started doing anyway. Mhm. Do I have an example?
They all seem pretty big in size too.
She's just only displaying her big ones.
Yeah. Well, they do look the best on the camera. Let's see. Here's some I haven't painted up yet, but I could show you. Kinda. So one thing I started doing before the plague hit and we could no longer be around people is at the bases. Let's see. So like this guy, he's got green around the bottom of his face, and this one's got red around the bottom of his face, and this one's got yellow. So I can just be like, the yellow orc does this.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, not really what I would do. It's more for the players to be like, I'm gonna hit that one. Which one? The one with the yellow. You know, because obviously as the DM, I'm like, the one with the mace comes at your face.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Though. I like the color coordinating.
Yeah, I've tried about a million different ways because, you know, again, ADHD, so I have to come up with different methods for me to keep up with which one is which. Favorite Yuri moment. I'm torn between either the river dance on the drum or at the very beginning of the campaign when she poked the dangling eyeball with a dagger.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
I feel like it really set the tone.
I like Deceptor's Mary to all of her minis.
Yeah.
You will live on.
Let's see.
The other so fun fact, Lindsay, I like flip your name back and forth a lot when I'm talking about you in the real world. It's like, oh yeah, Mary, Lindsay is the person.
Yeah, I do it too. It's fine.
Who has been the most annoying PC you've met so far? Do you mean PC or NPC?
Yeah,
right.
Really?
Yeah. Let's get out of the way, guys. It's me. It's me.
It's Yuri. We all know it.
That could get real different.
Yeah.
Trying to destroy us? You trying to separate us?
Okay, he did mean NPC. All right.
Yeah. That's funny.
This is how the fighting started.
Mitch, to answer your question on Ethan's situation, I would say my favorite part for Ethan, I mean, personally, I think I completely enjoyed the one-on-one session with me and Mitch. That was really fun and challenging because there's not really, you don't have a lot of people to kind of like feed off of, you know, with reactions and all that. So it was challenging. It was fun. And the fact that it was all improv, the story like unfolded pretty nicely. And that's one thing I wanted to say too, was with what Lindsay, what you were saying with the whole background character and like the story wise. So there's only so much that I actually gave Mitch on my backstory. And I said, the rest, I leave it in your hands. I said, I love surprises myself. So I don't know where Ethan's going to go from here. So a lot of the stuff that's coming up more recently, it's like, wait, what happened? So I have to react to that myself. So that's leaving it open for your character to develop and to change with the atmosphere and the story is really, it's been fun for me. It's been really fun. So
annoying NPCs.
Yes.
I mean, Booker is difficult, but not annoying, just because he isn't truly around all the time. I think that's it's hard to say that we have an annoying NPC just yet, because there's not one that we're like constantly having to deal with because we're on the move. I mean,
Booker doesn't count. Lamau, he's the Booker man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, when we first heard Booker, I was not a big fan of the voice that he chose. To be honest, like I was like, man, he sounds very like it's hard to understand him a little bit, but then he grew on me as we continued.
Yeah, I think personally
he grows on you like a fine mold.
Yeah. Personally, I foresee us having to be somewhere an extended period of time before we're really going to have an NPC that we're all like, oh, God, no. Because right now, I mean, it's just like, even if they're like mildly like, meh, just like, meh, we're hopping on this thing here. And
right. Only for a limited time.
Peace out.
Foxy Rose asks, let's see, what are your favorite jokes that have happened so far? And what are your favorite running jokes?
Mary poking anything with anything, obviously is a personal favorite. I love how disproportionately messed up the Yuri and Gunark pranks are. Because like it started with something simple, like the bat tried to startle. Well, then suddenly like there's like blood rushing out of people's eyes and stuff. Like, whoa, guys. And Mary's just like, brothers.
Yeah. I think how Ethan's reacting to the to that specific joking duo is like, oh, here we go again. But it's like it's humorous for me, but like Ethan is like, oh, here we go. Another joke.
It's just how quickly we had to acclimate to that type of, like, it's not like, oh, he's put too much spice in his food and now he's gonna be like, ha. It's oh, they're legitimately inflicting
bodily harm,
right?
And we're just like, those guys.
Yeah.
I like the level of, like, it's not really a joke, but it is absolutely something that has been like ongoing, just this level of nonchalance that we take with everything, like world end, like a literal maybe God steps out of a box and we're like, hey, nice hair, go away. Like, we don't, nothing is taken seriously in the most wonderful way.
Yeah, I tried a little bit with Mary that one time with the using message all of a sudden, but there's just like, I guess there's just not room for constant like awe and amazement. Otherwise we'd just be like stuck being like, oh, I can make fire with my thought. I mean,
it makes sense with like using message the first time. You're like, oh, you can do that. Okay. Like, I know it's a thing that can be done, but I didn't know you specifically could do it.
Yeah, little heads up.
Just like a startled, but like, yeah, we just take everything so lightly and it's so wonderful. But I feel like all of us internally on our characters seem to be taking it a lot heavier. Like in the ways that we've talked about it afterwards, where it's like, oh yeah, this is the reaction and this is what's going to happen. So like inside Seth's like freaking out about all of this, but on the outside is like, you have nice clothes, please leave.
Yeah, I figure Mary is more like a, in the moment, it's just literally living second by second. So there's a God thing, and that's terrible. But also, my friend is dying. Got to take care of
Yeah.
that first. So like, it's the after that when she's just like, I'm gonna be by myself for
Yeah.
a
When
couple
everything
weeks and
sunk in.
just have my times.
Yeah.
Mitch's
Ah.
favorite jokes are Gunark versus the tent and Seth
Mhm.
as like the dad at the campsite.
Yeah. Yeah. But in all fairness, I
Morning
think
routine and he doesn't want to break it.
Seth is more like the Priscilla Queen of the Desert dad of the campsite.
I just I think what I don't remember. I think it was 2 episodes ago, maybe 3, when Seth built his igloo the second time. I think it was the second time, and then he was trying to escape. Well, he wasn't really trying to escape his watch. Yuri thought he was trying to escape his watch, but like I pictured him crawling like into his igloo, looks back and says, "I'm just gonna get inside my igloo and then go back in," like a little child crawling into like a tunnel.
I'll be in here.
That was exactly. I thought that was hilarious.
I'm just taking watch from inside. It's cold.
But in all fairness, with the joking thing or the most recent episode, I think Ethan reacted to it more seriously when that figure popped out. He was kind of just standing face to face with the dude. But I think a lot of his reaction was based off of just adrenaline. Like he legit just had an extreme battle. And like his blood is pumping. And in my mind, outside of character, I'm like, wow, my rolls were amazing. I'm picturing in my head, if I have to battle this guy, hopefully I keep rolling really well. But thank God it didn't happen.
So for merch purposes, Mary, or Lindsay, do you think you could come up with a image of Mr. Miggles so we could maybe get one made?
Yes. Oh my, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh.
Mr. Miggles is only gets better he gets better with time. He ages well.
I would still love for someone to draw Mr. Miggles being operated by a swarm of wasps. That joke was like amazing, and I like pictured it. I'm like, that would be the best familiar ever.
All right, I'll make a note to draw Mr. Miggles.
Oh man, that'd be great.
So apparently you can get the bee sound box from Build-A-Bear. And it's just the sound of bees, which I don't know why they made that.
The only thing I can think of is Winnie the Pooh.
They
related.
We would need it.
Yeah.
I don't know. You give your teddy bear a hug and you just hear
Horrifying.
Maybe it's an ASMR thing.
But we're gonna
Maybe.
get it. But we're gonna buy a bunch of those for our Mr. Miggles plushes.
Yes. Yes. That'd be great.
And then he
3,000 wasps in a bear suit. So speaking of future of the show and such, Lindsay, do you want to talk about your show that you're putting together for our potential network?
Sure.
I stayed away from talking about it because it's your show. So
Yeah. So yeah, we had been talking about adding more content, and so I'd had this idea for a bit, but more just like a kind of like this, a fireside chat, a casual conversation where I invite people on to talk about their favorite character moments, and it's everyone loves to talk about their characters and their sessions and their games. Everybody has a story or 12 that they're just dying to tell somebody. So I figure just do that here and give, if people want to listen, that's awesome. But at the very least, people get to tell their stories. And I think that's really more the important part. Listeners are good too, but yeah.
it's an appropriate place to go full nerd, which is always needed.
Yeah, and sometimes in a campaign you don't really get to dive into everything about your character the way that you would really like to. So they might have had a cool moment, but then they can like also talk about like the stuff that built up to it, things that happen in the background that are like off book, and can just gush, just full on bleh. Oh, and eventually, if I ever get my tushy in gear, versus like what we have, like how we have Duke and Dude, we have that side game. Miri is supposed to run a side game also. And she has the stuff in game for it.
Oh man.
And she recently acquired some more stuff to add to her stuff. So
This one's about a swamp.
yeah, she got mazes. Now she can add mazes to it. I actually did remember just the other day that way back when I actually bought that particular module that we're talking about doing on Roll20. So
nice.
I don't even really have to prep for it. I have to learn how to use Roll20, which I'm a selective techie person. Like I'll spend way too much time breaking down how to do coding for Avray, but to like not just be able to launch Roll20 and it intuitively know what I want it to do. I'm like, oh, I have to watch a video. I want to watch a video. But I'll break into the coding, but I don't want to watch a video.
So much work.
Well, you do know a lot, and you taught us a lot. So, me a lot. Thank you.
I always say I'm 1/8 tinker gnome on my dad's side. Oh, sorry, no, that's on my mom's side. I'm 3/8 Muppet on my dad's side.
Who's Mary's favorite party member and who's Ethan's?
Well, I mean, obviously, she enjoys Yuri as like a best buddy. I think we've made that pretty clear because they're both have that same kind of energy. She was really warming up to Gonark, but
These are my sandwiches.
right now her feelings are still very hurt. So she's kind of like, and well, I could just go through the list. As far as Seth, she's still not real sure what his deal is. He's a bit too hands off sometimes, and I think that bugs her. But she knows that he's nice, or at least nice adjacent. And then Ethan is supposed to be this broody, edgy, but she's known him from the beginning.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah,
we have history.
He's a nice guy. He's just quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And she still feels guilty that he almost froze to death.
That's all right. It's all right. He forgave you a long time ago.
Yeah, that guilt though.
I would have to say Ethan is on, I think, more of equal grounds with everyone as of right now. Again, he's not as close to everybody, but he's, he takes the time to talk to everybody and communicate and try to work together. But I feel like more recently, as we move on, I think you can see a little bit of sway to Ethan's personality and just his demeanor in general towards certain individuals. So we shall see. That is still in debate.
Bro. Huh? What the fuck, bro? An earlier question. What has been the funniest scene in your guys' opinion that has happened to the group or to an individual?
I feel like there's a lot of funny scenes.
There are a ton.
Wait, there was one recently, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, recently there's been
several. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've had more RP heavy sessions, so there's
Right.
more room for shenanigans like that.
I'm trying to think of one that like made me like really just caught me off guard and made me crack up. Like after, I feel like not in the moment, because sometimes I like zone out. It's just I tend to do that. I zone out. But hence why I'm sorry, Mitch. I ask a lot of questions like that you already answered. So that's my bad. But like when I rewatch it or re-listen to it, I'm like, it just catches me off completely off guard, and I just die laughing. But there was just recent. What was it? It was when Seth. It was when Seth was. He was talking about how he's not comfortable with killing people, and then he was saying, "I'm pretty sure several of you had your fair shares of killing people," and then he said something about Mary maybe killed one or something like that.
At least 2.
Yes. And then she's like, I'm pretty sure I killed more than 1 or more than 2. And then I think Yuri leaned over. I just picture this in my head. He leaned over and said, "I know you killed more than 2." And that caught me completely off guard. I was dying because I pictured the whole thing in my head.
I did too. I picture Seth's face among that, like, this isn't something we're proud of.
Right.
I think another one of my favorite goofy RP moments had to have been the apples and bananas conversation, and how that is also a recurring joke that keeps coming up. And we're like, we go apple? Is this banana? Oh, we're bananas now. That's okay.
I'm still not clear on how that works. It's like which one's bananas and which one's apples.
That's what makes it great, though. I think everybody has a slightly different idea of what they're supposed to be doing.
As far as I'm aware,
bananas is kill people.
Yeah, bananas is mergelate them.
Okay. And then
Keep
apples
going,
take
banana.
it easy.
Yeah, but like just to get there was
it was like most of an entire session.
It was great. And now like we're coming up with like names for like unnecessary combos. Like the 2 people that have to run in now have a phrase for them running in. Like,
Run and gun, and then okay, if we do it with 2 sets, it's guns akimbo.
Yep.
Great. I enjoy
Shoot
it.
and scoot.
Shoot and scoot. Oh, where are my
I do
notes?
have to say though, Yip Nip has been a pleasure. In the party, like his personality that Mitch created is hilarious to me.
I miss him already.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
Hopefully he comes back.
I hope Yip Nip gets to be the annoying NPC.
I mean, at the very least, if I can get off my rump and run the Inception game of D&D in our podcast, he is supposed to be one of the players of that game.
Yip Nip loves you too, says Mitch. Which I absolutely heard in Mitch doing the Yip Nip voice.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when Mitch goes, he says the second dragon unfolds, and then all you hear is, "Oh, Yip Nip." Like, oh dang.
Yip Nip.
Why did nobody go out there and save him or run with him? It's because I rolled a 5 on initiative, and I'm way on the back of the list. But
I wish we could have gotten an army of kobolds to go with us.
I'm surprised we didn't ask.
Like, so am I, honestly. And like the thing is, I don't necessarily want them to be like an army of kobolds that helps us in the actual fight. Is just like the background fight. You know how in like older video games when you had like
you got people in the background, like this.
you're in the war sequence, and there's like fighting in the background. That's really just set pieces that are just there to look like you're in the middle of a war, but you're only really fighting about 10 guys.
I have a note here that just says never get drunk with Seth. I don't have any context for that, but it's right here in the notes. Oh, we also have Seth can change his butt.
Yes. Yes.
Important notes in the Mary book, apparently.
Foxy Rose wants to know what's given you inspirations for character creations. According to Mitch, the context for Never Get Drunk with Seth was Halfling Seth.
I kind of liked not knowing the context, but yeah, I guess that's funny too. Yeah, because that's when his butt would have changed. These are important things. Let me get my death made notebook and check it also. Or dead myth, sorry. My brain.
So inspirations for character creations.
I'm sure I mentioned it the last time probably, but the voice is from Bobby's World, which is a cartoon from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I typically try to make characters that don't necessarily rush into situations, but they're not going to lollygag too terribly long. So I usually try to give them that kind of energy level of, so the DM's not pulling his hair out like 5 sessions in and we're still planning the heist. Mary's already been like, okay, cool. And it's already been arrested by the police by the time the rest of the party has the heist figured out.
I love this scene that I now see playing out in my head of we decide to plan the heist, and Mary, having read a heist book or seen a heist fantasy TV show,
she's watched a few scrolls.
She's watched a few scrolls. So in her head, as you plan the heist, you do the heist, right? So she grabs the stone of far speech, hands it to whoever's laying out the plan, and just goes off to do it. And it's now Mary does this and this and this and this. Does that, gets absolutely arrested. But what they don't know is that she actually wait, Mary?
Yeah.
She thinks she's going.
She's like, "What? I thought we were done. I'm sorry. Quite the process."
What they don't know is that we've laid this trap, Mary.
That's funny. I would say for Ethan, I feel like a lot of the lore that Mitch had led up to the inspiration for Ethan, at least background character wise. Anything that was anything that Mitch said, all right, so this is not a part of my world. This cannot happen. I'm like, can I make this happen? Can I
do it?
Can I tweak it? Yeah, I wanted to go against everything he said. Glad that he did with at least some things. So that's where Ethan's backstory inspiration came from, and character in general, built upon a lot of the lore. For his voice, I've tried many different things, and I almost did the same exact voice that is currently Seth's voice for Ethan, because of his build, his slenderness, kind of clean face. I was thinking of that same type of voice for him. But then with the whole mask and the edginess, I tried to create something that replicated that he had something over his mouth, almost like a voice changer or something like that. And then another inspiration for the voice would be Snake from Metal Gear Solid. So Snake from Metal Gear Solid is just a little bit deeper than Ethan's. So his is Metal Gear, Meryl, stuff like that, where Ethan's more Mary, Seth, and then, with Snake is a little Meryl, Ethan Thorne, all that. But either way, I try to change it up a little bit to kind of create less stress talking from the back of my throat.
That's fair. Yeah.
Mary, I'm trying to sneak into the kobold cave.
Yeah.
My tummy thick.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the clap of my ass cheeks has set off the shrieker mushrooms.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
That was great. That was great.
Ethan is an angsty teen trying to sound like Snake, says Mitch.
Aw.
Thank you.
Yeah. In the before session, the audition, if you will, Mary was actually much more of a country yokel with her accent, but still same energy, but very Appalachia, we'll say.
Wait, same energy, but more Jessie from Toy Story, perhaps.
Probably, yeah.
The cop from Fargo.
Yeah. Which, because we're somewhere cold, it also just made more sense to go with a cold weather type accent.
I don't know if it's as much of a thing for Mitch, but I'm still waiting for a wood chipper reference to show up in concurrence with Mary. I went to school in Fargo, and man, the amount of wood chippers that are just like on t-shirts and stuff for a movie that 90% of the movie does not actually take place in the place it's named after.
I should probably, it's been forever since I've gone back and watched that.
I'm good. I don't need to like having lived in Fargo, I'm all right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, mostly because the voice that I use for Mary is 100% just based on how I kind of remember it's supposed to sound.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah. Well, even if it's not, it's actually edge crop accent. So
right.
Can't say that's wrong. How everyone sounds in edge crop. Where we are.
I'm not sure if that was a dog or a car that just growled outside.
I feel like we're gonna have to visit Edgecrop now, so I can hear Mitch do the accents.
It's such a podunk, nothing little village. It's very obvious why Mary does not choose to live there.
See, we were talking that we need more Mary backstory. Like, pretty much everyone.
She has one.
Well, no, we know she has one. We just haven't heard it.
Yeah. We're only in the second.
Mitch, please no. Concerning making him do the accent.
He says he's almost physically can't do it. But yeah, I feel like, I mean, I hope that when eventually it makes its way into the story, that her backstory is it's surprising and interesting, but not it's not the same level of like I might be a demigod's baby, or I'm a time thief, or I'm a child of prophecy, or this isn't anything like that.
Well, when it comes, it will be a great story. I know that.
Vaguely Canadian is exactly right for the Midwestern accent. I say, as a Midwesterner.
But yeah, I tried to make it. Mitch and I, we've gone back and forth on stuff, and it kind of took me a good bit to really like hone in on exactly what it was. But yeah, we've got it now, and we quite like it. But I mean,
I can't do Canadian either. It's okay there, Mitch. You just gotta, you tell me what you want them to say, and I'll say it for you. Yeah. Don't you know? Stop it.
A boot.
Okay. Think of it this way. Think if a northerner, like your northerner, Mitch, met a German. That's the accent.
I like how we're waiting, like if he's gonna say something right now.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm also
30 seconds.
in my head. I'm like,
You're picturing it, yeah.
That's essentially what the accent is. The northern English versus / like Scandinavian meets German, and that's where our accent comes from. Which is why I can do a German accent fairly well. That, and I am only third generation American.
Nice. So I have a question for both you
ooh,
and Lindsay and Jack. I have a question for both of you. So
Lindsay and Jack.
So
That's our morning show.
has a good ring to it.
Mm-hmm.
The latest episode. How did your characters feel everything unraveled during that battle or after the battle?
Oh, it unraveled. All right.
Yeah.
How did your characters feel? Because like both of you, I feel, obviously Jack and too with his transformation, and then Lindsay, I feel like she was not definitely her usual self afterwards. Her happy-go-lucky, all right, guys, let's get going kind of deal. If you're willing to share, obviously.
So spoilers for those of you who haven't reached the end there, because when we cut off on Twitch, we weren't to the point where Seth had their transformation yet. Seth's true form has been revealed now.
Mm-hmm.
What that means, I don't think is really known to anybody yet. But yeah, the pale humanoid attractive creature that Seth is known as is not what he looks like when he's not trying. When he is emotionally stressed, he loses that control he has to hold it. And yeah, Seth is kind of broken at the moment. They are fairly uncertain as to why they're even with you right now. It just so happened that what happens in chapter 2 is beneficial to their own ends at the moment, but like heroics are not really on the table for Seth.
Yeah, but I feel like he's been like that from the beginning, though. Like we've never been really sure why he's with us either, because it seems like he's not happy to be.
Like he likes you for the most part. Like he's got nothing against you. It's just you keep getting into heroics, and
it is not intentional, but
hence the I am being followed by heroes.
Ah, yes.
With the trek to Through Pass, he was fairly certain you guys were following him. Like that was I'm going, goodbye. And you guys came too. He's like, oh, okay. All right.
Okay. I didn't catch
I guess.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
No, I remember that too.
He's just like, I'm going here, and then that happened. And then like when we get to Through Pass, and it was like, yeah, they've taken your very close friend and a person who is like been family to you. It's like, all right, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. I have all of my spell slots and all of my health. See you later, guys.
Hey.
Hey, it's Jared.
But as far as how Mary felt about how that whole last battle went down, hey, buddy.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hey.
I'm here.
I would say frustrated would be
frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I think Yeah.
You agree? Yeah, it was obvious, right?
Right.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about, but I
Yeah.
fully
Why
agree.
are you chewing on a
So
Kool-Aid
Jared,
box?
the question was, now that you're here as well, how did your character feel after the Battle of the Black Knight? Was there any change in your character development after that battle, or?
Wow. Starting with a big one. Okay.
It's a deep one, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
know, right?
You popped.
Show up, just lay down the big. That's the final question on the test.
Mhm.
I would say, yes, definitely, it did have a big impact. No pun intended. I definitely, like, without giving too much away, it definitely put into perspective some of the things that Gunark has gone through and done in his life up to this point, and has additionally kind of there's now a new mindset of like I know what the worst case scenario is, which is for a person like Gunark who's like calculating is some in part good and in part bad. So it's definitely was a change, but we'll see how that kind of plays out in the future.
Very good. Very good. You passed. You passed your test.
Whew.
Yeah. You can stay.
Oh, that's good.
Welcome to the Practical Heroes.
Oh my gosh. That was a really, 25 episodes is a really long interview process, but I'm glad I made the cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd like to thank you on behalf of ourselves and the band, and we hope we pass the audition.
Audition for 25 episodes of,
We'll just see how you fit.
Yeah.
But if I had answered that question poorly, you're
no,
out.
That was
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Gone.
That was it. Oh man, good times.
I love it.
You get arrested in the place that we're currently at, and then that character is just gone.
Yep, just forever.
Mhm.
Edited out of all previous things too.
Just anytime Gunark would have spoken, it just goes.
Mhm.
Well, that's funny.
Horrible static. This becomes a plot point. Like, what happened to
I'm here
Gunark?
for it.
Who?
Like in Adventure Zone.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking more Avengers with the one chick they brought in. I can't remember her name.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they brought in this character late game, and there were a few characters who were like, "Who is this?" And they're like, "What do you mean, who is this? She's always been here." And like Marvel went and re-released some of the like classic Avengers comics with her added. So it's like, no, she's always been here. What are you talking about? Like Marvel fucking gaslit the fan.
Are we talking about the movie or are we talking about the games?
Comics.
Just the comics in general. Okay.
Mm.
Because like I felt like that with completely off topic of Practical Heroes. But I felt like that with Miss Marvel. So Miss Marvel was introduced in the video game, but the design was just a little different. So like they chose an Avengers game with Miss Marvel as one of the front line, which was like, why did it kind of questions like why did they choose not that I have anything wrong with Miss Marvel, but for the Avengers, the first Avengers were like Iron Man, Captain America, like the front line runners.
No, it's because the games they're using more of their repertoire.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't figured so part of the reason that like it's taken so long to get everything into a collective universe is because in the 90s when comics were suffering, Marvel sold off the rights to a bunch of superheroes like all over the place, which is why like Fox owned the mutants and Sony owned Spider-Man. And so like when the MCU was starting, they had to use their like nobody gives a fuck superheroes. Like no one gave a shit about Iron Man. And now look at it. Like
yeah.
Like no one cared about Iron Man. No one cared about Captain America. So they had to use those characters, and they made movies to make people care.
Right.
Which is yeah.
So who is Gunark's favorite party member?
No,
Ooh.
Mister.
I'm guessing I'm not allowed to choose myself, so I'm gonna.
I mean, you could.
I mean, it's Gunark, so
It's his second personality.
Hold on, let me check the rule book. There is nothing in here saying that a dog cannot play basketball. So
okay. Well, in that case, play ball. I think I don't think that Gunark has a favorite party member, per se. Like, I think Gunark is the kind of person who gets specific things from people that are different, and so like getting something out of a relationship with one person does not diminish like a different person. So it's like, well, I mean, it's helpful that, someone's outgoing, but there are also different things you get from someone being quiet and listening. And so like, I think I would say that Gunark doesn't have a favorite party member. I would say his least favorite party member is probably yeah, it's probably Mitch. Mitch, I think, is the least favorite. Gunark's least favorite party member. Yeah,
Who does cause a lot of trouble.
Every single fight we've had,
it's because of him.
It's his fault.
Really.
So are we gonna pull a McElroy and create Mitch as a character?
Yeah,
the janitor or some shit.
Oh, I found the questions. Wow, that's where that was. I'm technologically illiterate. If people didn't know that. It is truly astounding how hard it is for me to use simple programs made for people my age.
It's okay.
So who is everybody's favorite NPC? So we asked about the most annoying one, and we didn't really have an answer for that.
Yeah.
Favorite NPC.
The haberdashery guy.
Merlando?
Yes. I think so.
The one we did the ad with?
Yeah.
I mean, besides like Yip Yip or Eak Eak, they're more than NPCs to me. But as far as like
they're friends.
As far as like the random encounters with people, yes, the haberdashery shop owner.
Yeah, I feel like Yip Nip became more than an NPC last episode.
He's a DMPC. Come on.
I like Axial.
Yes.
I think Axial's probably up there for me.
Yeah, Miri really likes Axial. She thinks he's super cool.
Yeah, he is pretty cool.
I think, it's so weird because like me, Jared, I love all of the NPCs, and then Gunark fucking hates so many people. Just so like stuck up and like, oh my god, I have to deal with this again. But I loved Axial. I loved Lord Darkseeker. I think that was a really fun interaction with like power dynamics early on in a campaign. Super cool.
Yeah.
So Mitch says he thinks he knows my answer to this, but what's something about the world you guys want to explore deeper or find out more about? And I would like to counter that question with, what do you think my answer is, Mitch?
Better get it right. Are you gonna get cut?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm the DM now.
Sorry, Mitch. The company's moving in a different direction.
All right, guys. New pitch. You're all Power Rangers, but we have to come up with a different name.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
I want to know more about that place.
I
do.
See what it is.
Shadespeak. The place that we were told you don't want to go there, and so Mary was like, so go there. And it's
Yeah.
like, no, it's obviously very dangerous, so we should go there.
None of you viewers will know what this is. What this means.
And the place Seth is fairly certain he's from.
Yeah, so Mary's like, don't you want to visit home? Just
Yeah.
come on.
I think this is a question that's another one where it's like, as Jared, like there are some things that I, as Jared, know that Gunark doesn't know that like I would love to explore as a human being, but like as in character, like Gunark, I think
There's a Minotaur.
yeah, as right, exactly. I think like in character, it literally is. There's nothing that Gunark wants to explore deeper. It's just explore.
Mm.
As Jared, I'd love to get like get more into what the heck, how that orb was like helping the town.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
That was just so weird to me, and we just kind of like we were chasing people, so we couldn't really do anything about it. It was like, yeah, no, that was like a really powerful artifact this town was using, and then we just kind of like, okay, and then we like went on our merry way. But
I have a theory
Yeah.
on
Well,
that, actually.
Jack was just saying earlier how it's funny that our party is just kind of like, well, that was weird, and just move on with things like, oh, God came out of a box. What you gonna do?
Like we're really nonchalant about everything.
we're all trying to play it off like we're like, oh, that's fine, but we all on the inside are like, oh my God, a god came out of a box, and then we're all like, I knew.
Yeah,
I've seen gods come out of boxes. I mean,
Right, I mean,
Where else do you keep a god? So, in answer to Mitch's demand here, so my theory on the orb is that the orb itself doesn't really help the town. It's the rumor of the orb.
that makes sense.
Kind of like, you know, you steal the Mona Lisa and make 7 copies and then sell the copies and give the Mona Lisa back.
Yeah.
You didn't really need to sell the Mona Lisa. You just needed the rumor that the Mona Lisa had been stolen.
Yeah. Which that tracks considering what the one orb of truth ended up being.
Yeah, it's like I figure it helps in that like people come to try to figure it out, but like they're not going to tell them because it's nothing. It is an orb that casts sunlight. Like, ooh.
Counter theory, full vampires.
Full vampires.
That town is, they weren't getting like attacked by kobolds. It was vampires in disguise. That's my counter theory.
Vampires in disguise.
And so they had an orb of sunlight. And the one time kobolds actually attacked, they tried to use the orb and it didn't work because they were actual kobolds that time. But every other time, that's my theory.
Vamp kobolds.
A whole Strahd
Vampires.
campaign where everything is just kobolds. Like Strahd is just a vampiric kobold. 3 vampiric kobolds in a trench coat.
Yes.
I think we need
I can hear your pencil scribbling, Mitch.
Jared
Yeah, right.
to run a kobold only campaign for us.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
Kobolds only. Oh boy.
That's the
I
name of
would
the
love
campaign.
There's a great little kobolds from outer space module that I own. I haven't got to run it, but I can send it to you and we could run it. You could run it.
Heck yeah. I like that this impetus has been placed on me. by popular demand.
I could intuit what the people want.
It's weird because I have been a forever DM for like years and years.
Same.
And I only ever DM for new people. So it would actually be a really weird experience to DM for a group of people who actually know how to play the game. Because usually I don't have to be good. I can I'm just like, this is a fantasy world. And they're like, I get to have a sword. And I'm like, Yup.
Mhm.
And that's as cool as I need to be. I don't have to describe some cool thing. I can describe trees, and you're like, whoa. There's a sword and trees, and a dragon is real. They don't even have to see the dragon, just the knowledge that the dragon is real.
There's dungeons and dragons. No way.
So
I
if
don't want
was
to go
the
into
DM
either of them. Those sound scary.
So
it's scary.
I can say that I fell into that trap as a new player, especially with the when we first stumbled upon our first store. And I bought the first weapon I said.
Yeah, you did.
I was like, ooh, arrow crystal sword. I want it.
Meanwhile,
how much is it? All
Mary's
my
outside, like playing in the snow. Like, I'm not even fucking with this place.
Josh fell victim to it, and that's why Ethan has 27 daggers.
Right. I can have all these. Are you sure? Oh my gosh!
Tangent aside, the question of where do we want to explore has been thrown to you and I, Josh.
I think Ethan and myself would love to explore Frostreach more. It is a lot of mystery in that city, both on the poor side and the very rich side. And then what the heck happened to the ginormous chasm in between the cities. So I think I would love to venture there, and Ethan would as well. Even though he was born and raised there. You'd think he did that on his downtime, but
I, as a player, have said it several times. Mitch underestimates my desire to go to Mechanus. But also, I would love to, in the show, go into more about the Iniquitous Guild of Companions, and like where that's at and how that's structured. Because we have paragraphs in the DMs about how that works. I have like an entire document typed up about the hierarchy structure. And it's recently been revealed. I'll do a little bit of a lore drop for you, Mitch, since you're not here, Mitch. The silks that Seth wears are like a tartan within the guild. So like each den has its own silk, and the den parent has the robe. And then all of the resident companions would have like a sash or a headband or something made out of those silks, but not a robe. And then there's reasons that Seth is wearing the robe of the den he came from.
So I'm never not gonna smile when you say den parents, because my boys were in scouting for like 9 years. So like the dead mother, I'm like,
I made it to Heart Scout. I was 2 merit badges and a service project away from making Eagle.
Yeah, that's my oldest son got about that place before he was just like me. And then my youngest son was like, I don't have to do this anymore.
I was in Scouts. It's like a family thing. From my dad and uncles onward, and like the whole cult of the Order of the Arrow.
Yeah, we did that.
I never got that one. I was never voted
little cultural appropriation there.
Cultural appropriation, outright cult stuff. Like
yeah.
OA is weird, man.
Fletch got in it, but then we got.
Yeah, I had a bunch of friends in it, and they were like, hey Jared, you should come do this. And I was like, why? And they were like, you learn cool stuff. And I was like, I already know how to do that stuff. And they were like, you can hang out with us. And I was like, but I hang out with you and I don't have to do that stuff anymore. I said I know how. I didn't say I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great structured thing for me to do with my boys when I was a single mom.
Yeah, I imagine that would be
like
super helpful.
I love camping.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
But like the whole like meeting thing and everything, like the first play I got into, man, I was like, how can I do more of this so I don't have to do Scouts anymore? I loved the play. That was fun. But like, yeah, I moved from where I was living to Bismarck, North Dakota, and didn't find a new troop. Ah, damn it.
Careful, don't drop us.
Mitch has clarified not necessarily a where in the world, but a what, like a, I guess more of like a topic or a, rather than like a specific location.
Well, that changes the game.
So I said, I want to explore the iniquitous guild of companions again some more.
Yeah, so there you
Yeah.
go. I already forgot my first answer, so
Yeah.
that's where I'm at.
I think Mary's kind of really truly in the same boat though, as she's interested in pretty much anything that crosses her path.
Yeah.
So yeah, right now it's the don't go there place, but that's because it was just pointed out to her, don't go there. And then now where they're currently at, she's like, well, now I need to know every inch of this place. And
Yeah.
oh, I want to go to oh my gosh, the place with all the parties,
Wildthorn.
Wildthorn. Mm-hmm.
Wow, darn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, Gunark just wants to explore the world. Jared wants to go to Frostreach. That would be super dope. And then if I had to pick a topic, I mean, I think exploring more of like the actual like main sect of the Harbingers, which we haven't really like we don't really know much about. Like we know this like offshoot.
Yeah.
So I think that would be my like if I had to pick like a topic, I guess, or less of a location, that would be what I'd pick.
I feel like I would like to, topic wise, know more about or explore about the aeromechanical. I think that's a thing. Right.
Aeromechanical.
There you go. What Jack said. I think just kind of figuring out like how that came about and how they, I don't know, made it a big part of their world.
Yeah.
Sure. I'd love to, going off of that, I'd love to know like how that's going to influence the future of Aeroth. Like, since they have this now, is over time magic going to start to fade?
Ew.
Like, because
like the movie Onward.
Yeah, I was just
yes.
I was just thinking that. Such a great film.
Exactly. Like that sort of concept is like, as you come up with a way to more accessibly access the effects of magic, does magic begin to fade as fewer and fewer people do it? Like, because I mean, think about it. When horses were your only method of getting around long distances effectively, everyone knew how to ride a horse. But now we have cars. Who knows how to ride a horse anymore? Like, it's
I wish I did.
Skill. It's a skill you can actively put on a resume. Like,
to be fair, I wish we still ride horses.
I mean, I do too. Horses are amazing, but like that sort of concept, like how does this technology that makes certain aspects of magic more accessible affect the relationship with magic as a whole in the world? Is an interesting topic that I would like to explore.
And would this qualify everyone to become artificers?
Exactly. Like, does artificer become much less of a title because everyone can do it?
Well, I mean, to speak from like modern like actual real world stuff. Just because we have the technology does not mean people know how to use it.
Very true.
Now,
Not
I will
everybody
say,
can build a car. I
right,
wanna build a car.
exactly.
True.
Like, I think at some point there would still be like we still have people who get a job specifically as like a programmer and a computer engineer or website designer, even though like there are websites where you can just like build a website for free or whatever. But like we still have people who do that as a job. So like I think the accessibility of Arcana mechanics would go up over time, but not necessarily the like knowledge of how it works. Like so their artificers would still be like engineers today.
Okay.
And there would probably be like an equivalent to a mechanic where it's like I can fix it. I don't design cars, but I can fix cars, you know, like I don't design the cool arcana mechanical things, but I can fix them or repair them if need be.
I know how the ones that have already been designed work.
Right, exactly.
And then you have those who have all that information and resources available to them to learn it, but then their determination whether they want to or not, then they just go, I'll find somebody who knows how to do it.
Says you just want arcana mechanical tech support.
Yep. Have you tried plugging it in and turning it off and on
opening
again?
and closing your fist?
You know, I've tried that. I tried like wiggling my hand. It's nothing's working.
It's not doing it. It's not working.
Yeah, I do like I always include like magical mech stuff in games that I play / DM in because I think it's so cool to explore that side of things.
Magitech is absolutely fun. The world that I've talked about that I am working on in the like multi-era world that I have, the Wilding era is right on the cusp of Magitech being like a super common, everyone has it sort of thing. So like there's still an aspect of like people who do and practice magic. And so like it's right in that like battle for supremacy where people are like, well, magic should be accessible to everyone. Why should you have to either be born with it or make a deal with some entity or study so insanely or have a magic guitar or whatever to have this when like we know we can just make it now. And they're like, because magic is fucking sacred, that's why. Like so there's
Sounds
like
familiar.
those two schools of thoughts actively fighting each other in the middle of this thing. And like in the world a cataclysmic event happened where like all of the wild areas, like the forests and the grass plains and everything, just suddenly rapidly grew. And no one knows why, but both of those parties do believe that it was the other one. So the Magitech camp thinks it's the ceremonial magic people like coming for them and making a big swing, and the ceremonial magic people think it's the Magitech people trying to make something to blame on the ceremonial magics, and or that this is the like consequence for messing with things you don't understand, sort of thing. No one knows who's right.
So Jared, a question from previous questions.
Oh boy.
How are you?
I'm good.
I just
That's really nice. It was a nice question.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, you know, I'm glad it's good to know people really,
It's
really
very
care.
caring.
So how are you most like Gunark, and then how are you different from Gunark?
Dang.
Well, you see, he's actually a minotaur in disguise.
Yeah, that's the best thing is that I'm always using disguise self to look like this. Oh boy. Let's see. I think that I am most unlike Gunark in that I do not hide who I am with anything. But at the same time, I am most like Gunark because I am very like particular in how I approach situations and like what would be role play encounters rather than combat encounters in real life. That's just like how I approach like talking to people or interacting with people in a social way is very similar in that it's super like specific, and it will change depending on who is around and things like that. Like code switching is something that I do very well, and obviously is something that Gunark has had to do very well to do the things that he does. And so I think that would, it's like the duality of while I am not like changing who I am at the core, like, or at face value, or like changing my appearance, I do, like Gunark, change like how I interact with people based on who it is. So
Very nice.
Mitch wants to know, what's been your favorite encounter so far, be it RP or combat? Facebook really wants me to be a hairstylist.
Is this question specifically for me, or
No, it's just to everyone.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was.
I think one of my favorite RP moments was when Jordan wasn't present, but Yuri was, and we all just like went off for like 5 minutes. I think that was one of my favorite moments, where we just all fully agreed that we were just gonna fully roast Yuri and like make all of these claims about him while he wasn't there. That was great. That was one of my favorites, I would say.
Yeah, that one was good. I think there was a little discussion between Yuri and Seth that kind of started to build towards something, and like as a player, I'm like, no, ask more, go, keep going. As Seth, of course, Seth doesn't want to tell anybody anything, so Seth is being very like standoffish, and like also in the middle of stuff because we were on our way to through pass and Seth is on a mission, so like standoffish and very blunt about it. And I liked that interaction a lot, because you could see Yuri like wanting to, but knowing like rules of politeness, I shouldn't, and deciding to actually follow the rules of politeness for once in his life, and he didn't. I liked that a lot.
I mean, obviously, anything in the Cobalt Caves was fantastic. There's been a lot of recent ones that I've really enjoyed. The whole scene with the snow arrow and then Ethan just like effing disappearing into the ice and us being like, what the hell just happened? Is probably one of my favorite. Kind of wish it had drug out a little more, but we were in a hurry to get somewhere, just because it was another one of those times where really our reaction should have been a bit more than just, well, that's weird.
Yeah.
So you start smiling and like cracking at the edges because you're like, that's fine, everything's fine. Wyatt Big Brother just got eaten by ice tentacles. I don't know.
And I think that's something that I feel like is starting where we're at now. I feel like it's starting to change more, and like I feel like everyone's starting to take those moments more seriously, or as an opportunity to kind of really put some detailed role playing in. And I think we're moving in the right direction. I think it's going to be, I feel like chapter 2 is really going to shock a lot of people from what chapter 1 left off, you know?
Yeah. And there's probably like a little bit at the, when the group first came together, like you don't want to be the one person that's like, but this is a big deal, when everybody else is like, and really everybody else is like, this is a big deal.
Yeah. But I feel like we, again, with us growing, I feel like we shouldn't be shying away from those moments. Like if you think if your character feels it's a big moment, like I think we're like, let's jump on that, Yeah.
Another one of my favorite little teeny moments was just when Mary first started. I can't remember if she had just taken the level in cleric or she was working towards it, but she had the little prayer with the great hunting that happened, and then the little snowdrop flowers like bloomed and stuff.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. I like to have little gods aren't and shouldn't be like all up in your business, but it's nice to have like little like tokens of like, I realize you exist.
Yeah.
That is really cool. And I feel like now that you mentioned that, I wasn't really thinking about that for mine, but now that you mentioned, I feel like for Ethan, for me in general too, is like, because Ethan doesn't he doesn't have a really religious background at all. So for him to start experiencing things, especially within this battle, and it's just like, okay, what does this mean? Do I need to start seeking something? Or, both for me and for Ethan, it's like, this is going to be a very interesting change of pace. So I did enjoy that too, because it's like, you say you finished it one way, and then Mitch comes in with a completely different twist, and it's like, oh, I like that. Didn't see that coming. So I have to say that's fun.
Yeah, I think that what is interesting about this like first chapter is that the characters and us as players together are both at the beginning like we don't know who these people are and what like cards to show. And so like from the beginning we and our characters are growing simultaneously together. So rather than like all of us, being fast friends, but having to role play that like characters don't know each other well. And it actually is like very naturally, like we are as players doing the same thing that our characters are doing when we're like trying to play it off and like we're trying to seem cooler than we are, and we're like like I don't know these people very well, like we've talked a couple times, like I hope they like me, and that's also what the characters are doing, like oh boy, we went to an ice cave once and I hope they like me. So I think it worked out.
Yeah
And now you walk up on Seth in a completely different form and go, hey, wait a minute. Come on. And Seth goes, yeah, you got me. It comes along like...
Yeah, now we're pranking each other and everything.
That's exactly what that felt like, too. Like, Seth's like, no, don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Wait, that's Seth's coat. Damn it. Didn't do that disguise well enough. Hey, guys.
Yeah, it's been a fun, like the climax of this first chapter was definitely a cool moment of like it was like an oh shit moment where all of us had to be like, all right, like so clearly that didn't work very well. Like how do we do better? Which is always a fun moment to have for character growth and development and party development and cohesion and stuff.
I also think it very much came in like
Seth got a very real view of like, not necessarily for himself, because he didn't put himself in any awkward positions or any hard to get out of positions really, but okay, the party has the rest of the party's back here. I can do some of the more ridiculous positions, like
Yeah, you can.
yeah. But like I can go, like Seth's starting to realize like I can let loose a little bit more. I can do more of the dumb things because if I'm around these people, because they consider me part of them and they have each other's back. So okay, so long as I show them that I've got theirs, then I think this is safe. I think this is okay.
Yeah.
While
Yeah.
also being like, they get into so many heroics. I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, I think something that's super interesting about the party like composition that we ended up with is that unlike a lot of games that I've played in where people are like their call to adventure is either to be an adventurer or they are heroic or they are like inherently good people and they just want to help. We are a party of people who are like not really looking to like help people super much, but like we kind of ended up doing it. Like,
right.
But it's this like party where everyone kind of doesn't want to do the thing that we're doing. Like none of us are really built to like go up and like fight a guy, but we're all like, well, we're the ones here, so we're gonna go up and fight a guy, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
we've got a bunch of like smooth talkers and like playing the long game people who then especially in that like the final episode of chapter 1 had to really like, nope, there's no smooth talking your way out of this. Like you gotta go in there and deal with it.
Yeah, we can't talk our way out of this. Gloves off, let's go. Like
Yeah.
it was, and that also makes it that much more interesting to see over time. It's like, okay, does that make them start losing that? Like, do our characters start losing that like long game? Do we start thinking more in the like, well, if I'm going to get into fights, I might as well train for that.
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, Spectre's our Twitch stream is frozen.
Oh no.
I don't know how to fix it.
I'm no help. Oh wait, it's back. Maybe.
I just opened another window. It says I'm online on Twitch. Yeah, it says we're good there.
Yeah, I think we're back.
2 viewers.
I think it was probably
each.
just a stutter.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I really do. I do appreciate the composition and how it has affected how we have to play combats. Because we don't have, like, we had that whole discussion of strategies, and the fact that there's a need for that is already indicative of the fact that we are so poorly balanced, perfectly imbalanced. Because in a, like, if you think of like the stereotypical party, you'll have like at least someone who runs in and just takes the damage, but we don't have that.
No.
Who's got the most hit points?
Probably Yuri.
Hang on, I can tell you.
But
one of those, Yuri, like, who's got the most hit points and why is it 28?
Yeah, exactly. It's like even the best, the most like that isn't good. It's just like better than the other ones.
Yeah.
So it's definitely affected, like in that final fight, it's like we have two rogues, one of which is a rogue warlock, face tanking an enormous knight
Mm-hmm.
because there's no other way. Like it's just that's
Oh.
what we got to do.
Right.
That would be Ethan and Mary tied for 38 hit
For
points.
most. Oh no.
Your
With
rogue
38
and your ranger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But
I
then
think
our
I have
AC
all of
is
like
not
what
so
27.
great. What's Mary's AC?
It is one better than Ethan's with a 14.
Yeah, so that's what makes it tough. And
Ooh.
like,
Gun Arc is a 14. Seth gets a 15, and then Yuri with his 16. We'll say one thing with
I
this
have
campaign.
I have a 15, but only because I'm like constantly going.
Yeah.
And casting mage armor. Like.
mhm.
It is. We are poor folk, and everything is expensive.
Right.
So we are making do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think I was thinking about recently. I was starting a campaign, and I was discussing with someone the idea of taking levels below like their fellow party members for the chance to be extremely wealthy. And I was like, that's a really interesting like ask. And it was a
Mhm.
very cool, like trying to figure out how to balance like, okay, well, you're gonna suck if you get hit, but like
Mm.
you're never gonna have to worry about paying for a room. Like, all right. So,
Very wealthy, so I can buy the best armor. I may not be great at using it, but I
Yeah.
have the best armor.
yeah, I have a very good sword, but
Oh, I know my Barovia character now. Okay. Sorry.
Well, you can always like buy servants to like protect you.
yeah,
But,
there you
The
go.
warriors.
I don't have an armor class. I just have like 10
I got
guys that I go,
people.
you!
Got a retinue, literal meat
Gotta
shields.
buy a new one.
But I do,
Yeah.
Buy a new one.
I do like the challenge of playing in an environment where it's not like, oh, we killed this Drake guard. It just happened to have a +1 sword in its nest.
Right.
So I like that it's stuff just isn't littered just everywhere, and you have to kind of like go to the special city and talk to the special people, and then special explain what you special want, and then hope that you have the money
They
for
will
it.
special, and then they will hopefully special understand you.
Yeah. And cut you a special deal.
Yeah,
But-
I think that the challenge is fun. I mean, like for everyone else, I'm invincible, so I can't die, and
Right,
you know,
right.
it kind of takes the challenge away. But
I do think this is one of those that like this is what happens when you put a bunch of people who have played the game a fair amount in a room, and they're not told like we're doing Adventurers League, which is like competitive
Yeah.
D&D somehow.
oh yeah,
And then like so like they're not told that, which is typically when it's just like I want to play a new game, that's where a lot of the like veteran players go because that's what's available.
Mhm.
But
Well,
like-
it's easier to run that at a store with
true.
yeah,
when you have different sets of players every week. But
For
yeah.
sure. But like, so you have this whole aspect of like, we've got a bunch of players who've been playing for a bit. And so rather than us doing the video game mindset of like, this is what needs to be in a party, we're like, I just want to play this character. I haven't gotten a chance to do this yet. And then on top of it, we're looking at it as a entertainment medium that we're creating. So again, it creates the extra like, okay, what's going to be more fun to listen to?
Mhm.
A perfectly balanced and set up party who wanders into a room and does the like, check the corners, good, clear,
Yeah.
boom, kills
We
everything.
totally know what we're doing.
Like, is what's going to be more fun, doing that or
Or playing
Like-
everyone's a warlock.
playing everyone's a warlock, where it's like it's the realistic thing of there was a listing on ye old Craigslist and we all just kind of answered it and now we're here. Like it's never made sense to me that like the perfectly set up party somehow answers the job board listing, like of course there's going to be like 3 wizards. The wizards are the one who need the money for their research, like
Yeah.
So
like that kind of thing.
we just got a couple new questions.
New questions.
I think
Yes.
they're new. They're new to me, at least. One of
Hey.
them is targeted at me, but we'll save that one. So, favorite race/class that you guys enjoy building?
Well, I do prefer to play more standard humanoid. I've played Tabaxi before, kind of in a longer term, and she was fun, and I enjoyed her. But for the most part, I do like to generally stay in the mostly looks like a human. As far as classes, I like my half casters or druids.
I have recently fallen in love with playing this Eladrin that I have.
Mhm.
We've decided that he was raised by the Fae and then kicked out
Mm.
because, of course, Raven Queen Warlock, and they didn't like that, so they kicked him out. So he's blind. But I like that sort of cultural difference from everyone, where he just doesn't understand the culture.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like, what are you doing here? Well, we're here to destroy that. Don't tell them that. Why not?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't he can physically lie, but he doesn't know that he can lie because he was never taught the concept.
Nice.
And then I like warlocks. I like warlocks a lot. I have a pirate that's a homebrew class, but it's really just like a rogue warlock sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it hits for a lot of damage, and then it has really weird like board control things that it can do. So yeah, mostly warlocks.
Yeah, I only recently just took a level in Warlock with one of my characters. I'm not really played around with it much. But that was more because it's funny, because she's a tiefling. And so she's going with the Celestial Warlock, and she has an Asimar brother who went with the Fiend Warlock, because we're campy like that.
Love it.
See, the thing I like about warlocks is the Eldritch invocations make everything like really customizable. And so like you can make your Eldritch Blast hit harder, shoot farther, be rainbow scented if you really want to. It's just great.
Yeah. I think with my characters, this is gonna maybe sound weird to some people, but not to others. I don't like them to be able to do too much. I like them to be good at a select few things, and then the rest of it, they're looking at somebody else like, you got this though, right? Because I don't have so that they have a need for other people. I don't like to be able to just solve problems willy-nilly. And I think warlocks kind of are a little too packed for my taste.
I have the
way I play.
Yeah, I have a similar feeling, but not quite the same thing. So like, I don't mind when my character can do a lot of different things, but I love my character being bad at things.
Mm-hmm.
I would act like, I've talked about this with a bunch of people who talk about like, what do you do for your starting stats? Do you like rolling? Do you like, and I'm like, I don't like, I don't really like standard array. It's okay, but like it doesn't allow for you to be as bad. And like I prefer rolling not because I can get an 18, but because I can get a 3.
Yeah.
I love getting a 3. Get a 3, put that anywhere. That's good storytelling. Like it's so easy. The character writes itself, because you're like, well, I have a 3 in Constitution, so I am bedridden all the time. How do I make a character that is bedridden all the time working an adventure. Like, let's do this. And that's cool.
He's
So, like-
constantly he's in an iron lung, pushing himself around with mage hand, talking
Right,
about how he
exactly.
remembers when they invented chocolate.
Yeah. So there's like,
Nice.
that's my thing. As for my race and class, anything monstrous, I prefer. And then class is hard. I mean, I've just played every class and built every class. So I think I like paladins overall. They're good times. Paladins are good. They kind of do everything that I want them to do. They're support, they're tank, they do damage. So they kind of do everything, but they don't do any one thing super well. They're just kind of like mostly a supportish class, at least how I play them. And yeah, I guess Paladin would be my favorite if I had to pick one.
Now I'm trying to think of a way to run an illusion mage that is in a coma, but is like casting an illusion of themselves with the party. So like you'd have the constant, like, it only has like 8 hit points, so it gets hit and just like, I'll be right back.
You could just play a wizard with a homunculus servant that just runs around with the party, but the wizard is miles away.
Exactly, like the wizard's never there, so it just like it hits the illusion and it does like what all like illusory, like the mirror one and all of that, where like you hit the illusion one and it just goes paff.
Right.
But that's the entire character. So like every time he gets hit, like after a certain amount of times he gets hit, it's like, see you guys tomorrow.
You literally disappeared right there.
I know.
So I would have to say, again, still new at everything. So I only played several classes and races. So Ethan being a changeling and a rogue has been phenomenal. I absolutely love the dude. And then in our YouTube series that we're doing, I am playing a Warforged fighter / artificer. So that was just completely made after just a weird backstory that I quickly thought of, because it was like we were recording the next following day and I was like, I gotta create a character. but it came out pretty good. I'm enjoying him a lot. And then I got some other characters I created waiting for possible other campaigns that we do. So we shall see from here on out.
Yeah.
One of my more oddball characters that I just started playing. She became a Mandalorian simply out of necessity, so that people wouldn't try to constantly take her armor off. But she's a homebrewed jelly person that doesn't want people to know that she's a jelly person. So she's hiding inside of her armor, pretending to have religious reasons for never taking off the armor.
Very nice.
For no reason. Like, there's no point to it.
This is the way.
Yeah. There's absolutely no reason for it other than, like, I just have a secret jelly person.
Nice.
For reasons.
Right.
Will
I guess
Ethan
I'll
ever
answer.
get his wolf?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, there you go.
Will he ever get his wolf? I hope.
We'll see.
It all depends on how I roll on my animal handling.
Honestly,
It all depends on how I roll on my sneak attack damage.
Yeah,
while you're
that too. It all depends on the cooperation of the team.
We keep using this strategy. It works so effectively.
Right. Distracted by trying to love it. So I'm hoping for both you and me, Foxy.
From a storytelling point, I kind of hope he doesn't, just because it's more interesting to see the struggle.
It would be very comedic to just
This is an ongoing
hundreds of episodes.
Who knows? Maybe a pup.
There, yeah. I don't think I'd sneak attack a pup.
Or will you?
I mean, you
We'll see.
just about have to get a pup to be able
train
to train it. And
True.
because a
But I
wild
can
creature
also
is still a
see-
wild creature.
I can also see that being a pain in the butt while you're
Oh.
fighting full-fledged battle, and the pup is just doing its own thing. I don't know if you ever guys seen that movie Togo, the new movie out on Netflix, or I think it's on Prime. It's basically the story that wasn't told about the true events of Balto, the real dog that led like 160 miles. But that dog was literally everywhere. Don't do this, it did it. Don't do that, it did that. Like I can picture that happening.
I imagine the sequence being like the opening of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Like we're in like
group
the background having like an intense fight while your dog's like, sun is shining in the sky.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
playing with a ball or something. Like
Ethan's like running around trying to kill people while also like, oh god, the dog's about to fall in a pit. Like I gotta.
Oh my god.
No.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible. It'd be fun though. It'd be a good time. It'll be a good time.
It would be.
Where'd you get that bone? You see it ripped off someone's arm. Oh no. Don't do that.
Well, I think that that was an ally. Now the person. Now listen, pup.
That'd be great. Well,
when we say bananas.
Yeah.
Although I don't fully understand it myself, I don't blame you. But I think banana means this. Completely opposite.
Oh, it's fine. He's just teething there. You gotta let him.
So, Jared, what is your favorite running joke that has happened?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. I mean, I love like I was just talking about, I love being bad at something, and I love that the dice have confirmed that Gunark is magically inept. And that every time I've rolled an Arcana check, it's not been good. So that's been fun, just being like, something magic, I guess. Like, I don't know. I think the prank war has been fun too. That's been good. The escalation of that is also fun.
I with Gunark's terrible magic abilities, I like this. I have this mild like headcanon that Gunark doesn't actually believe in magic. He's a warlock and can cast it, but he has other explanations for that.
He's like that's just works. How it is. Oh, that's just
you're a warlock. You're a warlock. Yeah, it's something I can do.
I like that headcanon.
Yeah.
But like, it is absolutely one of those like, with all evidence to the contrary, Gunark does not believe in magic.
Right. I think it's I can't even remember. I'll go look, but I can't even remember if I'm proficient in Arcana. But either way, it's just been not.
If you are, it's even funnier.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have studied magic. I don't know how it works. Apparently,
I've studied magic, but it was always when I was coming down off the Adderall.
She's confirmed it.
You're not.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I prefer it that way.
It works well.
It's just funny that we kind of keep looking to you to do it. Like
right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even remember why that ended up.
You seem like you should know.
Right, exactly. It's like, oh, this tall kind of like magic user guy who seems to be above it all. He probably knows about magic.
Let's see here.
That's how I feel with nature checks with Ethan.
You know who is proficient in Arcana is Mary.
I love that. Truly amazing.
But she never offers.
Never.
She's just like, they got it.
Mary has a full like encyclopedic knowledge of the magical arts, and Gunark's like, I don't know, some dude gave this power to me. I didn't read anything.
She got a +3.
There you go.
I like the idea with my headcanon, like he was given his. Are you a Pact of the Tome?
Yes.
Okay, so Pact of the Tome. He was given his Book of Shadows, and he's like, he basically just like, nah, there's got to be like a I don't know, like a spring-loaded mechanism in this thing. Like, thinks it's mechanical. Like, yeah, I haven't actually
really
even read
bad
this.
Technology doesn't know. He's like, it's probably, I don't know, like some sort of shock thing.
It's mirrors. It's mirrors. Gotta be mirrors.
Mirrors. Literal smoke and mirrors.
I saw a guy once. He pulled a rabbit out of a hat. There were mirrors for that. That's what it is. It's mirrors.
I think I have the opposite headcanon about Gunark. I think that if Gunark saw a magician, like not a wizard or a magic dude, but a sleight of hand magician, he would fully believe that guy was magic.
Beautiful.
I think he would be like, that is like such an impressive use of teleportation magic. I cannot comprehend how he disappeared from that door and entered from that door. Like he wouldn't even think that he just walked around. Like, no idea. He'd be losing it.
And that's coming from a guy who can Misty Step too.
Right. Exactly. I think Gunark has no common sense in that way. Like, he's like, well, yeah, gaps. I can teleport, but that guy clearly can teleport.
Yeah. Now he can teleport.
Gunark, you do know that you can do that, like, for real. That's why I know he can do it.
He did. He just did it. Like, no, I don't. Like, oh, he must have a pocket dimension built into that top hat.
Something.
No,
just a pocket.
A pocket. Yeah, I think that's the true headcanon.
Well, hey guys, I got to get out of here. I'm heading out.
I had one more question that I specifically wanted to hear more from you.
Oh, go ahead.
I want to know people's theories, like big conspiracy theories about other characters, the world at large, what have you. I want to know. Like, I personally think that Mary was outcast for possibly some abilities, and that's why she's out, not in her podunk town.
I think it was probably. I don't think it was for abilities. I like that headcanon. I think Mary was exiled due to insurance fraud. Actually,
ooh, that's a good one.
I don't think it's like possibly insurance fraud, but like I don't think it's anything like where she couldn't come back. It's just one of those where they were like, "Yo, get it together, like go and get it together."
It might be her.
We'll figure it out.
It might be her slight desire for really icky, gross, grotesque things.
They're like something's just like, give us a 10-minute break from you poking stuff, and she took that to me, and then she like wandered out into the wilderness, like, okay, 10 minutes, and she's time blind because she has ADHD. It's been 10 minutes.
Everybody else is farming in her village, and she's just there poking at the dead carcass.
Yeah. They're just like, you're too much. You gotta
20 minutes, Mary. 20 minutes. She's like, okay.
You're making grandma uncomfortable. You gotta.
She kept finding things to interest her.
Yeah.
But in all actuality, I feel like, you know, we don't know much. Again, we're still unraveling Mary's story, so it's like it's hard to come up with something right now. Those are just small things, but there's something deeper.
Well, she has dropped hints. So go back and listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
I'm in the process of listening. So
are you?
Yeah. Well, I had to go back and re-listen for the giveaway. So
that's right.
Yeah. Well, but you know, just bear in mind that her backstory, while I do hope it's interesting, is not world breaking. Like
it will be for us.
Yeah.
Mary's a changeling. That's headcanon. Mary's a changeling. Originally was a duck, just a regular duck.
He's a cursed duck.
Yep. Mary's a duck.
Mary, no, she's not a changeling. She hasn't been cursed. She just is a duck this whole time, and no one's noticed.
She's really good with illusions and cuts.
Nope, just deception checks. It's been constant deception checks.
Yeah, there have
well,
been.
See, that's why she doesn't know where babies come from.
Because she's a duck.
Like,
She's a duck.
halflings don't lay eggs, of course.
That's crazy.
No,
She's a duck that's been cursed with speech and the ability to lie, and that's it.
Have you ever been
That's all
lied
she
to by
can
a
do.
duck? It hurts. It hurts in a different way
Yeah.
when your duck
Betrayal is
lies to you.
deep.
Duck lies, Steve.
So I would have to say with I always go back to this for Seth
Yeah.
is
Gold star.
that I think he is the biological son of the Raven Queen. That's my go-to for you. Biological son. We shall see. We shall see.
I think Yuri has been dead this whole time.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, he's in a coma. We're all his dream.
Yep.
Wow.
This is St. Elmo right here.
all a dream.
And then you
Yeah.
look over at the table and the top is still spinning.
Yep.
But it wobbles a little bit.
And then they
Inside a
ran out-
snow globe.
And then they ran out of film and just decided, like, no, fuck you. This is the ending.
Mhm.
So that's what happened with Inception.
Yeah, I think that it's hard for me to do conspiracy theories because it's like just so I'm so worried, not that I'm gonna be wrong, but that I'm gonna be right. And I'm like, I don't want to
Yeah.
I don't want to
ruin
just yeah.
Yeah, and I feel you.
So like I don't even have that many because I don't even want to ruin it for me, if that makes sense. Like if I start theorizing, I'm gonna be like, dang it, I got it right, me.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
It's almost like watching a
Spoilers.
movie with somebody and then they pause it and they're like, all right, so this is what's going to happen. This is how it's going to unravel. This is the end. Boom. I called it. And then you watch the whole movie and that's exactly how it ended. You're like,
Yeah.
that ruined the movie for me.
You're like, I mean, good for you, but like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What about you, Jack?
Well, I've said my Mary theory that she's at least mildly exiled. Mostly because she's too happy-go-lucky. Like, happy people don't go adventuring.
Hmm. It's logical.
Like, you don't decide that a good idea is to fight a dragon if your life is good. I do think, because we do know that in my time at the castle, I've met or seen some of the Dark Walkers, Shadow Walkers, whatever they were called.
Shadow Walkers, yeah.
Like I've seen those things. I don't think Ethan is one. I think he's a target, and it was a misinterpretation.
Very nice.
Gunark, I think, might be a despot. Or like secretly setting up a rebel alliance. So while he's like sitting there like talking about like, well, I've had to set up these trade deals and everything. These trade deals are for gunpowder and C4. So they can commit carriage bombings on the mainland.
Gunark, head of the IRA.
Essentially. The MRA Minotaur.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's interesting.
Like I think you have something more going on than what you've stated.
Oh, yeah, he totally does.
Yeah.
You
Like-
I
think
don't know what it is, but
me, Gunark, who has a full other personality that he puts on, has something else?
But the thing is, you've told us this personality, and I think that was a lie. You've told us supposedly everything, and I think you're lying.
I love that. I love that I created a character where it's a paradox that no matter how much truth you get, you'll never believe it. So I could tell the truth or not, and it doesn't matter because no matter what I say, it's not the truth. So it's just a weave of like some of it's lies, some of it's truth, but like you don't believe any of it, so there we go. Like it's fine.
That's my gun arc theory, and
Mhm.
my Yuri. Honestly, I think Yuri's probably the most like honest of everyone. He just wants to be in a band, man.
Nah, he's got some
He's got something deep in. I mean,
the whole
I don't
like
know if I wanna
I'm
bring
not
it
what
up.
you think I am, and that whole jazz. He's probably actually Gunark's love child son from the future, who was
See,
sent back in the past by Ethan's father,
Mm.
Yep.
and
See,
then
things are connected.
by a gateway that was opened up by the Raven Queen, who got caught in like this temporal slicer, and a aspect of her personality was cut free, and that is Seth.
Wow.
quick, write all of that down. That's Mary's backstory. She's revealing it without revealing it.
Yeah.
She's also in hopes that she can one day take over Seth's body to live longer.
I thought you were about to say something along the lines of one day make the leap home.
Yeah. Well, see, that's really the whole goal. See, it's Mary is your Sam.
Ooh,
just didn't know
Ethan
it.
does have a
Mary
ring.
Sam or is Mary Al?
Oh, I guess she'd be Al. Yeah, because you guys are Sam.
No, I think Yuri is is that like, the like Guar and Ghost, where like they have all of this backstory and it's all bullshit, but like like he's like, no, there's something more to me. I'm on the surface, and then he made a deal with a devil or a dark god in this case. Less for any like actual reasons that you would normally think, but just because it was punk rock. Like you see all the stories about the other guys that all the like guitarists that make deals with the devil and everything. He was like, oh, I'm gonna do that too. So like everything, he's very straightforward, but he likes to try to like be like, no, there's a deep dark story here. There's not. He's made it up.
Yeah.
This is my theory on Yuri, that he is just an edgy teenager in a satyr's body.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
So much.
Oh man, I'll keep my theory for Yuri for another day.
Ooh.
Another Fireside.
Although I think I spoke about it a little bit, but I think I'll hold on to it for another Fireside, like you said.
Heck yeah.
Right, well, I am out of here. I have to attend to my family.
Oh, watch out, family.
Yeah, here I go.
The time thief is coming for you.
Yeah.
Gonna steal all your clocks.
That is true. That is my sole purpose, is to rewind everyone's time back 3 hours.
Just not because
never
it
go back. It's like in All Dogs Go to Heaven. You messed with the clock. Now you can never go back to the future.
Gotta get back in time.
I like this new idea that I've just had of time thieves don't actually like steal anybody's time. They just inconvenience you by missetting your clocks.
Nice. Yeah.
They are paid in the sheer joy that comes from you going, wait, I'm not late. Oh God.
Just increasing their anxiety and their stress levels is making them older, not the fact that I really did make them older. Makes sense.
I love it.
Time thieves don't steal time. They just reset your clock inconveniently. Time
All right,
thieves are
guys.
responsible for
Take it
daylight
easy.
savings.
Till next time.
See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
And then there were 3.
Woohoo.
Jared's plan is all coming together.
All right.
Last one standing. Is that what they? I think that I love that all of the characters are I should say, other than Mary, who is like happy-go-lucky, all of us are like angry, edgy teen boys. And the fact that all of these angry, edgy teen boys who in real life would never see other people at all are now forced to be friends not only with each other but with this extremely outgoing happy-go-lucky person who is like way better than them in moral choices, at least on the surface, like this, hey, how's it going, rather than all of these like, oh, fine, oh, I'll go, fine, I'll go to the, I'll go. I'll go fight the Black Knight. Fine. And then Mary's like, "Hey guys, like we gotta go," and we're like, "Fine, I guess." Like, okay. I love it. It's great.
Mhm.
In fairness to that one, it seems like we all had our own specific reasons for fighting the Black Knight, and none of them were because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, well, he took my friend, so I have to go fight him.
Well, he's here.
So Mitch wants to know, do we have any questions for him as a DM?
How do we defeat the final big bad? No, I don't want to know that.
How do I
Power of friendship.
how do I lose? How do I die? I haven't been able to figure it out. I just want to question, can you please
Friendship, motherfucker.
I don't know if that's which one that was an answer to, but I like the
Yes.
fact that it's an answer to mine. So I'm gonna use the fact that the way that I have to die is friendship. So
That tracks.
all right.
You grow to
Gunnar-
love us all.
When Gunnar
And
finally makes a true friend, then and only then may he truly die.
May he die. I love that. All right. It's canon. Mitch, you said it. You can't take it back. Nope.
was an answer,
Nope.
Mary.
You can't. I knew that was
I'm like,
coming. I saw
friggin'
you
killed the
typing.
first boss.
Nope. Nope.
So in the episode.
Mm-mm.
yeah,
Nope. It's not
friendship.
how it works.
Friendship is the ultimate answer to all the things.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, long pause. Friendship, motherfucker.
The one-liners are really freaking peak. Big
Hello,
fan.
small child.
I almost never remember what I have said.
See,
I have
that's
to
the. I have
Does
that
Mary
same problem.
remember?
I remember what
Yeah.
y'all say, but when y'all are like, "Oh, he said this and it was funny," I'm like, "Did I?" Cool. I guess I'm glad.
My favorite Gunnar line is still the is that your real name? You don't care. Well, you're absolutely right. I don't, but you shouldn't assume it.
God, I had to peak early, really just
It's my favorite one so far.
it's a good I again, that's one where until like everyone was like talking about it again, I was like, "Oh, sure." That was like just something I threw out there, but
Mhm.
I'm glad it stuck the way it did.
Make sure I didn't miss anything, Booker.
Very fair. I'm doing the same thing.
We got to make sure that the answer is correct.
It's a lot of content,
Yeah.
which is so weird to think about. I was like,
He's 7 hours.
yeah, I know. It was like really when I like looked at it to like go back and listen through it, I was like, oh my gosh, we made that much stuff. Oh my.
We've made more than that much. We just
Yeah.
haven't released that much.
Yeah, wow, it's just wild.
Just think we're starting somewhat of a little network
Yeah.
too. Like, damn.
I hate to cut you off. We have a super important question here, really world building. Will Gunark ever defeat the tent? Honestly, Mitch, you'll have to keep watching. Sorry, Mitch. I think. Oh, that's our DM. Right. I was forgetting. I don't think so. I don't think Gunark will ever defeat a tent. I think he's given up trying. So sorry, Mitch, to disappoint, but
My mom is theoretically supposed to be watching, so hi, Mom.
Hey,
hi, Mom.
hi, Jack's mom.
I love watching when Mitch is typing because it's always, it's good, Ooh boy. I lied. He proved me wrong. He proved me wrong.
It's always good. The most intense boss ever.
He
Well,
proved me wrong.
Brilliant.
He really did that to me. Wow, I was trying to give you compliments for the first time ever instead of being combative like I usually am, and then you did that to me. You betrayed me like that. That's pretty messed up.
in front of his salad.
Yeah. Wow, that's an oldie but a goodie right there.
It is still referenced in my house. So
Trying to think if I have any real questions for Mitch that could actually be answered, but I don't think so. How are you doing, Mitch?
what's an area of the world lore y'all want to explore? It's really weird seeing a British person type y'all. I'm just gonna say that.
The fact that I say y'all in
Queen's
New
English.
Hampshire, and it definitely throws people because I don't have a Southern accent at all. But when I say y'all, especially like at my place of work, people just kind of like have a moment where they're like, did I mishear everything? And he's had a Southern accent the whole time and I just didn't notice. And I'm like, no, I just say y'all. That's it.
I have worked very, very hard for y'all not to become part of my vernacular.
I worked very hard to make it part of mine. I used to say guys all the time, and I had to replace that with a gender neutral.
Y'all is great for that.
And y'all was like the perfect, hey, I can just start saying y'all, and it's a gender neutral, multiple people term. So that was back when I was an RA in college. I was like, I can't keep calling people guys because that's not really 20, in the 20s. That's not really what we're looking for. So, yeah.
I've moved to folks.
Folks is great. I do folks a lot. Folks is a great one. I like folks also because it's disarming. And when you call people folks, it really makes folks just kind of question how old they are, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like I've said folks to a group of like 50-year-old people who then look at me who is 20 and they're like, I guess he's an authority because he called me folks. And it was so weird because I was like, I don't know, just, hey, folks, I need everyone to settle down. And everyone's like, oh, I'm a folk. I need to
settle down.
I need to settle down.
I saw a TikTok recently talking about like everyone's talking about like we need to be conscientious of gender in naming things like policeman and stuff like that. They're like, why do it where it's like policeman, policewoman, police folk, fire folk?
Yeah.
Like, fire folk.
Fire folk's great.
Because that's a genasi, that's why.
I like firefighter better just because it puts in my head
so
like
action.
a bunch of people like running up and just punching a house that's on fire. Like
yeah.
But like
fire pugilists.
Fire pugilists.
Fire pugilists. Heck yes, I'm here for that. Fire
The practical
pugilists.
heroes. We fixed the gender identity problem.
Call everyone pugilist.
Yeah.
Police.
Oh no. It doesn't work with that one. It does not work with that one. Police folk is
Police folks good.
fire pugilist.
Oh, that was good.
Anyway, Mitch, your question, what's an area of world lore I want to explore? I do want to go to Thistlewood at some point.
Mm-hmm.
For the same reason that Gunark is from Thistlewood, and therefore I have a bunch of stuff, kind of ideas of how that's going to go down. So that would be fun. Gunark and Jared both want to go to Frostreach. Jared knows more about Frostreach than Gunark does, but that's definitely something that sounds interesting. So that's that.
Seth just wants to know where they come from.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mary will tell you.
Okay.
She'll come up with something.
Just Mary. In the middle of next session, we're sitting at the bar. Mary, where do I come from?
I will not even think about an answer, so that whatever it is I say
It's off the cuff and wonderful.
is
I love
yeah.
Seth just gets way too drunk after doing their mandatory use or mandatory service.
I think that at the end of the most recent episode of today's episode, that would have been a perfect time for Seth to just like, where do I come from?
Mary, where do I come from?
Probably, I don't know, some weird place.
Some weird place. Hell?
That's the Gunark version. Like, Mary will come up with an elaborate story and it will make sense. And Gunark would be like, I don't care. Some weird place. That's probably where.
So, Jared, as a player, how would you feel about Seth offering Gunark a position within the Companions?
As a player?
Yeah, like how would you feel about me doing this?
I don't care. As Gunark, I mean, lots of feelings. But as a player, I'm just here to tell stories, man. I'm a storyteller, you know? Like it don't matter what we do. I would love to explore all sorts of avenues. Gunark isn't that way, but Gunark is not here to tell the story. Gunark is part of a story. But yeah, no, as a player, there's like very few things that I would like say no to even like breaching in the game. And that is not one of them. Yeah. I mean, it clearly kind of fits some of the abilities that Gunark has, at least the style that Seth has kind of discussed. So like up until this point in the campaign, the ability to like change the appearance and all that jazz, though Gunnar cannot physically like change his form.
Right.
But, you know.
And it's more of the like there's that diplomatic Mitch's ass kissing. There is a lot of that involved in more ways than one. To ram his face directly in someone's anus.
Oof.
Wow.
Getting racy here there, Mitch.
Wow.
That's saucy.
I mean, he is a Minotaur.
Yeah. I just, there's nothing like, so I have very infrequently made a character in D&D that is sexual in any way. It's just something that I have, like, you know, there's always like the horny bard. Like I've made the horny bard, but the horny bard who doesn't sleep with anyone. Like they're a flirt, but they're not like do it. And so the idea of like, not only do I rarely make a character, but rarely do I make a character less sexual than Gunnar. A big hairy Minotaur who's not even like buff. He's just like a skinny, semi-emaciated, hairy Minotaur who, if he wants to not be hairy, he looks like a older, less attractive elf. So like, I mean, really, there's no it's truly one of the least
who all of us who all of us, I feel, have a headcanon of.
Oh.
Alien, I mean, hey,
Like,
Mitch,
Alien-
whatever you're into is fine, but
the headcanon of Alien seems to be that he's just constantly sweaty.
yeah,
Yeah.
just wet.
He has like heart issues or something. And
Like he's not like dripping with sweat, but it's very clear that he is sweating.
I love that headcanon. It's great. I mean, he truly is like I don't even have the headcanon that he's sweating. To me, it's just grease, and you don't know where it comes from, but he's just greasy. He just like kind of slimy a little bit. And you're like, I don't know how he got so slimy.
Like to me, his hair at least looks like worm tongues.
Yes, he definitely. That's a drop. That's heavy inspiration for Elliot.
yeah, I was
Like-
gonna say I thought that was mentioned maybe.
Yeah, the worm tongue is for sure. Like I was like, oh, that yes,
Like
that's exactly
the
it.
kind of unclean hair that it's like he's cleaned it often enough that it won't become dreads yet, but like in often that it looks like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
No, that's big. That's big inspiration was worm tongue. I was literally looking through like pictures of characters that are awful and I hate from a bunch of different like fantasy
That's fair.
worlds.
That's
And I
just
was
what
like,
he typed into
that.
Google. Characters that are awful and I hate.
And worm tongue right away came up.
It's weird, Jared. You have a Pinterest board. Wow.
It was like worm tongue was one of them. I'm trying to remember the guy from Harry Potter.
Wormtail?
Yeah.
Is that actually his name? I love that.
Yep.
I think that's probably
Peter
the one.
Pettigrew?
Yes, yeah. He
Yeah, it's
was another
Wormtail.
one where it's like I was like, what is the character? You know, there's a character in a bunch of different fantasies where it's like the advisor who is always a bad guy. Like you could start a fantasy movie, and if there's an advisor to the king, it's him. I know it's him. If that king dies in this movie, it was him who did it. I was like, that's the character that I want Gunark to play, is this obviously evil, but like
not.
Yeah.
I do want a fantasy story to start out like it's going to be like that. And like we meet the yes, my liege, vizier dude, and like right at the beginning, like we find out like, all right, there's a plot to kill the king, and we just off him right away. Plot still going. Oh, okay, cool. Like at no point like we could even have it be like, no, he was a part of it, he just wasn't the head of it. So like
yeah, I mean, it's just such a like I love exploring tropes in D&D and like playing with them specifically, so not playing a trope but taking a trope and then absolutely gutting it and making it something different. So that's what Elian was like, oh, he's gonna in appearance be this like, you know, gross, like, ew, my liege, and then in reality is just a big hairy dude, like, kind of hangs out, has like a, you know, a vague fondness for living indoors and a vague distaste of tents, like, you know, just like a person.
a question in from YouTube. Do you think Lord Darkseeker will ever like Elian?
He doesn't like Elian? Oh no.
It is Mitch who asks, so
Try to be sneaky and hitting this from a different direction. See how it is.
puts a question in from YouTube, which is just Mitch Drums 22.
How would I have ever guessed it was you, Mitch?
I don't think Elian will ever be in Darkseeker's good graces. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I love this idea that like this is like normal like this is normal elf world things, like to be like that close when you're talking to someone and like all of that kind of thing, and like looking the way he does shows like he's working very hard, so he doesn't have time for bathing, and so that's like an elevated side. Like this is all like everything about Elian is actually like good in elf world, but now we're in like a more human world and he's like, back up.
Just looming over the shoulder, you know. Because that was the other thing that I took from all of those like advisor to the king people is how do they get away with standing just so close
Yeah.
and truly like looming out of the background over the throne and just whispering into their ear like it's no big deal. And I was like, I gotta do that now that we finally met like a person in power. I was like, I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Mitch also wants to know, do you think, at Jack and Lindsay, do you think you will ever like Elliot?
No, he's gone too far.
It's gone too far. I love it. I think it's a wonderful character.
I mean, Lindsay adores the character. Mary, definitely not.
Wow.
Not at all.
I mean, that's fair. The real question is, will Gunark ever like Elian? And that won't be answered in this fireside chat.
Mm-hmm.
There is a beautiful cardinal outside my window. I would
Hello,
turn.
Cardinal.
I would turn to let you all see it, but it would look weird because I think it would just like fold Seth's face over everything, and you wouldn't see the cardinal. You would just see more of Seth's face. Like if we were asking Jack, then yes, I love Elian. I think it's a wonderful character choice. It's hilarious and wonderful. If we're asking Seth, probably not. This is though I don't know. It's bordering too close on things that go against the credo of the Iniquitous Guild, but at the same time, there's value in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So, like-
Mary would acknowledge that the alien has a purpose and a role and a utility, but she won't like him.
Exactly. It's one of those where it's like, no, I'm not going to stop you from doing it ever, but like, I shouldn't be okay with this.
It's definitely I find it very fun that like when we first walked into Through Pass and there was another elf and everyone else was like not really sure how to handle Elian yet. They were like, what? That was a fun little moment of like, I should have explained this beforehand, but I didn't, because that's not the kind of person that Gunark is. You know, he's just like, oh, of course people will know how to deal with this. I know how to deal with this. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to see the interactions between y'all and Elian versus y'all and Gunark. Like, it's so drastically different.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
I like the back and forth of how we handle like twists in the plan kind of thing, where it seems like sometimes we handle these really, really well, and sometimes not even a little bit at all. Like, and it's almost never we all do the same level of handling it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as we walked in, Gunark was like, all right, it's me. Just when you say Gunark, say Elian instead. And so that's like, all right, cool. And that's Elian. And everyone else is like, oh no, what the hell? And then there are other times that everyone else is a lot calmer and says like, we have to move. We're moving now. What are you doing? Like, no one seems to have the same level of chill at the same time.
Yeah, it's a it's a little distinction of like, what freaks your character out is different from what freaks other people's characters out. So like
Mhm.
I think, when you say like Seth does not like Elian, it's to me like as Jared, like if I was looking at those two characters, I'd be like, oh, Seth doesn't like Elian because Elian's like a mockery of what Seth is. Like Elian is if you took Seth and like put all the sliders all the way up and to a point where it's like uncanny. It's like the uncanny valley version of Seth, where Seth is like, I'm all about like decorum and like very specific, like I will speak in a specific way and I will act in a specific way in certain company. And Elian is you take that idea and then you just go all the way,
All the way to 11.
just too
crank it up.
far, and then so I could see that being like a big thing.
I
Whereas
didn't even
like
think of that, but yeah.
whereas like Elian is not on the same slider at all as Mary. Like Mary hates Elian for a whole different reason. Like,
He was hurtful.
Foxy Rose says, I'm pretty sure I discussed this and I was wrong, but I always liked the idea Gunark is a cursed elf, and that's why he changes into them, but he stays that form, so his cursed form is a minotaur. I know that's not correct. It's a good theory, though.
Hmm.
I like it. I like the thinking.
You're wrong, but we like where your mind's at.
It's so hard for me because I love the story that I've kind of developed with Mitch as to what Gunark is in its entirety, and I'm sure that you both have like the same thing where it's like, but you have to play your cards close to your chest, especially because this is getting like broadcasted. And
Hmm.
so it's like I can't just like go and talk to people about it somewhere else because it's like, well, I want like those people to watch it. So
Yeah.
if I tell them everything, they're gonna be like, oh well, I don't even need to.
So ensuring that it's too far back to actually see anything. This is all just about the robe that Seth wears.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun if we ever, and I'm sure we will, over the span of time, we'll get to the point where we're, like getting those details out. That's gonna be like so fun for me. I love details. Those small, seemingly insignificant ones are the
Yeah.
best.
I'm all for a slow burn. Like, I am in no hurry whatsoever to get to the bottom of whatever Mary has to throw out there. And I like picking away slowly at everybody else's stories. It's more satisfying.
Yep. I had a discussion with Mitch early on, like before we even started recording, where I was like, we were talking about Gunark and Elian, and I was like, I don't want this to be a thing where it's like a long way down the road the party figures out like, oh, he's not who we thought he was. Like I was like, I don't want to play that story. That story's been played in like a lot of media, and I was like, I want them to know who I am really soon. And so I was like, I didn't know whether to start as Elian and then just within the first like 2 or 3 episodes, like let everyone know who it was, or and what I ended up going with was just being like, no, I'll just play and then instantly show people that there is this second thing, so that it's not like a built up like many like episodes down you finally find out like, oh, he's got this whole second thing, and I'm like, I was like, I didn't want to build that way, so I'm glad that Mitch and I decided to do it the way that we did.
I've kind of been playing because like I agree the whole like what he's not who he says he was, like exactly, it's played out.
Right.
So I decided to kind of go with the like
my character also doesn't really know who he is, but not from amnesia, just from lack of information. Like, they think this is totally normal.
Right.
Eventually, things are going to come out, and eventually it's going to be like, oh, and there will be like surprise there, but that's just because what is normal for Seth is not normal for everyone else, and so the way things are talked about just hasn't come up. Like,
Right.
it's not anything that he's hiding, it's just you never asked.
Yeah, that's yeah, when y'all asked, like, right when almost when I got on, like, what am I most similar to Gunark in? I actually find more similarities in myself with like other characters and like pieces of them. Like Gunark is like kind of, obviously I'm playing Gunark, so there is me in it, but that's what makes it hard to be like pinpointing a specific thing. But like that's exactly how I am in real life, how you just described, Seth, where it's like I tell people I'm an open book and they're like, but I know so little about you, and I'm like, you never asked. Like I'll tell you almost anything. Like it's not, I don't hide things, but like I also won't tell them to you for no reason. Like if you want to know, just
There's got to be context.
Yeah,
like,
let me know.
As far as Seth is concerned, is rules of decorum. Like, if you're not asking about my history, then you don't care, and therefore you don't want to know my history, and that's fine. But like there was a moment fairly early on, Lindsay, out of character, said like Seth has a girlfriend, and then went, I don't say that out loud. And I was like, you could have though. Backstory reveal.
Well, the downside there is that Mary doesn't think of Seth as playful at all, so she's not really willing to get that way with him.
Fair.
Yeah.
I hope
he gets very snippish, and she doesn't want to get fussed at.
I hope that recent events that haven't aired yet have shown her a little bit more of Seth's ability to play.
I think there were a couple moments. I mean, early on, definitely, like obviously, like this whole first chapter is, Gunark's backstory is not tied in very much. They're like, I am utilizing it, and Mitch is obviously utilizing it as well, and like putting it into the world. But the fact that Seth was like, oh no, I like work and live at this tavern, and that is in like in jeopardy, instantly put stakes on Seth that a lot of our characters didn't have. Because I was like, I'm in a city I could leave. Like, this attack is happening, and that sucks, but like I can just go home, and like, I mean, that's rough, but like, good luck, y'all. Like, I didn't have the like pressure on me of like, oh, like someone I know personally was impacted, or, a city that I live in or love was impacted. So I think that definitely changed Seth in the first chapter.
Very
and
true.
Therefore the relationships that Seth built, at least at first, were based on that.
There was it was a lot more time crunchy pressure that was going, where it was like, I would love to stop and play with you, but like I literally can't. A friend of mine might die.
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of how Mary truly just got strung along on the adventure, was because there was so much gotta go, that she was like, oh okay. Sure.
You coming? I guess.
yeah, let's do this thing. Yeah, let's go. You guys will die out there without me.
There was absolutely
like
that element of like Seth was absolutely ready to leave without everybody. He didn't like. Everyone was like, "Oh, we need a rest," and Seth's like, "There's no time for that. We have daylight. We should use it."
let's go. And so and then like Yuri trying to reason with it, like I wanted in that moment, like as soon as Jared or Jordan started doing that, it was like, okay, I need to show that Seth's not beyond reason in his grief and in his like being upset right now. So it was he started reasoning with him, and it's like, fine, I'm giving you an hour. That should be enough to get, like, having seen what powers you possess, that seems to be similar to mine. So an hour should be fine for you to get your powers back, get what you need, and then we're leaving. Like, and that was absolutely an ultimatum of, I am leaving in an hour. Like, whether you're with me or not is not in the question here.
Yeah, I think that this first chapter, for Seth specifically, revealed a lot of where Seth places value. Whereas I think a lot of us still have that card like hidden, but because of the situation, Seth's value for like people was like brought directly into question immediately. And was like, nope, this is like something. Whereas like we didn't get to explore yet, like what would Mary's reaction to like someone that, you know, she is like, you know, familiar with beyond the party, like what would her reaction to that like situation be? So I think it's interesting that we've explored that for a character, but not all characters yet. It wasn't like someone we all knew. It was like, no, this is like not someone anyone else knew. That was an interesting dynamic for sure.
It was, to me, it was really cool it being sheer happenstance. Like that was all of that was already planned by Mitch before I said, and Seth is from Through Pass, or has been living in Through Pass for the last year. So like it just happened to be that it was like, you know, this person. I was like, of course I do. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Yeah, and I think, you know, because it was so early on in like us knowing each other as well, that, you know, played into the like, oh, I don't know how much you know about Through Pass as a player or a character. So I'm over here like, maybe I didn't get the info dump on Through Pass, but I hope someone did, because like I don't know what's happening.
I got some dumps, mostly telling me about like the basic structure of the town, and then about the Three Turtle Tap Room where I had taken up quasi residence.
Right. Which is basically what I have for like, you know, Thistlewood. You know, I have my own stuff for that. So I was like, I hope, you know, someone knows what's going on. And you did, and that made it really cool that you were like, oh, we walk in, and I think you used the I know a guy rule.
I know a guide for
a chick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the town guard, captain of the guard.
Yeah, Soraya.
Yes. And I think that was cool too. That was like a perfect use of that, because it was like, oh no, like I walk into the town, I know the first person we come into contact to, so that made it feel very like, oh no, I'm from here. Like, everyone knows me, I know them. So that was I liked that use of that home rule a lot in that instance.
It gave that element of like, since I'm from here, I would at least know who to look for. Like,
right.
It just so happened that was the first person that we ran into, but that was also, it was the like, I'm looking for the captain of the guard so I can find, like, is it actively under attack or what are we doing? Like,
right. Yeah, no, I think it would have been an interesting, I know Mitch talked about it at, not even in a fireside, I don't think, but at the end of one of our recordings, about like how different it could have been depending on what we did. And I think that the way that we ended up following like that distance behind was a really like compelling way to like, you're following someone, but you're not quite catching up.
hmm
So you're like, you only see the remnants of what they leave behind rather than like ever having to fight them in totality, you know?
And I liked that it was spaced enough to where it wasn't like we felt like we failed the town because, oh, if we'd just gotten there an hour earlier,
Right.
it was enough to where like it would have happened whether or not we took that rest. So
Like
Right.
we probably would have gotten here, like we probably at soonest we would have gotten like as they were finishing up, and we would have gotten like the stragglers that were leaving. Like
no, I think he said it was like a couple days or something. So it was like not
Right.
not soon enough.
Yeah,
that-
we weren't gonna catch them.
but not so far away that it was just like, oh well, why'd we even freaking try? It was
yeah,
like, if only we had faster transportation.
it was a single day. Lord, Mitch says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it was
So
essentially
the hour meant nothing.
Yeah, it was. But to Seth, in that moment, it meant everything. Like,
Right.
Well, it ended up not meaning squat to Mary either because she ain't a warlock. So
Yeah, I think that the other thing is the like following behind them at like a day behind means that like they're never that far away.
like you feel like
Which
you could
is-
push just a little harder, maybe.
Right. It's like you're like, if I could just go a little faster for a whole day, we might
we'd
them.
catch them.
Mhm.
But I can't. Like I just can't do it. So
Which is absolutely why Seth bought a horse. Like his whole mentality was that like if we could have gone faster, things might have been different. I'm buying a horse so that if anything happens again, I can go faster.
there you go.
But
yeah,
now we're getting on unreleased stuff, and also, you know.
Yeah, I think the way that it played out was very cool. I'm glad that it ended the way it did, though. I mean, now that the episode is released, people will see my invincibility really truly play.
Yeah.
How like
you were just dangling that carrot.
I really do. I don't play safe anymore. I've played long enough. I don't need to play safe. I can just play, and if it's gonna happen, it'll finally happen. And that end, I was like, is this the moment? Like, is this gonna happen right here? And it almost did, but it didn't. So I was like, all right, okay, we've got time. Yeah, I'll be very proud of whoever finally manages to do it. It'll be a fun little moment.
Mitch finally kills off Gunark, and Mitch says, "You were only invincible because Lindsay made it so. Mary healed you."
Look,
Mitch finally manages to kill Jared, and like Jared buys him some fancy thing, like buys him the Titan Tarask.
Oh yeah, as a prize. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I probably will do something. I mean, it's a big streak. Someone's got to break it. And I do like the fact that adds something as a player to the stakes. That's like, if a character dies, it will always have significance in like the plot. At least in the way that I storytell. Like no one will ever die in a game I run, like just willy-nilly. It's like, no, when you die, it means something.
Yeah.
And so because of that, that's like in game, and then out of game, there's this added like, kind of intrigue to every combat where it's like, is this the one? Like, is this finally the one? So it gives me an out of game feeling that is very similar to the in-game like storytelling of of dying in character.
For sure. I have also yet to die so far. I've been playing one character for 6 years now.
Nice.
So he's going strong to all, not for lack of his own trying. That's the pirate that I was talking about. Like, he is made of skeleton, so he can't, like, healing potions don't work on him because poison doesn't work on him. So that was the only trade away my DM would take. So, like, eventually we learned that, like, that doesn't fully work. There needs to be, oh yeah, Seth is gonna die probably, but like, I just haven't yet.
Yeah, I think it's like to be fair, most of the time I was DMing, so I couldn't die. So like it's one of those numbers where like technically it's like a 16-year streak, but like in reality, like how much have I played in those 16 years? Not very much. So it's like it's one of those technicalities.
Like, I'm amazed that Rook has not died yet, because Rook plays it big stupid.
Playing big stupid is my middle name. It's a very long middle name.
I was gonna say
it's hyphenated, but playing big stupid. Yep, Jared playing big stupid Bernier.
Have died to kobolds in the caves. Mitch says, I loved your very real worry that you might have died to kobolds in the caves.
It was fine.
Like, with that middle name thing, I have a friend, he's Catholic, and apparently the Catholics, every like level they go up, like every big step they get to take in their life,
a name, right?
Yeah, they get a new middle name. And a friend of mine, his name was Colin John, last name, and he decided that he was going to pick John for every one of his last name. His new name.
No!
It's like Colin John last name.
There you go. Yeah, because I'm not super familiar with the rules of Catholicism, but
Not at all.
I do claim to be an amateur theologian. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's how you pronounce that word. Theologist?
Theologian?
Sure.
Yeah. Sounds fancy.
I believe you pick a name of a saint when you go up a level. When like you're confirmed, I think you get one.
I didn't realize that being Catholic was like being Pokemon. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's very similar. You have to catch them all.
Yeah.
Also, the fact of the matter is that there is a Saint Elmo, and the fact that people don't pick Saint Elmo every time, it's kind of messed up. I'm pretty sure Saint Elmo, I looked it up at one point, is like obviously there famously is like Saint Elmo's fire. I don't even know what.
Yeah.
But I believe it was the Saint of Sailors and Abdominal Pain. Saint of Abdominal Pain. I mean, that's truly I think what I really like that D&D includes like different mythologies as like possible gods you can pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would be an interesting dive to do like a warlock with a patron that is literally a patron saint. Saint Elmo. Where are you at? Gunark, gonna use Tasha's, switch it up. Change the subclass to
there you go.
Patron saint of abdominal pain.
I always thought it would be funny to have a warlock patron that was like just mildly inept and inadequate at their job. So you kind of got almost like a wild sorcerer situation with your
Ooh.
warlock, to where like you mean to do that something, and the patron's like, "Oh yeah, that's that this one. Oh, that wasn't that one."
They have a switchboard with
Yeah.
hundreds of buttons, and you're like, I want this, and they're
Mhm.
like, hold on, I think it's
Oh,
this button.
what was the
It
code for that
wasn't.
again?
What are your thoughts, Lindsay, on the new warlock subclass that's like the genie?
I've played with a few. It's neat. I haven't played in a regular tabletop campaign, so I don't know how it truly balances out with a party.
Mhm.
But it does have some cool features. Some definite clever workarounds for ruining any DM's plans.
Yep.
So as a DM, I would probably not allow it in one of my games because I also like to enjoy DMing.
That's fair.
So not that I don't want my players to get to do whatever they want, but you know, balance.
Yeah. No, I get that.
I do think it's pretty cool, but
right. I just thought of a question that's kind of a spin-off. I don't know if it's been asked already, but people asked earlier what our favorite class / race. What about favorite subclass? Do you have a favorite subclass?
well, War Cleric
Ooh.
is pretty boss for clerics. I really like the Circle of Stars that they just added for.
Yes,
That's
I'm
tasty.
a big fan.
Ooh. And it's still UA, but the College of Spirits for bards. I'm playing.
Yes.
Oh, it's so tasty. She's a storyteller, and so when I saw that, I was like, "Holy hell, this is perfect!" 'Cause
That's
it's all
so cool.
story based. It's the flavor on that thing is just so good, and it gives you more to do with your inspiration than like,
right.
"Hey, buddy."
Yeah, no, I love the College of Spirits. I thought it was so cool when I read
so
over it.
tasty. So good. Let's see. What we ought to do is go like, if you only had the player's handbook.
Oh yeah.
But let's see. I haven't really played much fighters. That's not really my jam. I am not a fan of monks in D&D. Sorry.
Hot takes.
Yeah.
Come here for hot takes.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's my hot take. I'm not a fan.
Hey, you know, I think that like I'm not a fan. This is a real hot take because we have a ranger in our party, but I'm not a fan of how the ranger subclasses work.
Yeah, they're
all of them do the same thing, just slightly different.
Mhm.
And I actually am playing in another campaign, playing a halfling ranger, and I went to my DM and I was like, look, this character is a healer through and through, and every single ranger subclass gives extra damage.
Yeah.
Like just exclusively. So
Mhm.
I was like, can I build a homebrew subclass that's more protector? And so I called it a protector ranger.
That's cool.
I wish there were more, like, a bigger variety of what, like, not just what you could damage as a ranger, because it's like, well, this one does extra damage to like celestials, and it's like, okay, but like,
why would I do that?
right. I wish it was more
built
like
to fight God.
right.
Yeah.
I wish they were more varied in like what a subclass actually meant, you know, what it like changed about the actual like role that you play. Because I think that that's something that I like about other classes, subclasses, is that they are so different. Like a battle master fighter is way different then like I love the UA, the brute fighter.
Yeah, that one's fun. I've read that one.
Like a brute fighter is way different from a battle master, and a Circle of Stars druid way different from like a wildfire druid or a
Circle of
the
Dreams
Land
or
Circle of Dreams. Whereas like the rangers, it's like, so like this one I do more damage, and this one
I do more damage
I
to
do more
that.
damage to this specific thing, and this one I attack more often
Which means
and I do more damage. And it's just
Yeah.
like, okay, like it just doesn't feel as impactful when you pick a ranger subclass as when you pick like a
Yeah.
school for wizard or bard is like huge. It's like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And I love playing rangers, I especially, well, in any campaign where you're going to get to actually use the skills that a ranger has, like the tracking and the survival and the exploration. I love that. But yeah, when it comes to the subclasses, it's just like, I'll just go with that one. Seems all right for this setting. That's what all you're picking it on is really just the setting that you're in.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, well, I guess in this campaign we're fighting big monsters, so I'll pick the
Monster Slayer. Oh, we're going to the Shadowfell bunch. I guess I better go with what is that? Gloomstalker. Yeah. Which, I mean, to an extent makes sense because, you know, your ranger would be skilled at that area. But yeah, like you're saying, there's no like what makes this one super cool.
Right. Yeah, I think like I had a bunch of friends who were trying to argue that ranger was like the worst class. I was like, I don't think ranger is the worst class. I think the subclasses are the worst subclasses. I actually like the ranger class, but
it's definitely the redheaded stepchild of the classes, which is unfortunate because it is a fun role to play, and in the right campaign, like it's clutch.
Well, and I think it's so weird to me that ranger is so like ostracized, because in Lord of the Rings, which is like obviously you know, heavily inspired fantasy thing that a lot of like mainstream media, you know, knows about Lord of the Rings, whereas they don't necessarily know the actual lore of D&D. But in Lord of the Rings, one of the main characters is a ranger, and they literally say that, and then they're like, so what does that ranger do? He helps his friend get places. He fights with a sword, and he like doesn't use a bow ever in the movie, like maybe once or twice. Like, and it's like, okay, and then there's like another guy who uses a bow and is super dope, and then they're like, okay, so we're gonna like fully flesh out the class that Gimli clearly is, and we're gonna like fully flesh out these things, and you can play a halfling, but then we're gonna get to ranger and be like, so let's take all the cool things about the rangers you know and love, and then get rid of those and give them only they can find things. And
like, well, like
rangers became the what most everyone thinks Hufflepuffs are.
Well, like the most famous Forgotten Realms character is Driz. He was a friggin' ranger. He's like the most rangery ranger. But you could confuse him for a rogue if you like read the books and like saw his skill set compared to the 5e ranger stuff. You're like,
right.
Except for that sweet dual wielding scimitar action. Sweet dual wielding.
Yeah, I also think that the ranger subclasses are all for if you're an archer, not like it's like, oh, you can shoot twice, and I'm like, you literally said the word shoot in the subclass. Like I can't even.
Can't. Which is great if you're only 3 feet tall, because you can't be running after stuff. But yeah, if you're trying to build any other kind of ranger,
we need to get Mary a hoverboard, like the real, like what we call a hoverboard in the real world.
An arrow crystal
little segue thing.
Well, hang on. Let me check her super cool cleric subclass. Not her ranger one, because
Right.
on that.
Yeah, that's the cleric subclasses are so cool. There's so many different varieties, and they change how you play from literally like a damage cleric to like the most healer to like a support, but not healing necessarily, just like a kind of move things around the map. Like it's just such a wide range. I love it.
Yeah.
In the campaign, I tried to make a podcast out of our cleric. He's like, I'm going to be a cleric, just so all of you know, I'm not going to be a healer. And I was like, oh, okay.
Mhm.
He went with Storm.
Oh, yep.
He was
Well,
Eric Hokra Storm cleric.
Yeah.
Named Eric.
I'm playing a cleric currently that is a life cleric, so the most healing, but canonically will not resurrect people. And in fact, we worked it, me and the DM, we changed the spell list for the domain spells for the life cleric just slightly to fit that. And it's because like life is sacred, but undeath in any form, including like revivify or resurrection, is like fully against his belief. So I was like, I'm gonna play a healer, but if you ever actually die, that's on you, y'all. Like I ain't having anything to do with that.
I was looking. She won't get summon speed or anything, but at 5th level, she can do summon celestial, and she could just have a quotal flyer around for an hour.
Ooh, there you go.
There's so many like different weird ones that I've always wanted to take. Like I want to do the disgruntled healer, where I'll heal you, I'll revivify you and everything, but it's like you got to be moving at my pace because it ain't my fault that the fucking fighter went way the hell up there. I am a halfling. I have only so much speed.
Yeah, my druid will only heal you during a battle. Outside of that, she's like, I'll clean your wound. I'll stitch it up.
Right. I'll make sure you don't like get infected.
But rest of that healing's on you, buddy.
In the campaign where I'm playing a halfling ranger who's like a healer, she isn't a healer. That's like it's a heavy like low magic like healing with spells is like dangerous and risky, and so she's a like non-magical healer. She didn't take cure wounds. Good berries we changed it to a ritual spell, so it's like this whole thing where it's like I don't run into battle and heal you back to 15 HP so you can swing more. I run into battle, I stitch your wounds so you don't bleed out, and I drag your body away from whatever's trying to hit you. Like that's the play style. And it made it a very different vibe to battles where it's like when people go down, they're down. Like I'll go make sure they don't actually die, but like I'll get them up at 1 HP with a good berry, and that's the most I can do.
I've also wanted to do a barbarian that hates violence. But I need for that one, I need another player to get in on it with me. And I want to do it as similar to like Lenny and George from I almost said How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah. Classic literature. How to Train Your Dragon.
Lenny and George from Of Mice and Men, but like I want the George character to be like a full-blown con man who's absolutely using this barbarian as like intimidation and everything. Like, you wouldn't want to piss off my friend over here, and the friend's just like, but he's really just like thinking about like, did I see daisies or tulips on the way here? Like that's his thinking face, but it intimidates everyone, like stuff like that. And so like you get into a battle and it's like beats down a bunch of goblins. Are they okay? Yeah, goblins always bleed from the eyes when they take naps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disgusting.
like, I just want like the party to slowly learn that, oh no, we just have to come up with like a very stupid excuse and he'll go with it so that I get more excuses from the party. Like,
Yeah, I like I always flavor my rage to not be just like I'm mad, because I'm like we've seen it. But I played one where I went into a dad rage,
Oh, nice.
and just like it was this like stern, disappointed dad face that he would put on and just be like, all right, like I you did this to yourself, and I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that you think that you can go around beating people up. And then he would just like walk in like super silently mad at people, and it was that was a good time.
Yeah, that's great.
In the modern campaign, our barbarian, he goes in, when he goes into rage, it's more of like a Zen focus, where he's like, I forget about everything in the world. I'm not even really like fighting. This is just like what we used to do in the backyard, the fun sparring with sticks, except they're better weighted. And he just like Zen focuses in, just like take people's heads off.
Nice.
Because they are playing themselves. So
okay.
He's kind of going into like, this is where I have to go in order to be in that mindset where I can actually just take someone's head off with my staff. Because he decided that the best defense against being attacked is to not look like the biggest bad guy around. And so he went to a costume shop and bought himself a wizard costume, including a wrought iron lantern for a staff.
Nice.
So just this big staff that he can use to hit people.
Well, I have to go. I have more plans for the rest of the night, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think my dinner is almost done, so I also have to go.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Next time on Jack and Lindsay in the morning, we'll be discussing the state of affairs in Wildthorn and talk to someone else about something. I don't know.
Hooray.
I'm hungry.
Well,
right.
I will see everyone later. I will see you both later, and I don't know who's watching, but thank you for watching.
Yeah. I'm going to hope that it's okay for me to end all this.
I hope so.
All right. Bye.
Bye.